So good evening, everyone. Welcome to our City Council September 22nd, 2020 meeting. This meeting is being recorded by video and audio in accordance with the state open meeting law, consistent with governor's orders, suspending certain provisions under the open meeting law and banning gatherings of more than 25 people. This meeting will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you are calling on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. And if you are watching on a computer or a device, there is a raise hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications or the public hearing. I will announce that again during the public hearings, and I will continue to announce that for people that would like to speak. So that being said, we have in attendance, we have myself, Councilor LeBlanc, we have Councilor Pep, Councilor McCarthy, Councilor Gilman, Councilor Holmgren, Councilor Memhard, Councilor Cox, Councilor Nolan, and we are, Councilor O'Hara is logging in as we speak. So we are all here in attendance. We have a full City Council. Madam Clerk, can we have the first order of business, please?
First order of business is oral communications.
Alrighty, so under oral communications, the public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the auspice of the mayor. The resident will be notified within 2 weeks period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the City Council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each, and the council president shall not allow any complaints as individual performance. Is there anybody that would like to speak under oral communications? All right, I've got a few people here. Let me see if I can get them up. We have caller, can you hear me? Laurel? Is that your name? Nope. See if I can get you. Unmute yourself. Hello, caller. I don't have I have a name. All right, we will come back to you. All right, so we have another caller. Caller, can you hear me? 283-333-3850.
Hello?
Hello. Can you have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name's Craig Hamilton, 46 Grove Street.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Good.
It's been a few council meetings since I've been part of. I've been trying to let things happen here on Grove Street, around the Labor Day area, where I was told that things were going to be happening around here. So I have been called in on the last couple meetings, and nothing is being done up here on Grove Street. I've called several times. I've talked to Vanessa once down at City Hall. Had a lengthy conversation with her. She was kind of not aware of exactly what was being done or not being done around here. I kind of filled her in on it. I was a little bit shocked on that, but the second phase of the sewer project still has not started here on Grove Street, and here we are towards the end of, or coming up on the end of September now. I'm in fear that now that it's not going to get done this winter or fall, and that we're going to be doing it early spring, and then it's going to push us off another year to get pavement and sidewalks here on Grove Street. I see other roads starting new road work all over the city because I travel through the city, and yet there's nothing being done here on Grove Street. The last letter I got on the 28th from the mayor's office basically stated, that they were going to put the street sign, the speed limit sign up here, which they did for 2 weeks, and it did help. Now that's gone. The speeding is, picked up again, and that the city was going to be coming up here to do patchwork and street sweeping. Well, that was already done a month and a half ago, and that's the second letter I've gotten stating that activity was going to happen. So I'm getting these fabricated letters that just, they're fabricated. They're not being, real time here. So I'm getting kind of frustrated here with nothing being done. last conversation I had with Vanessa a couple weeks ago, she was going to get back to me after talking to Mike Hale, and I haven't heard back from her. I did call last week with no return call back from her.
Okay,
So,
Craig. We'll get Vanessa's
Here we
on.
are.
Vanessa's on the call. I'm sure she heard you, and she'll get something out ASAP to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. All righty, we have, hold on one second. We have Brenda. Brenda, can you hear me?
Yes, hi,
Can
Brenda
we have your
Malloy.
name and address for the record, please?
Brenda Malloy, 43 Rocky Neck Ave. I want to thank you all for being here. I'm grateful for your service. And I would like to ask if the IT department could figure out how to create a hyperlink so that it's easier for people to link in. I know people that have tried to get on, and for those of us that have a little bit of tech savvy, it's not a big deal. But for people that think they can just click on the PDF, obviously that doesn't work because it's a PDF. So if there's some way to create a hyperlink that people could just click on, and
I
also
have to walk. You want to listen for a little bit?
and also to ask if it's possible to have in the sidebar, if the public that's at the meeting could somehow sign in so that we can get a feel for how many people are in the room. It's kind of like if we were sitting in City Hall with a bag over our head during a city council meeting and had no idea how many other people are here. I think it would be helpful if there was some way to have people say, hey, I'm here, and know what's going on. Or if you folks could somehow say, hey, how many people are here for such and such topic, so that people have some idea of the volume of people that are showing up, that are for or against something. That's all. Thank you.
Well, so before you leave, Brenda, we have 25 people in our panel right now, and then we have a record 91 people in attendance as attendees. So
Awesome.
Just to give you a scope of things. I was going to announce that at the beginning of the meeting. It completely slipped my mind, but I will absolutely add that to our next in future meetings.
Okay, thanks so much.
No problem. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you. Stay healthy and well, everyone.
You too. Thank you. All right, next we have Joan. Joan, can you hear me?
This is Joan Archer. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just trying to be sure I was in the meeting, but I think I am. So thank you very much.
Name and address for the record, please.
Joan Archer, 103 Wingersheek Road, Gloucester, Mass.
Go ahead. Oh, are you here for the public? Are you here for the public hearing, Joan, or are you here? This is oral communications.
I'm here for the hearing on the 105 Wingersheek special permit.
Okay, that's later on. So you'll have to raise your hand during that public hearing. This is for oral communications.
All right.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. All right, moving right along, we have Pam. Pamela, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Pam Steele, 10 Pilots Hill, Gloucester. This comment is for Mr. Tarr. I'm very concerned that there are a lot of people that do not have internet access. And it's been all over the news that this has been an issue in several communities, and it may be an issue in ours. So I'm questioning the validity of a Zoom meeting when people don't know how to get on. I don't feel it's a democratic process until we've worked out people that don't have access or don't understand how to do it. I have an education and I found it daunting. As a matter of fact, 2 or 3 times when I tried on my phone in the beginning, I couldn't get on. It said the meeting was blah, blah, or whatever. And
I think we lost her. Oop. Pam, you still there?
I worked through the process and I investigated and I decided that I'd go on my computer, and I've had success, but I'm just wondering about the unrepresented community members. These times are very important.
Thank you, Pam. That is noted, and we'll, the proper agency will get right back to you.
Okay, you know what though, Mr. LeBlanc, and I'm
Yes.
sorry, I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I understand it's a tough job. I've never gotten a letter back, and I've spoken ad nauseum.
Well, we'll make sure you get one this time, I promise you.
And for the last time I made a comment, wasn't quite a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. I'll make sure you get something back to you, Pam.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you,
really
hon.
appreciate
It's a
everything.
pleasure. Thank you very much. All righty. So moving right along, we have Patty. Patty, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Name and address for the record, please.
Patty Emerald, 14 Myrtle Square.
Go ahead.
And first, I do want to thank all you. I know how hard this has been on me and my family, and I am sure that your families have to deal with the hard work that you put in, and I do appreciate you. I do. So, moving on. Last week at the subcommittee meeting, John Dunn presented that the loan is based on back of the envelope guesstimate, and that if it was to show good
Point
faith,
of order.
Patty, we have the loan authorization that's on for this evening. So this is on tonight's agenda, so we can't let you speak on the loan order this evening. If you have something else that you'd like to speak about. We are going to have a public hearing on this later on this evening. If you want to stay tuned, and you'll be allowed to voice your concerns at that point on this matter.
can I ask about how much is it going to cost to move Mados Field?
You can ask that during the public hearing part of it, but right now we're in oral communications, and typically it's against our rules of procedure to allow people to speak about a matter that's on tonight's agenda during oral communications.
So I can't even say don't vote on the loan until the public weighs in?
Until the public hearing, which will be in a
Can't
little
say
bit.
that.
Yeah. So so if you're going to speak on the school or the loan order, it'll have to wait till that public hearing comes up.
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
very much.
My pleasure. Thank you. All righty, we're moving right along. We have Tom. Tom, can you hear me? Tom? All right, I just asked him to unmute.
I did.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Tom Mantle, 1037 Washington Street, Gloucester. I will be in evidence on the public hearing on 105 Winger Street Road later. My question for the council now is the protocol for allowing video appearances from folks other than the council, specifically Senator Tarr, who I'm a friend with. Okay, so I have no objection to Bruce Tarr, but then Councilor Sheedy's office apparently is also on the video feed at this moment. And I'm wondering what the protocol is for displaying videos of the participants for the city council meeting during the general session.
I don't know the answer to that, but I'll take a quick stab at it real quick. These people that are on as panelists will be participating in the city council meeting during a presentation. We have several members from the MBTA that'll be presenting later on this evening. And we have several attorneys that will be asking for special counsel permits later on this evening. So they are promoted to panelists. They are not attendees. So that's the reason why they're on the city council meeting at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Tom. Thank you. And we'll see you later on at the public hearing for 105. All right, we have another, hold on one second. We have another oral communications. Susan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Anna Altenburger, 66 Atlantic Street, West Gloucester. It's been about 7 months since mid-February 20 that I addressed you all in person at Kairos Auditorium. During regular oral communication, you all received a hard copy and later an electronic copy of our report, 25 Years of Needless Damage to a Lot of New England's Fishing Industry and Ecology. As some of you already know, all this analytic effort on this report is based on boat design experience out of this office, first begun in 1952. As part of the Working Waterfront, we have a strong interest in its future, preferably a successful future. On that background, this report reflects a lot of research into the troubles and of the fishing industry in our port economy here since June of 2002, when we first engaged. Lots of learning, some 200 discussions with folks going to sea, with those supporting them ashore. We've dug through layers of governmental policies and that of the position of folks representing the industry. What we found is that regulations passed into law March 1st, 1994 had caused stagnation in the fleet, prohibiting even the most obvious innovations in its boats, and that has been ongoing for over 26 years. And its rules even allowed to barely any interest in any progress towards advanced catch methods. So across these 26 years, these dictators brought serious damage to our tax base, our job base, of our largest economic engine. We know how to run this port economy since almost 400 years now. And certainly the realities of these laws having caused this much damage have been truly devastating for the outlook of the next generations. But we do not just complain about what is that. We offer a good number of solutions. We've offered a fair amount of energy in those. And so this analysis is mostly a technical legal piece of work along with solutions, but it's certainly a long way from any partisan perspectives. This report required too much time and resource to have been done by the Gloucester Daily Times or even the Boston Globe. However, we would have expected larger universities, institutes to leverage their resources in the protection of this America's oldest industry. We should have also been able to respect various levels of legal counsel, from port communities over state governments to federal folks, to examine federal laws to not cause this much needless damage. Our federal friends of National Marine Fisheries Service up on the Hill to this day appear to not have any staffers on hand who could outline any definition of an advanced 21st century fishing fleet. Hence our position on page 4 of that report on why we ended up with this dark and expensive burden to do this work. As it turns out, unexpectedly for most of us here in Gloucester, it is indeed up to us here in Gloucester to initiate a first discussion on, one, why we lost so much ground, and two, what to do about rolling back those losses by clawing forward towards an advanced 21st century fishing fleet, one that returns resilience to this industry, and one that boosts the industry economic and ecological sustainability, and thus again would robustly support our port economy, a substantial part of our overall tax and job space. So the City Council has a range of options to have this first community-wide conversation. As this 38-page report indicates, this substantial topic cannot be disposed of in some short format talk. Instead, we could leverage a Saturday morning long-form gathering to go through the layers of what has happened and the opportunities towards what to do next. Finally, this being version 3.1 of the report, based on feedback from a range of readers, there's over 100 copies out there, observers, players, and this version 4.0 is evolving and will be larger, more granular yet. Hence the interest tonight and in the near future of learning where the City Council of this old seaport community may stand on this issue so that it can be integrated into that report. The report's cover page offers all the contact information necessary for further communications. And I thank you for your patience, and look at this because you all have it at home. Thank you for listening to me. This issue continues to grow in relevance and there's no way of getting away from it. Certainly has not been for us. Thank you very much.
Steve, you have to unmute yourself.
All righty, sorry about that. Thank you, Susan. We have one more oral communication hand up. Caller, can you hear me? I've asked several times to ask to unmute, and whoever it is, he or she is not responding. All right, I'll come back one more time. We do have another caller for oral communications. Deborah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Steve.
Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Deborah Liakos, 41 Woodward Avenue. I'm calling tonight in regards to what's going on with the railroad up behind my house. I live on Woodward Avenue, which abuts the railroad tracks. I'm sure Jen and a lot of the other city councils are aware we're having an issue over here with the trains idling in our backyards for 45 minutes to an hour plus, morning, noon, and night, middle of the night. We have sent a letter off. I believe it went to you from one of our neighbors. A group of us have gotten together, and I believe Bruce Tarr is aware of it as well. We just wanted to bring it to make sure that bring it forward to make sure all the city councils are aware that we're having a major issue here, and that the railroad made a decision not to idle down by the river's edge anymore where the train bridge begins, what they're repairing and replacing, and has moved all the trains right into our backyard. And we are having trains, very loud engines, idling morning, noon, and night, middle of the night, blowing horns, ringing bells as many 80 times, waking people up. A lot of people are working remotely, which makes it difficult for them to work at home. So I don't know what more I can say. We are sending off letters, and I believe the MBTA is going to try to look for a resolution to this. We thought we had this figured out when they started this process a while back, and they were idling. I guess there was a lot of complaints from people at the Heights, and then people who have homes right across the river. It was carrying across there. So I understand their frustration as well. I spoke to one of the neighbors over there. He actually attended our meeting the other day, Louis Linquata, and he had been calling the MBTA on a daily basis. So there's been numerous complaints. Keolis hasn't been very receptive, at times rude. So I was hoping that somehow we can get some peace and quiet over here. This project's going to last through, what we're hearing is summer of 2021. And also, we heard through the grapevine they're filing for an extension for another 2 years. So where the Stanwood Avenue Railroad crossing is, they decided, after listening to complaints of people down on the Heights, that they put a switch in at the railroad crossing. And so the trains now come to the Stanwood Avenue crossing, switch tracks, and come right back on the other track. So every train that comes and goes is literally in my backyard. So I'm not sure what you guys can do about it. Jen may want to speak on behalf of what she knows what's going on, but I just wanted to voice my opinion, and I hope we can get a resolution. Thank you.
All right, so Deborah, let me fill you in. We have several members of the MBTA. We have Senator Tarr here this evening, and they are going to speak on this matter. So I didn't want to cut you off because we are going to have a presentation by this. I wanted you to voice your concerns so they understand. Hopefully one of them took notes, and they'll be able to address these issues for you in very short few minutes. All righty.
Okay, thank you, Steve, so much, and thank you all.
My pleasure. Oh, thank you very much. And let's see here. We have another oral communications. Jane, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jane. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. It's Jane Gagliardi, 43 Woodward Avenue. I'm a neighbor of Debbie's, and I can wait till, or I can, I'm speaking on the same issue that Debbie just raised in terms of the disturbance in our neighborhood. So I can wait till later, or I can.
Well, if you have any concerns you want to address, probably now is the best time to do it. So that way during the presentation, they can address these.
Okay. So I would say, you know, I certainly concur with everything that Debbie spoke about. I would add that the noise is so disturbing that it is waking me up around 4:30 in the morning when they idle in my backyard. So there's the real issue of air pollution as well as noise pollution, and it's very much interfering with the quality of life. It interferes with conversation in our houses, never mind our backyards. The noise is so intrusive. And I've got to say that it seems we haven't started to keep data yet, but in the last couple of weeks, it has seemed worse. The trains, the amount of idling time is really inconsistent, but they do seem to be idling here at the station for much more prolonged, frequent times than they had been prior to this. So I don't know why that is. I think that's it for now.
All right.
Thank you.
Jane. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll get some answers for you very shortly. All right. Let me see if we have a couple of more people here. Jennifer, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am here.
Thank you. Can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Jennifer Berkshire. I live at 23 Woodward Ave. I've been here now going on 15 years in this fine city. And I just want to say for the record that I'm actually very pro-train and totally understand why the bridge reconstruction project is so necessary. I think a number of us in the neighborhood felt that when we moved here that the train was a real advantage. But unfortunately, we've ended up in that situation that nobody wants to be in, where we now have a really bad neighbor. And the worst part is that the bad neighbor is not going anywhere. as you guys know, this issue about where to idle the trains has been a huge one since this project started. That the temporary solution of idling the trains down at the beginning of the railroad bridge over the river was better for us and for our neighbors along Essex Ave. It wasn't ideal for the people in the Heights because they had to deal with the roar of the engines that then reverberated over the river. So now here we are and the trains are back, and I just want to, there are a lot of details that I don't think people are aware of. And one is that the part of the reason that the situation is so much worse for us now is that the T has equipped a number of the trains with new, much more powerful engines. And so when people tell you that the noise is louder than ever before, they're really not exaggerating. And then the other issue is obviously that because of the pandemic, we're all at home. Right? We're working at home. I interview people for a living. Try doing that with a train idling behind your house. We're going to school at home. You're going to be hearing after me, and I think after the presentation, from people with really detailed descriptions about what this has meant for their lives. But there's something that I want to touch on, which is just this feeling of helplessness, that we have this problem that we just feel like nothing we do makes a difference. We're now going on 3 years. And it could be anything from when the train rolls in and you have no idea whether it's going to leave, right? Like, is it going to pull down the tracks? Is it going to idle near the least populated part of Gloucester that we've been asking for all this time? Or is it just going to sit behind your house for an hour? Is the T going to start doing construction at 6 in the morning? Will it last until 3 in the morning like it did over the summer? Will they make some major structural change like they did last week without talking to anybody? We only knew that they had decided to remove part of the inbound track and put a switch right behind our houses because my husband walked up to the tracks to ask, hey, what are you guys doing? There's been no communication at all. None, even though our neighborhood is so dramatically affected by this project. We only learned that the deadline had been extended through next summer because we read it in the Gloucester Daily Times. I only learned that it's now being possibly extended to 2022 because I read it in an article yesterday, an article that was about my neighborhood, right? So when I talk about that feeling of helplessness, that's really it. That we so appreciate the advocacy and understanding of our elected officials, but it's really frustrating when it seems like you guys aren't really able to help us out either. We sent a letter to you yesterday and we put forward a series of, I think, really concrete and helpful demands. The first is just this, what we've been saying from the very beginning. We understand that the trains have to idle somewhere. Why not have them idle in the part of West Gloucester where the fewest people live? The MBTA seems okay with this. In fact, they put signs down there instructing trains to do that. The problem is that there seems to be no communication. There's no order for the operators of the trains to do that. Number two, help us make the T a less disruptive neighbor, whether that means the construction or the constant bell ringing. And number three, we need more transparency. We need to know what's going on. If they're making major changes, if there have been new directives, since we're on the receiving end of so many of them, we really need to know what's happening. I think a lot of us in this neighborhood would like to be part of those conversations of helping work out a solution. And finally, we can't do any of this without your help. You're going to hear from people who have been relentlessly calling the T. And my favorite stories are the ones where the customer service person will say, I can't hear you. And it's because there's a roaring train idling behind them. The only way that we can get the T to be a better neighbor is if you help us make that happen, and if we get some of these pledges in writing, right? That's really the big thing. And finally, I found that yes,
Nope.
I know I'm out of town. Come and visit us and see the, oops.
Oh, you still there?
Oh, yes. So I would encourage people to come over to West Gloucester and see what it's like, hear what it's like for yourself. And I think that will help you see and hear where we're coming from. And thank you so much for advocating for us.
All right. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it. All right. So we got a few more people on the call. Senator Tar has a limited amount of time that he's going to be with us this evening. He's got to take off shortly. So if you have some train questions or concerns, try to keep them to a minimum so we can allow the senator to be on this meeting with us so he can address some of these concerns if he needs to be. So that being said, Marianne, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Marianne Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. With all due respect to the three people that spoke just before me, if this is on the agenda, how come it's allowed at oral communications when you just completely stopped another person from speaking in regards
Because we're not going to be voting on this tonight. This is a presentation from the MBTA, and it's probably more efficient to have these people speak during oral communications so the MBTA understands their concerns that they can address during the moment without having us take a vote. If we were taking a vote for the MBTA tonight, I would not allow this to be happening right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, can you hear me? Laura? Laura Trudel?
Yes,
Name
yes,
and
I
address for
am
the
here.
record.
Laura,
There you go. Name and
yes,
address
my
for the
name
record,
is
please.
Laura Trudell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Laura Trudell. I live at 42 Woodward Ave in Gloucester for the last 11 years. I love my quiet, peaceful neighborhood, and now I am living in a sea of train noise, bells, whistles, and vibration. I would like to share with you just one of my worst experiences, which was just last night, Monday, September 21st at 9:54, the number 125 train arrived in West Gloucester with 66 bells ringing. The train proceeded up the track, turned around at the switches, and came back to rest at 9:58 with the engine running on high, or one of the new engines that is particularly loud, directly across from my house at 42 Woodward. The engine proceeded to idle on the spot on high until 10:44. The noise, pounding vibrations from the engine, the continuous intermittent squeal of the air release continued for an entire hour without relief. I was unable to sleep, read, watch TV, or concentrate over the din. I did try to take a video and an audio recording of the noise level and vibration, but ordinary recording apps are unable to document the sound's full impact. Although my video is poor quality, I'm happy to submit it to the City Council if they would like to see what we are experiencing during the night. And this is not an isolated incident. We are subjected to continuous idling every day. I have been recording just today, all the idling that has taken place, and only one train, that is the 1117 train, idled in the industrial park. I went down to the industrial park to hear how loud this train was, and at 10:24 this morning, it was parked behind the buildings. There was no noise out at Magnolia Street. Upon this same train, upon returning to West Gloucester Station at 11:10, rang 53 bells and 6 to 8 horns. At 11:15, we have 47 bells and continued idling in the station. It left for Boston or Manchester at 11:17. So I've documented, for the most part, when I'm at home, I have the number of bells, horns, and idling time that is taking place in our neighborhood. And I will continue to do that. We should have a very nice log for you as the week ends. And I thank you for your help with this problem.
Laura, thank you very much.
Counselor, just a quick point of order. You had mentioned that Senator Tarr has to leave, and he has to leave at 7. So
Yes.
I'd like to suggest that we wait on these other 2 callers until after the presentation.
We have one more caller, and then we have Patty. I don't know if she wants to speak again on this matter, but I figure we just get through these quick last 2 before we.
Okay, it's just
Jump
that
back on.
Senator Tarr is part of the
I
solution.
get you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Cheryl, can you hear me? Cheryl Swansburg?
Oh, hi. That's a misuser. So thank you. My name is actually Mark St. Pierre, and I'm at number 8, Woodward. I will try to be concise, also in Gloucester. When I was a kid, I grew up near the Willows, and it was obviously near the coal-fired power plant. And one of the things, even though it was quite unfortunate, one of the things that power company managed to do was communicate with the residents nearby, and even offered cleaning services for their windows on occasions. So everything everybody said about the MBTA so far is absolutely accurate. And even, beyond the idling, even the bell ringing and horn stuff was an issue for a couple of years now. So when we look at the main comment I want to say is that I think we just need some kind of inclusive way to make this some kind of thing that could work for the residents here. There's zero communication, and lots of it seems to be disregard when you deal with Keolis, which I think is a big problem. So that's all I'm going to say for now, and I just want to say thank you.
All righty, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we have Patty one more time. Patty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank
All
you,
right.
Patty Amaral, 14 Murder Square. I was hoping to have a second try at this. I have a different question.
All right.
Our sewage treatment plant is on a floodplain. What additional costs for a secondary sewage treatment plant will bring to
Patty,
the taxpayers?
we have a public hearing for this also tonight.
I guess I am not reading that agenda. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem, hon.
Oh, it's just too much. All right. Thank you.
That's okay. Hold on one second. We have one caller. Cindy, can I ask you to be brief so we can have Senator Tarr to be allowed to join us for this presentation? I'm not going to not have you speak unless you want, but let's try to keep these MBTA to a minimum so we can have Senator Tarr. Cindy, can you hear me? Just barely.
Can you hear me now?
Still just barely.
What about now?
Very, very faint.
Oh, jeez.
You want to try calling back?
No, it's not going to matter. I have this problem. You can't hear me at all?
Yeah, I can't hear you at all at this point. All right, try calling back, Cindy. I'm sorry. All right, hold on one second. I can't. Ken, can you hear me? Ken Bursall,
Yes, I hear you.
name and address for the record, please.
46 Woodward Avenue.
Name.
Ken Birdsall, 46 Woodward Avenue, lived here 40 years, and we've never seen anything like this. It's just ridiculous. So making it short, I say what everybody else on Woodward Ave has said. It's just unbearable. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it for keeping it short so we can allow the senator to be part of this discussion. We understand your concerns. Thank you. All right, we have one more time. We have a Lois, but she has it's telling me to promote her as a panelist, and I don't know if we should allow her to be a panelist. All right, let's try it. Lois, can you hear me? Lois Woodrose? Lois, can you hear me? All right. I don't see that. And then we have Cindy. We've already allowed Cindy. Cindy, did we allow you to talk already? Yes, correct? All right, so I think that's it for oral communications. Nope, I still can't hear. All right, so Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please?
The next order of business is a presentation from the MBTA commuter project update.
All righty, so who would like to lead off the presentation?
Steve, can I begin?
Yes, Senator Tar.
Thank you. And thank you to, through you and to the members of the council. Let me just say it's an honor to serve with all of you, and particularly in these challenging times. It's an honor to have the partnership that we have. And also I would extend that to the mayor and her administration. I do think it's very important that we talk extensively this evening about the MBTA commuter rail project, and particularly the project around the bridge that carries the commuter rail over the Annisquam River. A few comments have been made about my involvement, and I do want to point out that advocacy on behalf of the residents has not only been my province, but also that of many of the members of the City Council, as well as the mayor and our state representative, Ann Margaret Ferranti, who have all been working to try to find a good solution to a very challenging problem. It is important that we understand the full context of the problem, however, and that is that we have been living with one of the most, if not the most, challenging and dangerous train bridges in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And we have been working for many, many years to try to address that. And initially, the project was conceived as a repair project. And the idea behind that was to be able to maintain commuter rail service by utilizing one of the two tracks that crosses the bridge, and by working on one side of the bridge and maintaining the operability of the other track and then reversing that process. And so from its inception, there wasn't the necessity of having a lot of train idling because the train was reduced to slow speeds to transit the bridge, but there wasn't the need to have the train detained for long periods of time. It was determined a while ago, and our folks from the MBTA can certainly provide more clarity on the date, but it was determined that because of the weakness of some of the critical structural components of the bridge, particularly the abutment that is on the West Gloucester side of the bridge aperture, that it was not safe to be able to try to maintain the project as designed, to have one side of the track operable while the other side was being replaced. And so it was a very difficult decision because obviously that disrupts commuter rail service, but it was a decision that had to be made. Anybody that's familiar with the operations of the train will have noticed that the train slowed to almost 0 miles per hour to go over the bridge when we were still working under the other project design. With bridge replacement, there are some advantages, and the advantage is the project will move more quickly. Originally, it was estimated to be a 3 to 4 year project. It will be something less than that now, hopefully, although I know there were some concerns about what will happen by way of the extension. I don't know a lot about that. Hopefully we can get an explanation tonight. But obviously the need to stop rail service over the bridge has caused a very significant issue with regard to noise and disruption for the people that are affected by that noise. And I would point out that this is not only an issue that affects folks in West Gloucester in proximity to the West Gloucester station, but as the train was initially moved in response, I believe, to communications from some of those residents and moved closer to the bridge, it became a problem for the residents of the condominiums that have been recently built near the bridge, and also the residents of Wolf Hill, and depending on where the train was sited, others as well. And so part of the vexing nature of this problem is trying to find a place where it will not affect anyone, because simply moving it from one place to another creates a short-term solution, but that solution also creates harm to the group of people that are newly affected by the relocation of the train. I would point out that it is important to have good communication, and I appreciate the comments that were made by the residents who offered testimony here tonight during oral communications, many of which have been in contact with my office as well as the representative and the mayor. And we take their concerns very seriously, and that's why we're working to expedite a solution here with the folks at the MBTA, who we've been working with on a daily basis to try to find a solution. I would also point out, Mr. President, that I too believe very much in transparency. And one of the things that we have been doing with regard to this project is when there is a change or something of significance, we have been trying to come before you to make a presentation to the City Council. And I think you'll recall many of those presentations. Unfortunately, they haven't always been that well attended, but our hope is that through the use of the mechanism of cable television that folks can see what's happening. Given the comments here tonight, I would suggest that we also begin to work together to compile an email notification list so that we can make sure that we address everyone who is affected and not just those who may happen to catch a City Council meeting or happen to see something on cable TV or happen to read it in the newspaper. I think we can do better than that, and we're all committed to be able to develop that system so that we can do that. All of that being said, I do think it's important to understand that we've been trying to work very quickly to find a solution to this problem. And I would also give credit to Ted Costa, who has recently joined my staff, who has been spending a considerable amount of time acting as a liaison, not only to people in the neighborhood and the other neighborhoods that have been affected, but also to the council and to the administration and to the MBTA. So I want to thank him for his good work in that regard. So in order to move expeditiously, we have not had the opportunity to have a public hearing about the solution that you're going to hear about tonight. But we have worked together to identify what we think is a good detention area for the trains when they need to remain idling for a significant period of time. Now, it's also very significant to know that early on we asked, why do the trains have to idle at all? Why can't they be shut off while they're not operating for long periods of time? And there are statutory and regulatory answers to that that I'm sure the folks from the MBTA will provide, but I wanted to make sure that people know that we had asked that question. The last point I would make before I turn it over to them is that the solution that we're discussing is one that is very fluid. It does, as you've heard some residents mention, involve the relocation of some switching and the changing of some layouts. But it also will be affected as construction continues with regard to the bridge, which will require the necessity of an access road to be constructed alongside the bridge, which also has implications for safety because having a train move in close proximity to an access road where there are people and equipment is also something that needs to be considered very carefully in terms of its safety parameters. So all of that being said, I do want to introduce our panel from the MBTA, but just do want to remind everyone that this has been very much a team effort on behalf of the representative, the mayor, the council, particularly several of the ward councilors whose wards have been impacted by this project. And we deeply appreciate the communication that we've had with the MBTA to try to identify an effective and rapid solution. And so with us tonight, Mr. President, we have Angel Donahue Rodriguez from Mass DOT, we have Jody Ray, we have Brad Nickel, and we have Katie Coe. And I'm going to turn this over to them, and I am going to remain on the line as long as I possibly can. I do apologize that I have a commitment at 7 p.m. that's going to require me to depart from the meeting. I'll try to be a little late to the next one. I know many of you are unfamiliar with me being late to meetings, so you find that surprising. But I'll try to stay on as long as I possibly can before I have to depart for the next meeting. But in turning it over to the members of the MBTA, the representatives of the MBTA, I just want to say that I am committed, as I know you are, and our representative is, and our mayor is, to be able to find a solution. And we remain committed to addressing all of the issues that have been raised. And we will continue to be committed, particularly as we develop a better system of communication and we receive those concerns more quickly and input them into the process. So again, thank you for taking me out of turn and accommodating me. And I will turn it over to Angel, who I think is probably the best person to begin the presentation on behalf of the MBTA and the Secretariat of Transportation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tar. Angel?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a presentation here.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to just share my screen on
Yes.
with presentation?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir.
So I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Angel Donahue Rodriguez. I'm the Director of Special Projects in the General Manager's Office. I handle the legislative policy, both at the federal, state, local level, in the GM's office. With me, I'd like to introduce some of my colleagues that are with us today. Mr. Jody Ray, who's the Assistant General Manager for Operations in Railroad Operations. Katie Cho, who is the Chief of Capital Program Delivery here at the MBTA. And Mr. Nickel, who is the Senior Director of Bridge Projects Programs for the MBTA. So I would just like to start off by sharing the beginning part of this presentation, and I'll move towards the end just to kind of a little bit out of order to kind of talk about some of the communications that we've had. And we certainly hear the concerns of the neighbors around this. I've been working with the different legislative offices regarding this. And again, I'm happy to sit down with anyone, neighbors or members of the council, to hear how we can best improve some of the communications around the neighborhood to try and mitigate some of the impacts, so they can at least hear what significant changes are coming down the pipeline around the project. That's what I would like to say. And if I may, I'd like to turn it over to Katie and Brad, who can provide a project overview, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Jody Ray, who will handle the operations side and some of the idling issues that we've heard today from some folks. So with that, Katie and Brad, just let me know when you need me to move the presentation out.
Thank you, Angel. So I'm happy to be here tonight. This is my first chance. I've only been with the MBTA since January. And so it's my first chance to present to the City Council and the residents of Gloucester. I'm going to do a really short overview of the Gloucester Draw project because it has been before the council before, and focus a little bit on the changes to our approach that we've made in the last few months. Go ahead, Angel. We've likened this project to renovating a 100-year-old house where you're never quite sure what happens when you open up the walls. And that's really what we found in this 110-year-old bridge, is the anticipated approach that we had taken originally, where we would be able to continue running service on one of the tracks while taking the other half of the bridge down, kind of cutting the bridge in half down the middle. Really was not possible once we started the construction. We found that the site conditions were different than we had anticipated. Some of the structural elements were less stable once we started cutting the bridge in half than what had originally been expected. And it was creating a very real risk of a 2-year delay in the project. And that was not something that we wanted, and it certainly wasn't something that anyone who was abutting the project wanted either. And so we really needed to take a hard look at a new approach. And so from that, you can go ahead and switch, Angel. We decided to suspend service on the last 2 stations, and basically give the contractor the entire bridge to demolish and rebuild all at once. And so this is getting the project back on track. It's back on schedule. It is safer for the contractor, which was really paramount in our minds as well. And we'll end up with a better and more successful project for all of us in the end. Go ahead. Which has resulted in the shuttles that are now in place from West Gloucester to Rockport. Go ahead, Angel. Really quickly on the ridership levels, and Jody can certainly speak to this better than I can, and I'll turn this over to him in a minute, but this is a good time to be doing this because our ridership levels are so low. So across the MBTA, not just on this project, we are taking advantage of low ridership levels to try and accelerate many of our projects. So this is impacting far fewer residents from a ridership standpoint than it would have been had we done this a year ago. So we are benefiting unfortunately from the situation. So I will turn it over here to Jody to speak a bit about the ridership and the idling.
Yep, and I just on the ridership note, I would just note that right now our ridership on the commuter rail overall is somewhere in the neighborhood around 7 to 10% of what we would normally see during this time last year. So, Jody.
Yep. So the current ridership levels are split about about 1/3 of the ridership goes up to Rockport, about 2/3 of it that we're busing, that is, are actually getting off at Gloucester. So the numbers that were just up on the screen, you can pretty much figure that out. Busing seems to be working okay. It does cause some concern because that's one of the reasons why trains do sit at West Gloucester Station. They're unloading passengers that are going outbound onto buses, and a different set of buses is bringing people in from Rockport and Gloucester to meet the train for an inbound trip. One of the things that we did as part of this is the trains that have the longest dwell time, and dwell time is really the time that the train would have waiting between its arrival at West Gloucester on an outbound move and its scheduled return trip departing from West Gloucester on the inbound move. During the morning and afternoon peak periods, there isn't enough time for the train to actually go up, cross over, pull down to the Lily Pond area, which is the furthest distance we can get away from actual residents, and get back again to West Gloucester for their inbound trip. So during the peak period, the trains are scheduled to hold still up as close as they can get to the drawbridge construction itself. So there is a schedule of several trains in the morning, and then that repeats itself again in the afternoon, where trains will pull into West Gloucester, let off their passengers, and then they'll cross over at the new switch location, which a few folks have mentioned, which is now just a few hundred feet beyond the access platform at West Gloucester. Trains will cross over, proceed up on the remaining single track, roughly to the same spot that they have been holding up to 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago anyhow. They had been unable, so some of the noise changes that have taken place in the past week, 2.5 weeks or so, is because the switch that used to be in the track about half the distance between the harbor, the old harbor station and the drawbridge, that switch is the same switch that has been moved down to the West Gloucester location. The switch, was moved while it was not in service, was removed one weekend, installed the second weekend. When that switch went back in, which was this past weekend, and inspected and put back in service, as of this morning, trains could.
Thank you.
Trains could now proceed through the switch up to the original location that they had been holding, beyond the top of the harbor. I'm not sure what it's called now, but what we call harbor station. That had been they've been unable to do that while that switch was in partial relocation. But now that it's been completed, that can return, and it should have returned this morning for this morning's rush hour. I did make the note that train 125 this morning, didn't go up to where it was supposed to, and that's not an acceptable condition. Those trains are supposed to go up there. They're supposed to make their station stop and then proceed right up. They will slow down again while they have to hand throw the switch, and then they'll proceed up and wait for their return trip back into the station to come back inbound. After you get out of the rush hour, the trains have more dwell time, and they actually have time to come up, cross over, and instead of bothering the folks up in the Annisquam River area, the top of the harbor and the new condos across by the drawbridge, they have time to actually proceed back towards Boston, down behind the Cape Ann Industrial Park, and sit there There are, as someone mentioned, signs that were installed, an engine hold sign, which tells the engineer the precise location that the engine is supposed to hold while it waits for the time to click by, and then it will return back to to West Gloucester Station, pick up its passengers, and then again return back towards Boston. So during the midday, when there's lots of time, after the rush hour at night, and then on Saturdays and Sundays, the Lily Pond area is where the trains are supposed to be waiting. After hearing some of the concerns today, and good information is something we can really work with. There will be Keolis managers out there making sure their train crews are following those directions. They got to reinforce the fact that over the last 2.5 weeks or so, that wasn't possible because the switch wasn't in place for them to do the crossover move, so they couldn't get up to the harbor location. I think most of the trains were actually pulling up towards Stanwood Avenue, holding there, and then returning back into West Gloucester. That won't be the case anymore. They will be proceeding all the way up. The question on why we moved the switch. We do need to create an access road that can get up to the drawbridge from the Boston side. So from Stanwood Avenue, there will be a new temporary road access created that will allow construction forces to be able to get onto the alignment of the former outbound track, drive up to the drawbridge, and actually work on the spindle of land that actually leads out to the drawbridge, building a retaining wall and doing some other improvements out there that are all part of the drawbridge project. And that work will take place, between now and when we return one track to service next summer. While that's going on, the trains will continue to pull up on the existing inbound track. That track is still in its full length all the way out to where the switch location was before we moved it down to West Gloucester. So that puts the locomotive way out into the Annisquam marshland there and very close to the drawbridge itself. Again, the trains are still idling someplace, and they will be in all these instances, but the idea is when it's going to be for a long time, move it as far away from people as we can, and then even when we have lesser time and we can't get everywhere, where we'd like to be, get it to the furthest distance from somebody's house so that it's not like the folks in the West Gloucester Station area, it's in their backyards, and getting it up into the Annisquam River itself at least puts it 1,000 feet from anybody's house, because there's no actual houses in there. The sound is traveling across open water at that point for the most part, so it does travel, but distance still helps in all of these instances. Trying to think what else I can fill in on. The one other, I can't guarantee this, but the other thing that happens with moving the switch, and we're looking at it, because the switch is closer to where the trains unload at West Gloucester, there may be additional trains that we can actually move down to the Lily Pond area, because they can get crossed over and move back down there quicker. They don't have to travel all the way up towards the drawbridge to make to change tracks and come down. So that's something that's newly available to us, and we're going to be spending some time over the next week looking to see, is there enough time for any of those trains that we can add them to the list of trains that are supposed to be down at the engine hold point by the industrial park.
Excuse me, Jody, not to interrupt. It's Barry Pett. I'd just like you to be able to add something to your presentation, if you could.
Sure.
Okay. Having worked, closely with you over the years about the railroad issues, and I think it'll be helpful if you could explain, especially to those residents that are immediately in the vicinity of the West Gloucester Station, about the bells and whistles and all of those types of things, and just sort of go over what the federal requirements are that just to make sure that people don't think that, you know, maybe somebody is just trying to give somebody a hard time, and just sort of explain the requirements, you know, while they're either coming to a stop or arriving at a station or whatever.
Sure.
I'd appreciate it. And sorry for interrupting.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So anytime a train is moving within the platform area of a station, the bell has to be ringing. So it's not an option. The engineers would be in violation of federal law if they did not turn the bell on as the first unit of the train entered the platform, and it has to remain on until the train leaves the platform. Anytime the train is moving in that platform area. In the case of West Gloucester, you can have a single train move through the platform 3 times while it's getting in position for its return trip. It enters the station to let passengers off. It then goes up and transfers tracks, comes back down through the platform on its way to the lily pond, bell ringing as it goes through the platform, sits at the lily pond, and then returns into the station at West Gloucester, again with the bell ringing. And then actually a 4th time when the train departs West Gloucester Station, heading back inbound. So all of that bell ringing is required by federal law. The train also needs to sound its horn when it changes directions on the main line. It needs to notify anybody in the area that it's moving, it's about to move in a different direction. Beyond that, there's also a requirement to sound the horn whenever they see anybody on or about the tracks. So during the work that was going on, moving the switch, there was railroad construction folks all over the place. The horn sounding would be required anytime a train approached workers on the tracks, letting them know the train was approaching. Again, another federal requirement to sound a horn. I think that covers most of those issues. The bell ringing, I don't know how many times the bell actually rings, but it's automated. It's either on or off. There's no choice by the engineer to make it ring more or less times. While it's turned on, the bell rings. When it's turned off, the bell stops. I don't know if that covered it, Barry, but I think
that answers to the question. It doesn't necessarily make anyone happier, but I think it explains some of it, and the residents may not, may not understand it again. But as you said, those are federal requirements, and it has created an additional burden to this situation. Yep. since the trains are going back and forth and back and forth. That's all.
Yep.
But thank you, thank you for clearing it up for him.
Right. I just to touch on, I think it was one of the earlier speakers talked about engine changes. There hasn't been any engine changes on the MBTA's commuter rail fleet since 2014, 2015, when the newest locomotives were accepted. Other than that, the locomotives that we have been in service on the MBTA for decades. I mean, significant length of time. And the engineers have been told where they're supposed to stop. And like I said a minute ago, there will be managers out there. While we were talking earlier or listening earlier, I did text out to Keolis and told them to get managers out there to make sure that, I've been assured that everybody's stopping in the right place when they can get there. And if they're not doing that, then I need to know about it, and I will. I'll take that up, and I have taken it up with Keolis already.
And that's our, Mr. President, I would say that's our presentation that we have, and I'll stop sharing my screen if that's okay.
Yes, sir. All righty. Thank you, folks. Is there any council questions? Do we have any?
Yes,
Council,
Mr. President.
Council Holmgren?
Yes, so I want to thank you all for coming, Senator Tarr and Brad, Katie, and Jody and Angel. And I just got a text from a constituent who says that almost none of the trains are going to the Lily Pond, whether there's adequate time or not. And for those of you who don't know, I live between the Lily Pond and the West Gloucester Station. My family and I walk on Woodward very frequently, especially now. And those engines are enormous. They have a huge impact on quality of life in the neighborhood. And I want to know what the disconnect is between the MBTA and Keolis. And I mean, I'd be happy to call, if there's an issue. But if one of you can provide your contact information, just so that we can have it, or that a neighborhood spokesperson could have it, please, because I don't know what the disconnect is between you and Keolis, and to just kind of keep everybody accountable and on the same page. It seems like, these plans are made and you're told one thing by Keolis, and then there's a shakeup or a change, and nobody is made aware. And I mean, we're all kind of living in a pressure cooker at this point, but any help you can give us is appreciated.
Yeah, Counselor, to that end, what I can do is I can email all of you my contact information. That way you all have it.
Thank you so much, Angel. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jen. Counselor?
If I could just add one thing, that the key thing for everybody to remember is the last 2 weeks has been, 2.5 weeks has been different, because there was no time for any train really to get down to the Lily Pond while the switch was unusable. But beginning this morning, there should have been changes with that happening. So it's really, if you can let us know what's going on from today forward, that's what's going to be real helpful for us.
Counselor Cox.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here tonight to give us an update on that, and to listen firsthand in person to some of the complaints that we're having here in Gloucester. I don't envy your position. I'm downtown councilor for 9 years now. So as soon as you guys open up, you're going to hear another round of complaints from the downtown people about noise, because they haven't been subjected to it for a while. So to give you that heads up. One of the things that I'd like to bring to your attention is a complaint that I received. And when the train is stopping in West Gloucester, that they're not stopping at the platform, that they're forcing people to get off without the platform. And in some instances, the step to the ground is so big that people are having problems traversing that exit. And some are seriously worried about touching other people for assistance, but at the same time, also very concerned about injuring themselves. So I don't know why we wouldn't be using the platform. If there was a reason for that, if you could just let me know so I can pass that along. But if we are supposed to be using the platform for safety, I would encourage you to definitely reinforce that. One thing about the Lily Pond too is I go there to photograph a lot, and there's still a lot of neighbors in that area as well. So I think you're going to be trading one problem for another, regardless of where you go, but mitigating it as much as possible obviously is ideal. And is it possible for us to do a site visit to where you guys can come down, we can have a meter reader with the noise levels, and just us and the council to be able to go through and really learn firsthand what some of these problems are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Hold on, Sean. We have Counselor O'Hara first, and then Counselor Nolan. Counselor O'Hara.
Sure, thank you. Is Brad available? Brad Nichols.
Brad, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Brad. Welcome again.
Good evening.
We talked a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
We talked the outages, the limited what we're talking about was discussed, and we were only talking about days and weeks, and now we're talking about months. What's the reality of how long this is going to continue?
I think to be,
transparent. What we're looking at due to kind of the risks that we found with construction and due to overall just, an abundance of caution and safety is we're looking at, trying to get, just to clarify, the bridges, 2 bridges is we're going to have 2 new draw spans, 1 on each track. And we're focused on getting 1 track back in service, and we're targeting summer of 2021. That's what we're tracking towards. And that's consistent with, the original project goals as well. So we're hoping to get that barrel up and running. That will hopefully alleviate some of these problems because we'll go back to service over the bridge, back to the other 2 spots and be able all the way up to Rockport. But that's the current goal. And then there would be follow-on construction, just to be clear, the next year as planned. And as we've described before, going to, summer until, early fall of 2022.
So long and short, at minimum, we're looking at next summer.
Correct.
This will continue through next summer.
Correct.
Terrific. I appreciate that. The next question, I think, whether Angel or Jody, obviously we're dealing with trying to spread the wealth here. No one wants to hear the locomotives running. To answer the question, people ask, why do they need to remain idling? Can they be shut down? Can you, probably Jody would be the one to answer that, but whoever would like to field that question.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably should be me. The big reason is the train's brakes run on air pressure. The trains have a air compressor on board. If the engine isn't running, it's not producing air for the brakes. So if you were to shut off a train and you have an air leak, that train could actually begin rolling and get moving someplace where it's not supposed to be before you can get it restarted and charge up the air brakes to get it stopped again. So whenever a train is on the main line, the engine is running to make sure that the air brakes stay perfectly charged to the proper pressure. That's really what it comes down to. It's not about air conditioning. It's not about lights. It's not about all the rest of it. It's really just the air brake system that drives that need.
Terrific. That's a great explanation. Thank you. I'm sure that will explain a lot or answer a lot of questions that people have. So thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Jamie. Councilor Nolan.
Yeah, my question's probably directed to Angel.
Yes, Counselor.
So I've been to the site. We keep calling it the Lily Pond, but it's actually 12 Condon Road. It's not on the Lily Pond. It is out in the middle of relatively nowhere. And I have noticed a train there. It is a great spot for it, and I think it will work with the neighbors. That being said, we're dealing with a lot of people that normally don't complain about much. They work hard. They live their lives. They understand the trains there. They understand they bought a house next to train tracks. But it is a little bit excessive. And if we could continue to try to keep that train from idling or being at the Comdale Road, the Conlon Road location, it would work better. These people aren't people that complain all the time. They work hard. They're just looking for their piece of life and understand the train is a necessity. So it is very important to them and to us to make sure that we work on this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And as Jody said earlier, I think having the managers there with Keolis, I think will make a big difference to ensuring that those trains are staying in that area going forward. So.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Sean. Are there any other councilor questions? Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Counselor. So this is a question kind of mostly to Angel, but also to our city administration. I know Senator Tarr, I believe, talked about some type of a way to send emails to particularly the abutters that were on this call, but that can be kind of complicated only because if you miss someone gets upset or somebody might have been influenced by it. So I guess my thought is, our city website has a really good way of updating folks in the community on major issues. And I was just wondering if maybe that could be something that was focused on in terms of updates of what's going on. So if something gets off track, it might be really helpful to communicate something through Vanessa and the mayor's office, because they can get that out there and not wait to have to put something on the Gloucester Daily or something where not everybody in the community knows how to get that information. So it's just kind of a way that I believe that a lot of the folks that spoke earlier tonight spoke about transparency and just knowing what's going on. That's a big part of the problem. You know, if you're going to have a conference call during COVID with your company and you know that there's not going to be any idling at a certain time, it would be a peace of mind. So that is just my suggestion from a process standpoint of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Val. Hold on, Councilor Holmgren. You have your hand up, and also Councilor O'Hara does. I want to see if there's any councilors who haven't asked a question first. All right, seeing none, Councilor Holmgren and then Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with Councilor Gilman. I think that the city website is a good way to disseminate information, another good way. Another constituent question, are the trains able to idle at high or low throttle?
Typically, typically they have the idle is just one setting. Some locomotives have different configurations. Some have a second engine that provides the generator portion of it that has lights and produces electricity for use on the train coaches. That's different than the main engine, which is providing the air for the brakes. So there is a difference between some engines, but typically it's idle is idle. It's it's an idle. It's like your car in idle without having your foot on the gas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Councilor O'Hara, do you have another question?
Yes, I think this would be for Jody. Jody, seeing this is going to go for another year, is there any chance, is there any mechanism to put electric compressor, electrify a location, a point where the engines could be reduced and they go on to alternative air or electricity to maintain their stability?
It's something that we can look at. The problem with it is it's probably going to take longer than it will to get one track back across the bridge. A significant amount of electricity used to do that. If anybody remembers what the MBTA went through up in Rockport for the layover, for the longest time, we could only plug 2 trains in because the electricity wasn't available. It only took until a year ago that we actually now can plug in all the trains up there. It's a big draw on electricity, and I'm not going to say we can't do it because I'm going to take a look at it. I'm going to actually see if maybe we can do something with a diesel compressor that maybe makes less noise than a locomotive engine to do the same thing with creating the air pressure we need. I can look at it. I don't know what the answer is going to be. We don't have anything like that on the commuter rail today. We do have some generators, compressors electric compressors in some of the layover facilities. They were built with compressors so that there is air there. I can only explore it, so I'll take that back as something for me to do. See if we can come up with a way that can help mitigate the problem. Even if it's only for the last couple of months of the project, it'll take us a while to get it built, whatever it would take, whatever it would be. So I'll work on that.
Terrific. I appreciate it, Jody. The neighbors would appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Are there any more councilor questions?
Mr. President, if I may, would someone be able to answer this? The city has the ability to be able to do robocalls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that might be something to explore if there's some sort of, just thinking in the back of my head, if some sort of development going forward to get rapid information out to folks that might not have access to emails. So
that
I'll
would
talk to
be
Vanessa about that.
Yeah, that would get you could reach out to any one of our councilors. That would be Vanessa in the mayor's office. She's our acting CAO. She would be able to help you with that.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. And typically we don't do this during a presentation, but we have a couple of people on the line for, I'm sure they have a couple of, Sean, do you have another question?
Yeah, I have one other question for Jody.
Go ahead.
So you had mentioned that the trains stay running to make compressed air for the brakes so they don't roll away. My understanding is that everything's a spring brake and you need air to actually make the train move, but not stop for a safety reason. So if the engine wasn't running, you'd still be able to have brakes because they'd automatically apply. So I just want to clear up, is it a fact that you said that the trains need air for the brakes to work, or that they need air so the brakes will release?
They need air for the brakes to work. So the brakes are not spring applied, they are air applied. So the first thing that happens when you charge up a train is it pumps up the air and pumps the brakes off. Then you apply air to the other side of the cylinder and puts the brake on. If the air bleeds off of the train line, the brakes will release and the train will roll free. There is no spring-loaded brakes. There are mechanical brakes that they can crank on some of the coaches and on the locomotive, but then they can't be relied upon to stop a train on a grade.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And we have two people that spoke under oral communications earlier. I know this is have been a thorn in their side, so without any council objection, I'd like to allow them to speak and maybe ask another question. Is that okay with everybody? Looks everybody's nodding yes, so I'm gonna allow a couple of people to talk. Cheryl, can you hear me?
Hi there. It's actually not Cheryl, but it is
Nope.
Mark St. Pierre again. No
All right, Mark.
worries.
No problem. Mark.
So thank you everybody for your presentation and listening. I have a few things I just want to go over quickly because I know everybody is wanting to move along. So with regard to the various potential locations of idling, something important to consider is the proximity of the homes to the trains. On Woodward, at least, I know that some of these homes are 25 to 50 feet away. So I think when considering where it idles, it's important to look at the proximity of how close the diesel is to one's residence. Ray Jody, since the trains have to ring the bell, what matters here is the amount of rings per minute. And I know this sounds really particular, but some trains, right? Why would one train ring a bell 10 to 20 times and another 80 to 90 times? And why would one blast the horn 6 to 7 times with one another? And to me, it needs to be something that is much more set and looked at as even a potential mechanical adjustment in the horns and the bells. Miss Cho, Katie Cho, you stated that ridership was down. True. So why not cut down the amount of trains you're running, because this problem of idling is such an issue? And finally, I just want to thank James O'Hara for suggesting the electric support to reduce idling. I know that they do have that in Rockport. And frankly, at this point, with all the noise, I don't really care about the expensive electricity for the MBTA because the situation is not really very acceptable. So thank you for listening.
All right, Mark, thank you. And we have another person. Jane, do you have a question for the panelists?
Yes, and thank you. So I did speak earlier, 43 Woodward Avenue. I want to thank all of you for your efforts to resolve this issue. I'll try to be quick. I am an 18-year resident of Gloucester, and I just want to say we would not have moved to Gloucester if it wasn't for the commuter rail. It has been an asset for us up until fairly recently. However, I'm one of the people, the switch is in my backyard. So my house is directly near to the tracks. Towards that end, I'd ask about a couple of things. You mentioned different engine configurations, and I wonder if that is the reason why the noise level varies from one train to another, because some trains really are so much louder than they have ever been. And as we discuss among the neighbors, it's a consistent experience, and people are welcome to come and experience it here. If something could be done so that the early morning trains and the very late trains, and I'm talking about the ones that wake me up before 5 and the ones that happen like after 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. I don't imagine that there's a lot of traffic happening at that time. So if they could certainly be taken out of the station and not idle for extended periods of times, that would be great. I'm not sure whether that were the trains that are being included in these changes or not. And last but not least, I think the enthusiasm of some of the engineers in hitting the horn varies dramatically, and that has always been the case. But particularly now, anything that can be done to lessen the aggravation and irritation of the train would be greatly appreciated. So if people could beep it instead of blasting it, And maybe, I don't know whether there's a regulation about how many times it has to be hit, but it certainly seems like the horns vary in terms of the number of times. So those would all be things that I would hope could be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. All righty. Is there any more councilor questions? No, Councilor Holmgren?
One more. Could we possibly have you all email a copy of this presentation to us? So, oh, thank you, Angel. Okay.
Yes, yes. If you can maybe send it to all of us, or you can send a PDF to the clerk's office, and we'll have Joanne make sure we'll get it, and it'll be on file at the clerk's office also. That'd be great.
Will do.
So if there's nothing else from the MBTA and there's nothing else from the council, I just want to thank Senator Tarr, his representative also, Ted Costa. He was on the call earlier with us. He had to leave also. Angel, Brad, let's see, Jody and Katie, thank you. We appreciate your time this evening. I'm sure this won't be the last time we're hearing from you, and I'm sure this won't be the last time you're hearing from us.
Probably not.
The open line of communication is key, so let's make sure we have one so we can get back to our constituents, and we'll also resonate that with you with constituent complaints, so you're on top of things and you're aware that some of the things that are being talked about between us and our constituents. So once again, thank you folks for being here this evening, and good luck. I live on the train tracks. I hear the train. I have friends over and they're like, oh my God, the train, you can hear it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I don't hear it, and I do hear it, but I hear it too, and I hear the dings. But we appreciate everything you guys do, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch.
All right. Good night, folks.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please?
The next order of business is confirmation of new appointments.
All righty. So we have the confirmation of Holly Dugwillow to our, she's going to be fulfilling our HR director. Holly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Would you like to say a little bit of something? I know we have the mayor's on and Vanessa's on, but would you like to say a little something? I know we know you and you know us, but.
Sure. I'm just like to say that, you know, human resources is a fast-paced, exciting, and evolving profession. We're the go-to department for all employees for their related issues. And I do believe as a municipality, we're a little unique in that the majority of our employees are career employees who are hired young and they stay right through to retirement. So I hope to encourage and support the administration and the department managers because I believe positive people make a difference.
All righty. Madam Mayor, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. First of all, thank you, Holly, for stepping up to the plate. You know, I've been working with Holly she's been with the city for over 26 years, and I've been working with Holly even before I was the city councilor through my job at the hospital. We work to bring best things for the city as far as health insurance, the Medicare policies when the city wasn't even looking at Medicare reimbursement. We also worked together as far as finding insurance when we found out that we switched to the GIC and there were people who actually wasn't paying into the pension program and couldn't get insurance because they weren't in the GIC. We also figured out that, you know what, we shouldn't be taking the GIC, but we weren't allowed because she wasn't the director and I wasn't even mayor at the time, that we should have got a single policy. So we worked on different issues, workman's comp, everything you can think of. We worked together closely and I saw her ability. And I was always asking, you know, when there was a position opening, would you like to step up? And she says, you know, right now that I'm happy where I am. I want to get more experience. I want to see more things happening and see what we need the changes. And so there was like 3 opportunities that she could have, and she was well qualified. But you're right. It has to be at the right place at the right time, and you have to feel that you can do something and make a difference. And she says, I think we can make a difference now. I think that, you know what? We need to move Gloucester a little forward. We need to make this a human resource, meaning that not just to come in to complain or we're going to do negotiations or just insurance, to figure out what else we can offer our employees. What else can we do together, Mayor? So I am looking forward her, and I asked her again, and this time she took the opportunity, and I want to thank her for that. And 26 years, I'm hoping that she's going to stay a while longer, not retire, because everyone seems to be retiring lately. But I thank her for coming aboard and taking that position on. And we look for, bringing, after COVID, and all these hiring freezes and all these things that we're doing, is to move Gloucester forward and to see what we can do. And we're always looking at and listening to, our unions to figure out what we can do with the GIC, not what the GIC single payer. So we're always looking at everything. Gloucester was on a different Delta plan. When we came aboard and they said it couldn't be done, Holly and Holly was not even the director. Behind the scenes, we worked through things and we got the best for the city. We said, here it is. So you know what? I'm looking forward to working with her, and I'm glad that she is stepping up, and I'm hoping that you endorse her unanimously and all the city councils approve of this, because I know you did it O&A, and I look forward to working with her new position. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there anybody else from your office that would like to speak? All right, seeing none. Councilor Nolan, would you like to make a motion, please?
On a motion by Ordinance Administration, the committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the city approve to appoint Holly Doug Willow as HR Director, fulfilling an unexpired term to expire on February 14th, 2021.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Councilor Holmgren?
I'm very happy to vote to appoint Holly, and thank you so much for filling this role. We are in excellent hands.
Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
Yes, I worked with Holly for probably most of those 26 years. She's always been very responsive. I'm glad she's taken this position, and glad to have her leading that department.
Thank you, John. Councilor Cox?
I'm happy to say yes to this appointment as well. She was a godsend when we got elected for that first time and helped us through all the paperwork and everything else, and has been extremely helpful ever since. So thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Melissa. Councilor Gilman?
Thank you. As an HR past professional of 25 years, I have to appreciate the great customer service that Holly offers. And that's a big part of being a successful HR person, is to understand the needs of the community and the community that you serve, which is basically the city staff. So I think that you are very well suited, and I'll look forward to voting to support you. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you. Councilor Memhard, did you have your hand up? Or was it just a thumbs up?
A thumbs up all the way.
All righty. Are there any other councilor discussion? All righty. I'm going to say something too. So Holly, I'm going to support you 100%. I want to thank the mayor for staying in-house with this. I think this is great, not only for the administration, but for the council and the rest of the workers in the city. You have a good grip on everybody. You know all the players, you know the council, you know the administration, and I think it's going to be a great fit. So we're looking forward to working with you over the next few years for myself. And then, so this is a yes vote for me. No doubt about it.
Thank you.
We have a motion and we have a second. We'll call for the roll call. Councilor Gilman?
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren?
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc? Yes. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor Pett?
Yes.
Councilor Cox?
So yes.
Motion passes on a roll call vote, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Congratulations, Holly, and thank you for stepping up for this position. And we're looking forward to great things from you.
Thank you all so much.
My pleasure. All righty, Madam Clerk, we have the next order of business, please.
Next order of business is the consent agenda.
All righty, are there any counselors that would like to pull any items off the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Steve, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, Counselor, hold on, Counselor.
Did we need to pull number 2 joint city council and school committee meeting minutes?
Yes.
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 All right.
I pull those.
All right. Counselor Gilman, are you doing the same?
Yes.
All righty. All righty. Counselor Cox. Or is there anybody else that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none. Counselor Cox?
We have not received the minutes yet from the school committee, so it's premature to have this on. We thought we'd have them in by now, so I understand why they're there, but we didn't get them in time for tonight's meeting, so I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding with the public.
All righty. Anything else? I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call for the roll. Counselor Gilman?
Yes.
Counselor Holmgren?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc? Yes. Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Memhard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
Yes.
Counselor Pett?
Yes.
Counselor Cox?
Yes.
Motion passes to accept the consent agenda of a roll call vote, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Are there any counselors that would like to pull anything off the unanimous consent agenda? Seeing none. We'll entertain a motion for the unanimous consent agenda.
Excuse me.
Yes.
There isn't a consent agenda, a unanimous consent agenda for tonight.
All right, I thought Counselor Cox had put one in. My bad. I thought
No,
we got one in
the
under
next
the.
meeting, sorry.
Okay, I thought we got one under the. I got an email for a late consent agenda, so.
I
my
would
bad.
never do that to Joanne at 4:30 for a
I said that,
6
okay.
o'clock meeting. I know
All right.
better.
Not a problem. All right, Madam Clerk, we have the next order of business, please.
Next order of business is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee report of September 17th.
All right, Counselor Cox.
I present a consent agenda from the September 17th meeting. If anybody has any questions or want to pull anything from that. Seeing none, I move the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the roll call. Counselor Gilman?
Yes.
Counselor Holmgren?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc? Yes. Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Memhard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
Yes.
Counselor Pett?
Yes.
Counselor Cox?
Yes.
Motion to accept the Budget and Finance consent agenda passes on a roll call vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. All righty, Madam Clerk, we have the next order of business, please.
Next order of business is the Special Ordinance and Administration Committee report of September 21st.
All righty, we have no items under this evening. Madam Clerk, next order of business, please.
Is the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of September 16th.
Counselor Gilman?
There are no items to be brought forward. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next order of business, please.
Next order of business is the first public hearing 2020-25 loan order 2020-006, loan authorization request in the amount of $4.2 million for the Gloucester Water Pollution Mitigation Project.
All righty, before I open up the meeting, I just want to state that we have 104 people as attendees. So I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if there is anybody that would like to speak in favor. Anybody? Ms. Cahill.
Myself or John. John, do you want to start?
Nope, you go ahead.
You raised your hand, Joe.
I'm
You're
hungry.
first.
I need to get moving. Thank you, Mr. President, and through you to the counselors. We're here tonight on a project that we've been really working closely with the mayor's office, the CFO, the director of public works, And our team, as you know, this administration, and thank you to the support of the council, has been committed to our resiliency projects. We were one of the first MVP communities and identified public infrastructure as one of our highest priorities to protect things like our wastewater treatment plants. So that came up through our MVP process. We secured a CZM grant for the design, the initial design and feasibility of a protection barrier, flood barrier, which we don't have the exact, we're not to final design yet, so I'll let Mike speak to that. And that brought us to the next step of working with EDA to secure, hopefully, which we expect an announcement soon, some grant funding to the tune of around $3 million to help us move through this project. So I'll let John speak to the loan order and how we got there. I'm happy to speak to either the grants or the MVP and the resiliency work that brought us here. And Mike is here to talk to you guys about the actual construction in the project. And we hope you guys will support this.
All righty, thank you, Joe.
Yes,
John?
yes. So we will talk about the loan order itself. So it's $4.2 million. We do expect to have a fair amount of support from EDA in terms of about $3 million. We're very hopeful that the overall budget will come in at much less than the 4.2, but we just want to be careful about what these things may actually cost. So as we move forward, we think it's imperative that we do the 4.2 to secure the $3 million in support from the EDA, and thank you very much from them to do that.
Thank you, John. Mike?
Good evening, councilors. So, I mean, it may be best to answer technical questions regarding this. This is a little brief update. This is a flood protection project that essentially uses 3 different types of walls around the existing wastewater treatment plant. There's a mix of masonry block, earthen berm, and sheet pile walls that protect the entire campus on Essex Avenue. There are 2 proposed entrances off of Essex Avenue that'll have temporary barriers deployed in times of rising tide. So obviously we can forecast when we think there's going to be a storm surge. There's a tertiary access that may be available to us off of Marshfield Street in the future should we need it. But the primary 2 accesses will be off Essex Avenue that'll be deployable temporary barriers in a time of need. This is the location of our primary plant. This will be the future location of our secondary treatment plant. It was anticipated back in the 70s when they designed this plant that this would be primary and secondary. There's been discussions or just talk in the community about why don't we move the entire plant somewhere higher. That's a number that I don't think anyone in the community could get their head around. I mean, we're talking $80 million for secondary. If you add a primary plant to that, you're probably talking 100, 120 plus the 80. Plus the piping network. This would become a pumping station. You'd have to move this somewhere. I'm not sure where it would go. This site makes sense. It is low lying, but the barrier wall will protect it for the upcoming future. So maybe best just answer questions as the council sees fit.
All righty, thank you, Mike. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? John?
Yes, just one more thing. As I was leaving Gloucester tonight to come over, I didn't go over the bridge. I went over, I was just amazed at how high the tide was coming down the river. It was amazingly high and water was spilling out onto the road. So yes, this is something we need to do.
All righty, thank you, John. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anybody that would like to speak in opposition? So I'm going to announce one more time that if you are an attendee listening to this meeting, you can press *9 if you're calling on a phone, and there is a raise hand button during these public hearings that you can press, and we will acknowledge you and allow you to talk. Pam, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are
Thank you very much.
And a name and address for the record, and go ahead.
Okay, PM Steele, 10 Pilots Hill. I think we need to know the cost of this potential plant before the debt exclusion vote. There's a lot of rumors out there. There's a lot of misinformation. And I've heard so many different things. This is the first time I've heard about the secondary plant. I thought we were going to get a whole new one for 100 million. So I think, could you put something in the Times, or could you put a billboard? I mean, could you go to anything to let us know? People ask me things because I'm out and about, and I don't want to give them the wrong information. What is this going to cost after the debt exclusion? I don't think it's fair to come up with, oh, we need 80 million now. We need to know before November 3rd, approximately, or just like a ballpark figure of what this project is going to cost. Everyone knows the tide is rising. Everyone knows it's in a lowland. We don't want to become Flint, Michigan. So we know we have to spend the money, but we need to plan and budget and figure it out so that it can be a vote that people can buy into and afford. Am I off the mark on this, or do you not have the information right now, or? Mr. Dunn must know. He does the money.
John, do we have any type of figure? I don't think we do yet.
But you
point of order, Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes.
This public hearing is to address the loan order for the surrounding wall and the water. I don't think it's appropriate to take those questions at this time. The resident is more than able to come to a city council meeting and ask that question during oral communications when we don't have something on the agenda regarding the water sewer treatment plant. There's many different avenues. She could go through any of us, or even do an email through the city website for more information.
All right, thank you, Councilor.
I just don't think it's appropriate here.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. So are you in favor, or are you opposed?
I just want to know how much it's going to be, and I appreciate being put on the right track because I'm new to this government thing. I was not involved, but since I am, I'm all in. So I really want to make the right choices, and I want information. I'm glad that the councilor led me in the right direction. And I will be talking to Mike tomorrow, definitely. As a matter of fact, I was at the DPW today and got his email.
There you
That
go.
is just funny.
Stay involved, Pam, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to any one of us.
It's not easy for me, but I'm really into this, and I appreciate your help.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are none.
Do we have any councilor questions? Councilor Gilman and Councilor Pat.
Thank you. I have a question for Mike Hale. So having attended the MVP session where we prioritize this matter as very high, I think possibly the highest, I'm eager to just, if you could do a 3-minute elevator pitch explanation of how the mason, the earth, the burn, the protective part of this will support rising tides over time, because it sounds really cool, and you know, we just want to make sure that it is in the right place and you have confidence in the structural barrier. So if you could just give us a quick overview on that, it would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. So coastal resiliency is, I don't want to say it's new, but it's certainly more on the forefront today than ever before. In the late 70s, early 80s, when this site was contemplated for the wastewater treatment plant, there wasn't a lot of thought about rising sea level at that time. We all recognize that rising sea level is real. How much is going to rise in the next, 60 years is still a debate. but certainly we know it is rising. We see it during our average winter storms now, or our nor'easters, we're seeing it. Winter of 18, the employees of this plant were trapped for 2 shifts due to the inability to get out to Essex Avenue. So what a barrier does, it basically creates a seawall on the landward side of Essex Avenue, protect it from water breaching that seawall. The mixed materials is, you wouldn't just put a straight up vertical wall of granite or concrete. Some places, an earthen berm is the same thing. It's a lower cost construction methodology. It looks a little better in people's backyards, and it serves the same purpose. So there's a mix of different wall technologies here that serve the same purpose, just keeping the ocean outside of the campus of the wastewater treatment plant. The entrances, again, those entrances are open normal times a year. When we're having a storm surge or potential storm, those entrances could be protected with the removable barriers, the gates that would be put in place to protect the site completely. Yes, the employees will be stuck on the inside, but they'll be safe. They'll be inside a building. This technology isn't new. It's not even new to Gloucester. I mean, you look at the boulevard, that's not a natural wall there. That wall's there to protect Western Ave from getting wet during every high tide. We're seeing it get more wet these days with waves topping the boulevard. But this is what you would do. You'd raise the level around the plant to protect the plant itself. It's all mechanicals, it's all electrical. You want to protect it completely so we can process our wastewater without any interruption during any storm for the foreseeable future. Answer your question, Val?
Yeah, if it's okay, from the chair, I just like to ask that it's definitely just a follow-up question to Mike. It's not a second question.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. So can you tell us a little bit about the consultation that we've had from experts that this will hold based on the anticipated sea level rise? I know that there's been a lot of consultation and a lot of advice. Could you just describe that briefly? Thanks, Mike.
Sure. I mean, so this is an engineered project, even at this level right now. This isn't something just dreamt up in Public Works or Community Development or the Mayor's office. I mean, so the ability to protect the plant is no different than protecting a pumping station in a low-lying area, a water filtration plant, another community in a low-lying area, or any infrastructure in a low-lying area. So we have a team of engineers who have taken a look at what is the consensus on sea level rise in a foreseeable future. Again, you can't predict hundreds of years out. You're predicting a reasonable amount of time out, 50, 60, 70 years out in the future. And you base it on what experts in the industry say will be the sea level rise. And those numbers range from inches to feet in the next, what 2020, so the next 80 years. They're saying this could be 40 inches or it could be 20 inches. So it's a difficult number to really nail down, but you base it on some agreed upon engineering benchmark, and that's the top of your wall, and that will protect it. Certainly from a structural standpoint, they can design these walls to protect however much water is on the outside is what the wall has to withstand, the differential pressure. You have 2 feet of water on the outside, wall can't get pushed over. Like a pool, an above ground pool, you have 4 feet of water, it's not blowing out. That's designed. It's not just a pool manufacturer. Someone engineered that above ground pool. And this is the same idea. This is a wall, mixed materials that'll keep out the ocean, protect what's on the inside of it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Just to back that up, so you know, Counselor, not only have our engineers, our consultants looked over this project, but so have the engineers at the federal level, at the EEA level. So we're feeling really strong about where we are. Again, preliminary design, but so this is lots of eyes on it.
Great. Thank you, Jill.
Counselor LeBlanc, you need to unmute yourself.
My bad. Counselor Pat.
Okay. Again, thank you to the entire administration, Jill, John, the mayor's office, Mike, et cetera, for working on this. And thanks so much to the EDA for, their assistance and, picking up the majority of the cost of this in actuality. Just a question probably for Mike. If we approve this loan order and it's all set and done, what type of time frame are we talking about for completion of the project?
A little early in the process to say that, Councilor Pat. I mean, we have some permitting in front of us, completion of the design. The bidding right now is a little up and down. We lost a full construction season from spring and summer this past year. I don't want to guess. My guess is from a duration standpoint, it's probably no more than 18 months. But when it begins and when it ends, I don't have that answer for you right now.
Okay, but a reasonable thing would say 2 years from now, at the end of the construction season, 2 years from now, hopefully the project will be completed.
If we all stay healthy this fall and winter, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Councilor Holmgren?
I was just crossing my fingers because I hope we all stay healthy. Sorry.
No problem. Are there any other councilor questions? All right. Councilor O'Hara?
Thank you. I have a question for John. I've been reaching out. This is a lot of money. I consider this analogous to, you're going into any place, buy a new set of tires. You go over, you look at the tires, you debate, you kick it around. We got a loan order, piece of paper that says, I want $4.2 million. $4.2 million with basically no support information, zero. I reached out to John. I called John. I've got emails. I got an email back from John Dunn today at 2:55, giving me the breakdown of this $4.2 million. You're asking me to approve this money based on...
We're at councilor questions right now. If you want to wait for councilor discussion, this may be more appropriate.
No, I've got questions. I've got questions. I don't know what is going on here. We have no support information. I'm looking at the email, the breakdown. How can I consciously vote either yes or no? Because I'm in favor of protecting this huge asset. The Mike Hale works so hard for our city. Mike works extremely hard, but we have to vote on money that's not ours. It's the taxpayers, and we have no supporting information. I'm in construction. I know some of us aren't. My expertise is in construction, and we have nothing. We have nothing to be able to justify to answer to our constituents how we are spending $4.2 million. In this $4.2 million, we've got almost $1 million in contingency. I think we need more information before we vote on this. Again, this isn't the first time I've asked. We have a loan request of an amount. Give us something to look at. What are we spending the money on? What kind of tires are we getting? Are we getting studded? Are we getting all season? What are we getting? How can we do this? This goes on and on.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. So
John, I'd like to speak to John.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I do. How come I get an email at 2:55 today that I asked for last week? I don't understand this. I'm a city councilor. I am a representative, one of 9. How does this continue to go on?
I'm not going to allow for my staff to keep being brutalized. You're not letting him answer the question. Let him answer. Let him answer your question.
Mayor, this is tax.
Then he's letting you, that's right. He's trying to answer your
I'm
question.
gonna reel this in, folks. All right, this is getting out of hand. Madam Mayor, with all due respect, I understand. Councilor Hara, this is a councilor questions. If you have a councilor question, can you please ask the question for the
Yes.
loan order?
That's correct. John, why did I get this email at 2:55?
Counselor, I get the direct email from you, I think, yesterday. Did you ask me last week?
I did.
Then
I resent you the email yesterday.
I believe that your original question came through the auditor's office.
It was sent to
All right,
both you and Kenny.
I'm gonna call a point of order. This isn't about a pointing fingers. This is about a loan. This isn't about an email or response. This is
Well,
about
I need
a question, Councilor O'Hara.
Yeah.
This is a question
I need
about
more. I need a
the
lot more
loan order.
information. I
Point of
need a
order.
lot more information.
Point of
Point of-
order.
Point of order.
Yes, point of order. Jamie, you're out of
Can
line. but
Councilor
we need-
O'Hara Councilor O'Hara needs to plan to attend some budget and finance meetings if he wants to know more information.
I agree.
Thank you.
Or copy the chair of budget and finance on his emails so I can help facilitate the answers.
Thank
if
you.
he's unable to attend the meetings. I'm more than happy to do that. You asked me that last week. Your question was answered in the presentation. So I did not ask it because it was clearly answered in the one time that you reached out to me for assistance. My point of order is your question should be directed at the loan order and not at CFO Dunn's response time. So I would appreciate it if you could please move on with your question regarding the breakdown that you emailed CFO Dunn and not berate the city staff.
Yes. I'd like to invoke 211C, please. Thank you.
Okay, so to invoke, well, we'll invoke the 211C, but this is, 211C is usually called for any new information that has been brought before us this evening. So can I ask you what new information that has been brought before us this evening that you are not sure? You know, anything new this evening, Jamie? Councilor O'Hara?
Yes, I have no information, Steve. I cannot consciously vote on $4.2 million without knowing anything about this project.
Okay. All right, well, 211C has been invoked. I think I'd recommend Councilor O'Hara to reach out to, maybe pick up the phone and call budget and finance, maybe give Mike a call, find out some of this information before the vote.
Councilor LeBlanc.
This is kind of unprofessional at this point, and I'm sorry to say that, Jamie, but we're at a public hearing that this has been going on for quite a while now, and that we're ready to take a vote, and for us not for you to reach out and get information is just, I'm sorry. There are constituents too, and I'm kind of upset and I'm kind of embarrassed that this is happening at this point. Councilor Cox.
So unfortunately, his request is going to affect our ability to get the grant. And that's, if his taxpayers,
Yep.
his residents want to foot the entire bill for the $4.2 million, then I would encourage all of us to reiterate that information because of 211C, because of not being prepared. I would like to see if our legal counsel is here with us tonight to see if this is a proper use of 211C.
Chip.
So 211C, why don't I just read it? On the first occasion that the question of adoption of any measure is put to the city council, except an emergency measure, if a single member objects to the taking of the vote, and I don't think we're at the taking of the vote stage.
No, we're not.
Vote
We're
shall be
councilor questions.
postponed until the next meeting, regular or special. So it appears that this is the first occasion of the question of the adoption of the measure, although I would suggest that the vote has not been called for yet, so
No.
perhaps it's premature.
We're still at a public hearing point, so this goes to show that Jamie's unprepared. I'm sorry, but I have to say it.
Right.
Councilor O'Hara, do you have any more questions?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to continue the
Yes.
public hearing. We're going to continue the public hearing. Do you have any more questions?
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes. Could I ask Mike Hale, please? Mike, you've done a great job as far as explaining the mechanical gates that would be at the entrances to the campus. Around the perimeter, this would be both earthen and sheet pile.
It's three technologies, Council O'Hara. There's earthen berm, sheet pile, and concrete block reinforced over earthen berm. So there's three basic wall technologies used here, depending on the reveal, depending on the view, depending on the soil conditions. This is an extensive engineering report that was done. A lot of soil testing was done. As you know, the site was preloaded in around 1977, 78. It was just you look at the surrounding areas, it's salt marsh. And so this area is preloaded to support the structures that you see on it today. And so obviously in the perimeter, those areas weren't preloaded. So we have to be cautious about how much weight goes on the surface. So earthen berm and perhaps masonry wall wouldn't work in those areas. That's why we have to do sheet pile walls, less weight, and they serve the same purpose. Certainly in the front of the property, there's an aesthetic piece to it. You don't want to have just sheet piles that are 6 feet tall facing Essex Avenue. But it's a small piece, not a large piece, that provides the aesthetics to this.
Thank you. Yeah, that obviously the technology is being implemented, being upgraded in New Orleans now, as I'm sure Mike's very, very familiar with. And the aesthetics is really secondary to the mechanical ability to protect this huge asset that we're reliant on. How confident, as far as I know, you're in the, where are you as far as in the engineering stages of this, as far as elevation that you'll top out at, as far as protection and the potential to add on if need be?
From an engineering standpoint, we're probably at 30+% design on this, which means it's done. It's just not polished. Any engineering design, it may seem like a low percentage, but the bulk of the work is done in the first 25%. After that, it's solely a matter of refining costs and specifications. So this has been looked at by a very competent civil engineering firm who is doing this work in other communities. The elevation, excuse me, look away here real quick.
Mike, the elevation isn't critical. Would this be a structure that you can add on to, obviously years down the road? Are you thinking that it would be something that would be built into the design?
Could it be added on to? That's a question. There's a couple questions that need to be answered before that, but we're not basing this off of a low estimate. We're basing this off of an average estimate of sea level rise. Again, that number is a moving number, Councilor. I'm sure you're aware of that in your profession. Yes. We do not know what sea level rise will look like in the next 50 to 80 years. So this is based on best practices in the engineering field. And there is some leeway given. I mean, we don't want it so it's just topping the wall. We want to make it so if there's any wave action, which wave action is taken into account here, because you can have wave action even on the river. So all that's baked into the design, so to speak. Could you add on to it? Perhaps. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen if we have to start talking about adding on. You look at the surrounding areas, we're adding on to this. We've lost Western Ave, we've lost the high school, we've lost a huge section of Gloucester well before we're going to be topping elevation 17. And that's 7 feet above the average grade on Essex Avenue right now. A 7-foot sea level rise is dramatic, even in some of the more dire predictions for the future.
And you had mentioned you have, in this plan, you have a
Counselor,
access.
can I call a point of order? We have several members of the council right now with hands raised, and I don't think it's fair that one counselor can ask 4 questions.
Thank you.
Yes,
No
Councilor
problem.
Hara.
I'll step aside. Thank you.
Council Holmgren.
Since we have 109 people in attendance, I'm assuming they're all taxpayers. We are all taxpayers here. I would like to know, if we do not proceed and get this grant tonight, exactly what the full bill would be. If you don't mind, I think this probably is the best answered by Mr. Dunn.
Don?
Well, at this point, the EDA is committing to us a $3 million grant. So if we don't do this, we don't get $3 billion. So
Okay.
I guess at a 4.2, and to be truthful, as we talk back and forth, we think the $4.2 million number is probably a bit high. We will, hopefully come in below that, but we have a commitment from EDA for $3 million.
Can I
Thank you.
also
So
ask,
this
Counselor?
cost us over $7 million if we didn't get this grant.
Counselor, do you mind if I answer?
Sure.
So no, the whole project estimate was 4.2. So that's the project estimate. The EDA has taken a special request on the mayor's behalf. They usually fund these types of projects at 50%. And because of our extenuating circumstances here in Gloucester, because we had 2 warrant notices and closures last year in our fish processing plants, and because of the significant economic development impacts on unreliable water sources related to sewer and water sources related to coastal resiliency, they have agreed to give us an over 80% reimbursement rate. This is unique. It's special. This is because we've worked our tails off to get to this 80%. Like I said, they normally offer you 50%. So I just want to make sure that the public and the council is aware that the vote tonight, or when the vote happens, has to be sent to the EDA for final approval. All the conditions depend on that, and we don't even have final word from them pending this discussion tonight. Again, 80% reimburse.
During COVID time, that's crucial. This is the last chance we're going to get. We've been trying for years.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Gilman?
Thank you, Counselor. I have a technical question, seeing that we are allowed to continue the public hearing all the way up to the vote.
Yes.
Even though a 211C has been called for. My question is, we can hold a special council meeting. So my question to John Dunn and to Jill Cahill is, what is the date of us being able to meet this deadline for the grant? And if so, can we make a commitment of when we're going to have a special meeting in order to be able to meet our deadline without losing $3.2 million right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. So we, this is an understanding. We gave them a timeline of when, of the process that the city goes through for funding. So this was the proposed timeline. So I don't have an exact answer from you, but I have to go back to our rep, our EDA rep, and have a discussion with her about the impacts of what happens here tonight. I'm guessing I'm going to need letters of support from the counselors who are in support of this, if you're willing to offer them. So I don't know that exact, I can't give you an exact date. I'm hopeful that they'll still support this. Like I said, we've been working really closely and really hard with them for a long time. Actually, this is one of the first things that was asked of me when I started 3 years ago. And it's a very unique situation that we're in after these warrant notices. That, by the way, that year of automatic eligibility expired, I think it was August of this year. So we will not be eligible for this grant again. So
also,
I don't know the
to let
exact
them
date,
know.
but
We
I have to
also
let her
need
know.
to Yeah, we also need to let them know that they were planning on all coming down. They never in their lives would think that someone will reject $3 million free for your taxpayers to actually do this kind of a project, which is needed. And everyone's saying climate change, coastal resilience. You asked me as your mayor to look at that. You don't want to spend all this extra money on a next water treatment plant. You don't want to do this. We have the high school under. We've been working crazy on this. We bulldozed the State House with Senator Tarr. He's helped us. We have them coming down. And now they want to come down on the 18th to present this to us on October 18th because we gave them this timeline. Not only is it embarrassing that we're rejecting money during COVID, everyone's going to say, well, you know what, Mayor, it seems like you guys have a special bond over here because you're getting this, this, and this, and we haven't received anything. People haven't even done their CSO project, and here I'm going to reject them. I hope we can have this meeting quickly, people, because I really think that just to throw a 211C, look, I've been a counselor for 13 years, and people throw 311C when they can't get their way, and that's wrong.
Well, Madam Mayor, the 211C is out of order at this point. We're still at the public hearing. The 211C will have to be called at the time of the vote. And obviously, at this point, we understand the repercussions of a 211C is going to cost the taxpayers an extra $3 million. So that's up to Councilor O'Hara for his constituents to come back to him and do that. Councilor Pat, you haven't talked yet?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to, clarify. I'm upset that we have a counselor that's asking the question saying they haven't gotten any information, and yet the chair of Budget and Finance has stated that that information is available, has been available, and she has not been asked, to provide that information. We should not be at this point. Never mind, again, thanks to all the hard work of the administration, et cetera. But thanks to the EDA for having gone way over and gone up and above. And this is not something that's new. And I'm just embarrassed to be at this point. And I hope when we get to the vote that this vote moves forward and that there is no such invocation this evening. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pat. Councilor Gilman, did you have another question?
No, I'm okay. I think Councilor McCarthy has his hand up.
Councilor McCarthy?
Yes, as someone that's lived through these floods as a public safety official, I can tell you that plant was in severe jeopardy last time. And I'd like the DPW director to maybe explain to us what would happen and what would happen in this city if that plant got flooded, and how unique it is that we're able to turn this around in a short 3 years to be able to get funding to prevent this from happening.
Thank you, Councilor. Over 80% of the units, housing units in the city, and nearly most of the businesses, I mean, you take away a few of the industrial parks in West Gloucester, but the majority of downtown businesses, North Gloucester, East Gloucester, rely on this wastewater treatment facility to process the wastewater. If this was inundated with ocean water, we'd lose power, we'd lose pumps. The facility would be rendered useless. And you would have essentially, you'd have sewer backed up until we could get some sort of bypass pumping put in place that would just bypass any treatment and just put the sewer, the raw sewer, into the Atlantic Ocean. And that would probably take 2 to 3 weeks. In the meantime, it's nothing. There's no toilet flushing. There's no production of product in the community. You can't put your wastewater down your sink, your drains, your toilet to be treated. It winds up just in the street. And there are places in this world that you can imagine when that happens on a regular basis. Certainly you see areas that are struck with hurricanes, everything stops. There's no normalcy for a considerable amount of time. If this facility went underwater, it would not be functionable. Salt water is not kind to electrical equipment. You can imagine if this was inundated with a tide or two cycle of ocean water. it's not just a matter of a little bit of wastewater that gets, you know, dumped into the harbor. It's all the low-lying areas would suffer greatly. Gravity sewer would still work. Some areas could still flush, but it would not be accepted by the plant. The pipe, once the pipe's full, which would remain full if it could not be treated, everything's getting backed up. All the low-lying areas, Roger Street, East Main Street, Western Avenue, those areas would be under wastewater, not just under tidewater, under wastewater, until we could bypass the plant and send untreated wastewater offshore.
Thank you, Mike. Anything else, John? Council Holmgren?
I am wondering how this would affect the fishing industry, considering that we just had the Army Corps of Engineers dredge the canal, and this is right there.
Mayor, I defer to you or I can handle it, up to you.
Can you hear me? Well, we have letters from support from Gorton's, Applied Materials, GMGI. I mean, this is our industry. It's the blue economy. It's our waterfront. It's our infrastructure. We're not asking for this because anything to do with your schools, nothing to do with any loans or votes. This has to do with that when you asked us as administration. I was a city councilor for 13 years. You all know, everyone keeps talking about a water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant, $70, $80 million. How that number ever came, that's just speculation. Here we have a project that we need to do today. We need to fix, we need to give us time. I don't know when we're going to do a new treatment. It's not in my process. When I became mayor, interim, we went right to the State House and said, you know what? I am not putting that on the taxpayers. And it don't go on your taxes. It goes when you flush the toilet. It goes on your water bill. All of this will go on your water bill. And technically, I don't know about anyone else, I don't have sewer. I have just the water. That's high enough. But the people who have water and sewer, you can't afford it now. We're all complaining it went up. Can you imagine if we had to pay additional $7 million on your water? Ask Melissa Cox. Ask her what goes on. This here is something that we asked for. We're going to protect it. It could give us 10 years. Who knows with the climate? Could give me a day. Who knows? I drove by the causeway. All of that was everything. I drove by the Pavilion Beach. You all saw it. And it wasn't even a bad day. Okay, since 2015, we've saw things that we've never seen. I've never seen Roger Street flooded. Have you? Commercial Street down the Fort, but all the way up to Minglewood, things are changing. I want to protect what we have. I went to the state and said, you know what? This is how it looks. I don't care what you did with Kirk. I don't care what you did with anyone else. I was council at the time. You can tell me I need a new treatment plan, fine. You sue me and I'll sue you. It'll take 10 years by the time we finish in court and $10 million. Why don't we all work together? Come up with a plan and a time so my city council, my city, and all of us can exist. We absorbed the CSO project. Other cities haven't done that. We are living. Mike Hale and his team have done the new 21 pumps. Did everything that when they came. Even the other one by right across from Jen's house. When the public came and said, "I know how to make this to be recycled. We can do this." We are working together in the community to change all of our plants, and we're looking at the dams now. So you know what? We need this to give us time to work together to come up with a plan what's going to make us affordable for us to be able to even flush our toilets. Because this is not on your taxes. This is on your water bill. And you need to remember that. And the industry, in order for us to expand, you need to protect what you have. I cannot expand if I don't protect. If it floods, then we're all done. Right now, we can expand. As you know, you gave tips for new businesses. What am I going to tell these businesses? You can't have a coffee plant. We can't have biotech at the GMGI. You cannot come into Gloucester because guess what? We flooded. No, people, please. Let's put all the negativity, put it aside. This has nothing to do with what's going to come in front of us. This has to do with today. Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I can answer that for the shell fisherman part of your question is being a former commercial shell fisherman and holding a residential shellfish permit right now, even with a normal rainstorm, most of the flats close from 3 to 5 days. If we get a substantial rainstorm, it'll close even more. We had a little sewer spill over off of Walker Street and Walker and Back Creek was closed for several weeks with just a small amount of sewage that was allowed into the stream back there. So if this sewer treatment plant were to be impacted, it would devastate the shellfish, not only the shellfish, but the mussels and the oysters and the snails, I mean, everything. It would just devastate that for probably a few years to come if we were to have a major backup. I know that we had one a couple years ago that happened to overflow into the Annisquam, and the commercial clamming was shut down for several weeks. So if we were to have something significant to happen to our wastewater treatment plant, we could basically kiss our commercial and recreational shellfishing goodbye for quite a while. Alrighty, Jill?
And just so you know, Counselor, we also, the EDA requires us to get letters of support, as the mayor alluded to, as well as what's called an ED 900 form, which 2 of our local seafood businesses signed. It was Fisherman's Wharf and Cape Seafood, which they support this and said that this will make it possible for them to create additional jobs and retain the jobs that they have and expand their businesses. So that's a really big deal for us, just so you know. As I've been through this process, it's a really hard ask of a local business, because I need to work with them for the next 9 years and report on these jobs. So I want to thank Cape Seafood, and I want to thank Fisherman's Wharf for putting themselves out there on this and supporting us, and want to make sure you had that information.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you all very much.
So we are still on councilor questions. Are there any more councilor questions? Councilor Cox?
I would like to ask Councilor O'Hara to put his anger aside from a slow response or not getting the email until 2:45, whatever the reason, and ask his question that he proposed to CFO Dunn. I'm begging you at this point, Jamie, to not throw away $3 million of money that the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for. I would very much appreciate you using me as a resource as Chair of Budget and Finance. Copy me on your email. I don't necessarily need to get involved if it's answered, but I want you to use me as a resource if you feel that things are not being answered in a timely manner. Copy Vanessa. She's your backup at the administration to make sure that the department heads are doing their job. But to do this tonight in this fashion, I can totally understand it on a school loan order or something else. But now that you know the consequences of this, I would appreciate it if you would just please ask your question, because I believe that it might be something that we haven't heard yet, and we would all benefit from it if you would just ask, and so we can move forward with this. The city staff works very hard with these agencies, and the last thing I want to do is set them up for an embarrassment with these agencies when this is their career that you're talking about. This isn't a $3 million grant. This is their career. They have to work with these agencies regardless of whether it's here or in another city or town. So again, I'm just asking you to please move forward with your question.
All right, are there any councilor questions? All right, seeing none. We do have a couple hands raised on the attendees, but we've already gone through our in favor and against. We've been through communications. We're in councilor questions now. I am going to close the public hearing and ask for the committee report, please. Councilor Cox. Committee report.
Ha, that's me. Sorry. So the committee report, the basic, I'd like to just move on with the motion because of the fact that we have really gone through more than what was even presented at Budget and Finance as to the pros and cons and the committee report per se. I recommend the City Council to approve, Budget and Finance voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend the City Council approve the following loan authorization as follows. Ordered that the City of Gloucester appropriates $4,200,000 to pay costs associated with the Gloucester Water Pollution Facility Flood Mitigation Project, including costs incidental or related thereto. To meet this appropriation, the Treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or Section 8, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The mayor and any other appropriate official of the city are authorized to apply for, accept, and expend any grants or gifts that may be available to the city to pay costs of the project. Any premium received by the city upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approving by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by like amount. Further ordered that the treasurer is authorized to file an application with the Municipal Finance Oversight Board to qualify under Chapter 44A of the general laws, any or all of the bonds authorized by this order, and to provide such information and execute such documents as the Municipal Finance Oversight Board may require for these purposes, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. So we're at councilor discussion. Is there any councilor discussion? Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. No, I just want to clarify. I think Attorney Payson identified that where I invoked the 211C, not so much was inappropriate, but it really had no impact. At this point, I'll rescind my request to invoke 211C and allow this to go to a vote.
Thank you, councilor. Is there any other councilor discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the roll call. Councilor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc, yes. Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor Pett.
Yes.
Councilor Cox.
Yes.
Motion passes on a roll call vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
Counselor?
you, councilors. Councilor Cox.
I'd like to request a reconsideration.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second. Does everybody understand? Councilor, I'll call for the roll call. Councilor Gilman.
No.
Councilor Holmgren.
No.
Councilor LeBlanc. No. Councilor McCarthy.
No.
Councilor Memhard.
Bob, why not I say no?
Oh no, Bob would do the opposite. Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor Pett.
No.
Councilor Cox.
No.
Motion to reconsider fails on a roll call vote of 0 in favor, 9 opposed. Thank you, councilors. Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please?
Next order of business is public hearing 2020-026, the loan order 2020-007, loan authorization request in the amount of $4.2 million for the East Gloucester Veterans Memorial School project.
Alrighty, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if there's anybody that would like to speak in favor. Alrighty. Anyone? Vanessa?
Why don't we have John Dunn go first? I'll go right after John.
Okay.
John?
John?
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is pieces of the elementary school project, the combined East Gloucester and Veterans Memorial combined elementary school project that fall outside of what MSBA would normally have reimbursement for. And been through this a number of times with a number of projects, and we took, you know, some consideration at both the building committee and also internally to say that we should probably have pulled these things out, not put them in the $67.6 billion project that was eventually submitted to MSBA and approved on August 25th, and then pull these out and do these separately because they're not part of the override vote. These include the swing space, the relocation of the ball field that is currently at Mados, and also the demolition and eventual kind of site distribution work over at East Gloucester. So these are things that are not going to be reimbursable by MSBA at any level. And we felt it was better to treat them separately, both for the community to know that we are committed to those things and not have the ultimate reimbursement and auditing by MSBA held up by these things, which are, you know, for the most part, particularly with the East Gloucester demolition and renovation of that site, going to be at the very end of the project. It was, we don't really know exactly what the cost of this is going to be. We have estimates at this point, and those are just estimates because we don't really have a full scope and we don't have a full timeline on the project. But we think that, you know, the $4.2 million is going to be reasonable to expend to cover the cost of the initial things that we have to do that are outside of the MSBA project. So I would recommend that we go forward with these. And if the vote in November for the override does not go through, then this is something that could be rescinded and it would not be required. So we could just go forward and just rescind this vote. So we're very confident that the override vote will pass and that these things will be necessary. But we want to make sure that everybody knows that we're not committed to these things permanently if the override vote does not go forward.
Thank you, John. Vanessa?
Thank you, Counselors. Vanessa Krozik, Interim Chief Administrative Officer for the city. You know, as John just briefly discussed, there are several aspects that are not reimbursable through MSBA. You know, he named them, and I will name them right now and reiterate what he said at BNF regarding our estimated costs. And again, those are estimates. For the relocation of the ball field, we're looking at $1.5 through $2 million. For the swing space for students and faculty during construction, we are looking at $1 million. And for the demolition of East Gloucester Elementary School and the resulting site work, we're estimating $1.2 million. As you all know, there are a lot of moving pieces to this project. In an effort to be best prepared to move forward, City Administration has been thinking and planning ahead and wanted to make Gloucester residents aware of our financial commitment to these ancillary costs. The debt service on this loan order would not be part of the debt exclusion vote, therefore would have no bearing on the ballot question in November. This loan order is the city's commitment to this project, especially our commitment to relocate the ball field. City Administration strongly supports this loan order, and we hope you will also. We feel this is an important step in the process and wanted to be forthcoming regarding our plans as we move towards the November debt exclusion vote where the community will decide the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? John?
Just one more thing. We should realize that although these are important pieces of the total project, these are not really tied to the MSBA piece of this. So even though we would like this to go forward, and we think it's a very important thing to do, that we already have our commitment from MSBA as voted on August 25th for us to move forward. But we do feel that this is very important for us as a community to commit to the other portions of the project that are not going to be supported by MSBA in terms of the reimbursement.
All right, John, thank you. Anybody else in favor? Chairman Pope, you there?
I am. Thank you. Jonathan Pope, 16 Marble Street. I am chair of the school committee as well as chair of the building committee. The reason, and Vanessa and John both hit on this, but this is the reason, the timing on this is to guarantee to the people before the vote in November that the city is committed to doing these projects, although they're not tied to the override, the debt exclusion vote. It's really just an affirmation by the city council to say that should the vote pass, that you are committed to all of these projects. You know, they would have to be done. But the important one is the relocation of this women's softball field. That would be the one that seems to be questioned most in the community. And I hope that you vote positively. There's, if the debt exclusion fails, it doesn't matter. It's just an affirmation from the city that you are committed to these projects. And so I hope you support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Joel Favazza.
Thank you. Joel Favazza, 28 Middle Street. I'm a member of the school committee, but I am not speaking on behalf of the school committee, speaking as a citizen and a parent. As many of you know, I have been and may continue to be in the future critical of some decisions made by the city and around our school buildings, but I also have to give credit where credit is due. This city has looked at some of the decisions that were made relative to the Maplewood Ave School in Fuller and is doing things differently this time. Although I agree with Chairman Pope that the relocation of the ball field is very important. I think personally the guarantee that East Gloucester Elementary School will not become an abandoned building if this project goes forward is also paramount. And I do think it's very admirable that the city is making sure that promises made regarding that ball field are going to be fulfilled. Given the financial uncertainty around the pandemic that we're in, that'd be a very easy excuse to use to break such a promise. And the fact that the administration and hopefully the city council tonight is going to move forward saying, no, we're serious about this. We're going to allocate money before we even know if the project's going forward, so that if it does go forward, this field really is going to get rebuilt somewhere else. That is a big change for the way the city has done business with these projects in the past. And I hope that this council will support the loan order. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? We have two callers with their hands up. Tom, can you hear me? Tom Mantle? Hello, Tom. I'll ask him to unmute. Tom, can you hear me now?
Yes, stand by. I'm sorry, this is unrelated to any issue before the council. This is a technical question, if I may be permitted, which
is this about we've already gone through the questioning part, but
this is not about the item on the table. This is a technical question about the presentation of the council's deliberations to the public. My question is, When there's limited video in terms of the participation of the council members that appears on the video screen, the Zoom screen. So I would like to ask two questions. One, when council members who are not present in video on the council screen, are they participating? And two, does the clerk maintain data on the participation of the presence of the council members?
Point of order.
On in real time.
Okay, Sean?
We're working on a proposal with a public hearing, not on IT.
Okay, point of order is upheld. We'll keep continuing the public hearing. I understand your sentiments, Tom. When we take the vote, we'll make sure that the council that is voting will show their face so we'll know that they are participating in the vote. All right, we have another caller here. I'm just gonna say the last 4 digits of your number so I don't reveal your whole number. We have the last 3 digits are 6850. Can you hear me? Hello, caller. Last 4 digits, 6850.
Yeah, this is Craig Hamilton again.
Hey, Craig.
And I'm calling you. I'm not in favor of this.
Okay. Is that all?
Yep.
Thank you, Craig.
I'm not in favor. I'm not in favor of this, Steve. So I know you're taking it. You know who's in favor of this. I'm not. So
Okay.
I don't know if you want to pass. I mean,
You're on the call, and you've been noted as not in favor.
okay.
Thank you, Craig. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition? All right. Mary Ann, can you hear me?
Hi, Mary Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. $4.2 million loan order for items not included in the $66,700,000 school project. Planning a development meeting stated 1.5 to 2 million to move the softball field to Green Street, 1 million for some of the rental costs for the swing space, and 1.2 million for the demo of East Gloucester raised, graded, and seeded. Add these totals and the low end is 3.7. If the ball field requires the full 2 million as stated, you have exhausted all of your 4.2 million in this request. What about the additional cost associated with this project? Will there be more loan requests to come? The taxpayers deserve the right to know the total cost starting at the feasibility study. My husband writes cost estimates for a living. It's not often, in fact, very rarely, that he finds a customer who doesn't want to have a total cost estimate presented and in front of them before heading to the bank, so they have the funding in hand to complete the project. This should hold true with a project of this magnitude. What is the total cost estimate for this project, including the ineligible costs? Again, the public has a right if they are the ones who will be funding it. We would like to know the total, starting with the feasibility study and an itemized list of such costs. The City Council will vote on the land disposition transfer next week, and all of these costs should be readily available. And I will stand tall to say that I have been to meeting after meeting after meeting, and it is true. Things are kept from the general public. We don't even see them in the Gloucester Daily Times. It is time, as you state over and over again, open line of communication is key. And we are not seeing transparency. And it's unfair to all of the citizens in the city, whether they want to vote yes or whether they want to vote no. We need an open line of communication. I was asked last week during a meeting, sent a private message stating, what is your question? I had my hand raised. I feel that's wrong. I should have been able to come on, ask my question, and get an answer from all of you. It's disappointing to spend 4 years on a project like.
Mary Ann, I hate to do, this is for the loan order. This isn't about, I understand.
Talking about the loan order here.
Okay, I understand your frustrations, but this is for the loan order, not what happened in another meeting. I'm sorry.
No, because we always get stopped. Thank you very much.
I'm not stopping you. I'm just trying to.
But we always do. We
You know-
always get stopped from the first meeting until now. We get
Mary Ann.
stopped every time. Thank you and good night.
Okay, I am not stopping you. This is not about another meeting last week that you got a private text message. This is about a $4.2 million loan order that we're discussing at the moment.
I will say,
College.
I was told at that last meeting, please bring your questions and your information to this meeting tonight. So that's what I am doing.
Okay, well, so what's your,
And that's what I'm doing, and I'm now being stopped.
I'm not stopping you. I'm stopping you from reiterating something that happened at another meeting.
So let me ask a question. When does the general public get to have it laid out on the table where the total costs are? That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'd like to go on record for the citizens of the city. If we are funding this project, we should know what the total estimate is, not a breakdown. 4.2 here, 7.3 there, whatever it is, we should have a breakdown. I have followed this intensely for 4 years, and we are not seeing the full project itemized total, and we deserve to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, we're at the 4.2 million loan order for the public hearing only. We're not here to discuss a total cost. That's not before us this evening. And we're not here to discuss something that happened at another meeting. So I apologize if I seem edgy on this, but we have to stick to our rules, and these are our rules, and I have to uphold them as president. Thank you. Patty, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Patty Amaral, 14 Myrtle Square.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last week at the subcommittee meeting, there was a presentation that the 4.2 loan is based on back of the envelope or guesstimates, and that it was to show good faith that offer leveling Veterans and Mados Field and EGS, the new field would be replaced. For the record, I am one of the 2,000 plus citizens who signed a petition against this proposed consolidated school, which is scrapping Mados Field. We raised the money. We wrote the grants to take care of Mados Field here on Webster Street. It is priceless. Me and the 2,000 citizen signatures are opposed to the Article 97 transfer. So we are not asking you to make us whole. We are asking you, leading and pushing the cart ahead of the horse. Also, at the subcommittee meeting, it was stressed that these unspecified ineligible items would happen at the end of the timeline construction. So if they were expensed too late, the city would be at risk of non-compliance and audit. Do not vote on this loan until after the public weighs in on the debt exclusion vote November 3rd. Please save Mados Field. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition? All right. Luis? Luis, are you there? Can you hear me? Luis, I got you on the screen and you are unmuted. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Luis? All right. Luis, I'm going to mute you and I will come back to you. Alrighty, we have, hold on one second. We have Melissa Prince. Melissa, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I just joined this meeting and I'm in my phone, in my car, and I've never done Zoom in my car, so I apologize if there's any technical difficulties.
So we are at the in favor, or are you in favor or opposed?
I am in
Part.
favor of the transfer for Article 97, transfer.
No, this is for the loan order.
I am in favor of the loan order
Okay.
for, I'm sorry, like I said, I just joined this because I just heard of this meeting.
Yeah.
Is this the loan order for Meadows Field?
This is for the $4.2 million for the East Gloucester veteran, the consolidation of the elementary school project, including but not limited to demolition, additional site work, and the current East Gloucester School elementary site.
Yes, okay, so Melissa Texera, Prince, 467 Western Ave, speaking as a resident and as vice chair of the Gloucester School Committee. And I am here to say that I am in favor of the loan order for the new school, the demolition, for the loan order.
Thank you, Melissa. Anything else?
I just think it's obvious in this community that we need educational facilities that address the 20th century learning. And this is one of the first steps to make sure that our kids get their needs. While I know there's various opinions in this matter, I can tell you that the school committee has done due diligence in weighing various opinions in the community. And while we may not all agree on what the right answer is, there's no doubt that moving forward with this project is the right thing to do for our kids. And I think as a community, we can come together and resolve the issues that come along with this project. But I would hope that since we're already in this process, that we continue to do what's right for kids, and doing right by kids is the city council authorizing this loan order to move forward.
Alrighty, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move along to the next caller. Denise, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Denise Piscucci and I live at 20 Birch Grove Heights. First, I want to say I am definitely opposed to this because of the whole situation with Meadows Field. The money that we put into it, which was $280,000. I find it very interesting that the 3 people that were for it were 3 committee members. I don't think there's anybody else as taxpayers besides the committee members that are for it. One thing that I find it very interesting too is this project is being squeezed on a 6.2 acre lot where West Parish has 20.94 acres. Beeman has 22 acres. Plum Cove has 16 acres. I totally oppose you, as I agree with Patty, is that this should not go through until after the November 3rd ballot. So thank you so much, and please consider that the people of Gloucester will vote for this on November 3rd, and a total cost would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. All right, I'm going to try Luis again. Luis, can you hear me? Luis, I have promoted you as a panelist, so you should be able to hear me. All right, Luis, you are unmuted at this point. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? I'm still getting nothing. All right, Luis, I'm gonna circle back to you. I promoted you from an attendee to a panelist, so there shouldn't be a problem on our end with hearing you. So I'm going to mute you, and I will circle back in a few minutes. All right. We have Steve. Steve, can you hear me? Steve DeFilippo? Filippo? Steve? All right. I'm going to circle back to Steve. All right, we have Mark and Laura. Mark? Is it Mark or Laura? Can you hear me?
Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Name and address for the record, please.
Mark Pepin, 8 Green Street. You know, I'm just curious as, you know, a citizen of Gloucester, you guys all as well, as council members and citizens as well. How can you guys vote on $4.2 million not knowing the total cost of the project? It kind of blows my mind that we're sitting here discussing this, but not knowing a total cost of the project. I mean, how do you vote on 4.2 million in good faith? That's it. I oppose this very heavily.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to circle back to Steve. Steve, can you hear me? Steve DeFilippo. Filippo. All right, I can't get him. And Luis. One more time for Luis. I'll circle back to you guys before we do anything else. All right. How about this one? Linda, can you hear me? Linda McCarriston. Linda?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Name and address for the record, please.
Linda McCarriston, 16 Quarry Street. What I'm hearing people say when they call in opposition, and even what I was hearing Jamie say, is that there are many very important and very significant, very good projects facing the city right now. And they involve water treatment plant, the school. And people are saying, in theory, they understand how much time has already been given by subcommittees and by the council to studying the details of these proposals. What people want to know is it possible, or why is it not possible, for those of us who have been here now for 3 hours and 8 minutes, why is it not possible for us to have something more concrete, something like a bid in our hands as we discuss approving one thing or another? I have to say I agree with the suggestion that's been made, or the complaint that's been voiced, that we're voting on these numbers without our being able to see how this money, why we arrived at $4.2 million or whatever we arrived at. And I don't understand. I mean, I'm willing to say I was lazy. I didn't look in the right place. Tell me how to get the information. But I would like to see detailed proposals about projects for which the council is voting that will become, something that the taxpayers will fund. And that's what I hear people saying, and I'm saying it myself as well, that I'd like to be able to see a bid just as I would for anything else that I was going to be paying for, any job that I would be paying for. And I'm not going to say anything about the vote. I am going to say that in the agenda, whatever, in the packet, I think that these details are really appropriate, and people should be able to look at them and make their recommendations to the council according to what they see there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. All righty. Haley, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and address for the record, please.
Haley Meoni, 6 Davis Street Extension. I am the direct abutter of the EGS property, the East Gloucester School property. And I have stated many times about the concerns I have of what will happen to that property once the school comes down, if it's coming down. In the plans, people just keep saying it's going to be taken down and it's going to be seeded. What does that mean? I've heard at PTO meetings that, oh, the neighbors can create a nice park there. I want to know what the city is planning on doing with that property if we're spending this money to take this school down. I strongly oppose this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. Alrighty. We have, I think we have Craig again. Craig, do you have another? I think you gave us your opposition earlier. Craig, right?
Hi, this is Craig Hamilton, 46 Grove Street.
Yes, we got you earlier, Craig. You said you were in opposition, correct?
Yep, I just had a couple, I thought you were taking, calls from people that were for it at that time. So I just got a couple things to say, Steve, really quick. We're in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic. I mean, most schools aren't even functioning at this point. And I don't know how we're, as a city, talking about doing construction of another school right now. With all the pandemic going on, and I don't believe that taxpayers, I mean, there's a lot of people right now that are completely out of work in this city that are, having a hard time paying rent, mortgages, losing their houses, getting evicted. And I think it's a big burden to put people on right now in raising taxes, at this point, as we are right now in the city,
Alrighty, Craig. Thank you. So you're in opposition still?
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for everybody for listening.
No problem.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to try back with Steve. Steve DiFilippo. Filippo, can you hear me? I'm not getting any response from him. I promote him. He's a panelist. And Luis, she's unmuted, and I still don't have a response from her. Luis, one more time. All right, and Steve, disabled talking, there we go. All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition? I still got Steve going on. Steve, can you hear me? Nope. All right. All right, so if there's anybody who doesn't speak in favor or opposition, Madam Clerk, do we have any communications?
We received one communication from Pauline Bresnahan, who's in opposition of this loan order.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any councilor questions? Councilor Gilman.
So at last, the joint meeting, I believe we had a conversation about interest rates right now, and I was wondering if our CFO, John Dunn, could just kind of expand a little bit right now about the interest rates as they stand today as it relates to this $4.2 million loan order. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Counselor. Certainly, interest rates are very, very low. We just issued debt last week for 20 years at 1.4%, and I'll kind of leave that where it is. In general, there's been a couple of questions that I've heard tonight back and forth about the total cost of the project. And let me kind of weigh in on that. So the MSBA has approved us for $66.7 million, and that is the general cost of the project for construction of the school, the combined elementary school on the veteran site. What we're looking at tonight is another $4.2 million to do other ancillary aspects of the project. So that puts us at, let's call it $71 million. To put that in perspective, I guess West Parish was 39 million. So we're getting, 2 West Parishes for, less than that. And that's kind of what we have to think about. So, this is we have an opportunity here to move forward and commit to a particular project with the MSBA supporting it at very low interest rates and at a particular point in time when maybe construction costs are not going to be as expensive as they would be, because construction inflation is moving at 3.5% to 4.5% a year from now. So the community has a choice. They can do that. We can move forward. We can have a combined elementary school, which always provides certain amounts of savings in terms of having many more students in the school with that, and replacing what are, I think everybody would recognize as being two schools that are really probably can't be fixed. So that's where we are. And what we're talking about tonight is $4.2 million that is going to be outside of any possible MSBA reimbursement, but still things that need to be done if we move forward. As I said before, if if the override vote is not successful in November, then this is a loan order that can easily be rescinded because we're not going to spend the money.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Do we have any other councilor questions? Councilor Cox.
This is to Mr. Hale and Mr. Dunn. Are you confident in the estimates that you have received in order to make the dollar amount for the $4.2 million loan order? Based on our communication at the Budget and Finance meeting, we did go over the breakdown. It was specifically asked of you how you came to these numbers, and it was discussed. So again, I'm going to ask the same question I asked at Budget and Finance. How confident are you in these numbers, and what you expect to be the fluctuating reasons for higher or lower amounts?
Mike?
Sure. I'll take it, John. I'll take it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. We base all estimates off of something that has happened previously. So we're looking at redeveloping an existing athletic field to accommodate at a minimum 2 softball diamonds and perhaps parking and some amenities that go along with it. The cost fluctuation will be what we want to add to it. If we're just talking parking, okay, that's one thing. We're talking concessions, restrooms, bleachers. That's when we start adding cost to all our projects. You take a look at the existing Matos Field, there's virtually no parking and a very small bleacher and a bathroom. To replicate that and perhaps on Green Street with another diamond, I think we can certainly do that within the estimate that we have provided. We start adding more to this, which will be driven by the community, then we start driving the cost to the project. We all want more than we want to pay for. I mean, it's a common theme that I see. If we have a reasonable ask, we'll have a reasonable cost. And again, I think the price as proposed is reasonable, given the fact we need 2 softball diamonds and some parking.
John?
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. I would, basically say that, what Mike has said is absolutely correct. We don't have a scope on the projects, and we don't have a timeline. So until we establish that, all we can do is say that these are reasonable estimates. I think for the most part, in the 6+ years I've been in Gloucester, that we've had, pretty good estimates in terms of what projects are going to cost. So if something gets delayed, if something goes sideways, if we decide to have, a much more robust field in terms of where the softball fields or the baseball fields are going to be, then it's going to cost more. But I think at this point that we can pull this in at what we're proposing in the $4.2 million.
Thank you. I appreciate the response.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, John. Is there any other council questions? All righty, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and call for the committee report, please.
That's me again. Committee report, I think we've hashed it all out in the presentation and in the follow-up questions. So I'm going to move on to the motion. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend the City Council to approve the following loan authorization as follows. Ordered that the City of Gloucester appropriates $4,200,000 to pay costs associated with the East Gloucester Veterans Memorial Consolidated Elementary School project, including but not limited to demolition and additional site work at the East Gloucester Elementary School site, ball field relocation, and swing space, including costs incidental or related thereto. To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The mayor and any other appropriate official of the city are authorized to apply for, accept, and expend any grants or gifts that may be available to the city to pay costs of the projects. Any premium received by the city upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by like amount. Further ordered, that the treasurer is authorized to file an application with the Municipal Finance Oversight Board to qualify under Chapter 44A of the general laws, any or all of the bonds authorized by this order, and to provide such information and execute such documents as the Municipal Finance Oversight Board may require for these purposes, and I so move.
Second.
I gotta unmute myself. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any council discussion? Councilor Gilman.
One of the speakers at today's public hearing had asked me on my Facebook Ward 4 page to kind of check into some of the matters of the cost. And I spent some time today and went on the city web, on the gloucesterschools.com website, and noted that the new combined school on page 4 of the frequently asked questions, the combined school 1 year ago was noted as being 72.8 million. And that included the school, the transition space, the demo of the East Gloucester site, and the relocation of the softball field. That I compared with the new information that we've been talking about in BNF, and that being that the cost of the new school is 66.7 million. The MSBA is reimbursing 26.9 million. And if you take that and then add this new $4.2 million proposed loan that we're voting on tonight, that total cost is $70.9 million. So it was 72.8 million a year ago, and that was on the website. That is on the school committee website under Q&A, versus the 70.9 today, which actually translates to 44 million. I just want to be clear that, you know, the communication, I thought, was good when I went and looked on the frequently asked questions. So I just wanted to say that You know, I'm going to be supporting this tonight, but I just wanted those of you who think are suspect to these numbers, the numbers are there. And I dug deeply to look into it because I heard your question and I wanted to make sure I was comfortable with it. So I just wanted to say that in discussion. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, Counselor Holmgren.
I appreciate Councillor Gilman's comments, and I will also be supporting this measure this evening. This is a good faith effort on the part of the city, and for all of the reasons stated by our treasurer and our DPW director, I feel that it would be fine to move forward.
Thank you, Councilor Holmgren. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes, I'm going to support this tonight because I just think it's good planning to have it in place. We've been assured by the administration that if either the land transfer or the debt exclusion doesn't go through, that this loan order will simply be rescinded. So I just don't think it's bad planning to have it in place. This is still going to go to the citizens of Gloucester for a vote.
Councilor Cox and then Councilor Pat.
I reiterate everything that Councilor McCarthy just said. This is proper planning. I feel like we have good faith estimates in an area that fluctuates. So they made estimates based on knowledge, and I have faith in them. And I'm sorry, I'm just a little frustrated by people telling us that we're not prepared. So again, I have faith in this and I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor Pat.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to reiterate my thanks to the administration and the school committee for making this commitment. This loan order verifies their commitment to the citizens about Maidosfield, et cetera. And again, it's something that we can vote on tonight, and it can be rescinded. In our old school, there was the 6 Ps. Prior planning prevents piss poor performance. Okay, and that's what this simply is this evening. It's taking a vote to go ahead and support the complete project if the vote of the people is indeed to go forward, and being prepared to do that in the most expeditious manner, and maybe even save some money for the city if we're able to get in on some better interest rates for everything. So I will be supporting it, and I thank the administration for their commitment throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Anybody else? Seeing none, we have a motion, we have a second. Does everybody understand the vote before us this evening? All right, I will call for the roll call. Councilor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc, yes. Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
All right. Councilor Pat.
Yes.
And Councilor Cox.
Yes.
Motion passes on a roll call vote of 8 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, councilors, thank you. Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please? Oh,
I have
I'm sorry.
something.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Councilor Gilman or Councilor Cox, which one?
I would like to make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Does everybody understand? Okay. Councilor Gilman,
No.
Councilor Holmgren,
No.
Councilor McCarthy?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped myself. Councilor LeBlanc? No. Councilor Memhard?
No.
Councilor Nolan?
No.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor Pat?
No.
Councilor Cox?
No.
Motion to reconsider fails on a motion of 1 in favor, 8 opposed. All righty, thank you,
Thank you,
councilors.
counselors.
Thank you, school committee, John, and everybody else. Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please?
Counselor Gilman has her hand up.
Oh,
Counselor
I'm sorry. Councilor Gilman.
Council, I'm sorry. I need to make a privileged motion to allow us to take a recess for 2 minutes because this meeting is going to go for another hour and a half, and I've been drinking this thing of water right now, and
I've had 3 seltzer waters. Yeah, I hear
yeah.
you.
So
Okay.
if that's okay with the chair.
I agree. So why don't we take a quick 2-minute recess? Let's make it as quick as possible and get back on.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Councilor Gilman. That was a godsend. I'm sure I wasn't the only one. I've been hooked on these Market Basket or whatever they are, seltzer waters. I've been chugging these things like crazy tonight. All right, do we have everybody back in attendance? Melissa, are you with us? Sean? Let's see, Jamie's there, Scott?
Yep.
Jen, John, me, Val. Sean, you're with us?
I'm here.
All right, Melissa, you're here? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get back in session. So City Council, we are back in session. And Madam Clerk, can we have the next order of business, please?
Next order of business is public hearing 2020-027, Special City Council Permit 2020-004, Folly Point Road, number 1, map 146, lot 28, Gloucester zoning ordinance section 3.1.6, parentheses B, building heights in excess of 35 feet in an R20 district.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will open the public hearing and ask if there is anybody that would like to speak in favor. Attorney Favaza.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. We're going to allow you 15 minutes. I'm not sure if you're going to take up the entire 15 minutes, but
I will try not to.
And the same thing with the opposition. Okay. So this is a special council permit. This is a little bit different than what we did earlier. So I'll allow you 15 minutes, opposition 15 minutes, and then we'll go 3 minutes each for anybody else. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
And are you able to see a red dot around the screen?
Yes, very faint, but yes.
Okay, then we're in business.
Yes, you just have to move it a little bit slower because when you move it fast, it kind of appears here and there.
Okay, that's a good note. Thank you. So, for the record, my name is Joel Favaza. I am an attorney at Seaside Legal Solutions, 123 Main Street here in Gloucester. I am here on behalf of Barry M. Goldman. He is the owner of 1 Folly Point Road, and I'm also here on behalf of he and his partner Margaret Franklin, who also lives with him at the property. So we are here tonight because we are looking to renovate and reconstruct a single-family home with an attached garage. This is the existing site plan, and this is just a closer view of it. These will be in this presentation for reference if we need to come back to it. Here are some scaled elevations. Again, these are just here, so if we have specific questions, we can refer back to them. These are a few renderings that were submitted with the original application. So by way of background, this is an existing single-family house that was constructed in 1991. And my clients are hoping to create a tasteful, energy-efficient, green design. They're going to renovate the portions of the existing house that are salvageable, but there are portions that need to come down and be rebuilt. And where that is necessary, that's what they will do. We're here tonight on a height permit. I want to make clear that what we're talking about tonight is this portion highlighted in orange. This is a very large, very beautiful proposed house, but everything that's highlighted in green is as of right construction. The only thing that is tripping the wire and sending us to the council for a special permit is strictly this orange section here. And so I just want to keep that in mind as we go forward. The highest point highlighted in orange is 42 feet 4 inches above average grade, which means we need 12 feet 4 inches of relief because 30 feet above average grade is the height. Just to refresh everyone's memory, average grade is calculated by taking the elevation at the corners of the structure and averaging that, and then measuring to the highest point on the structure from there. So for those of you who came to either of these site visits, when we stood in front of the garage, average grade was about 2 feet below our feet. So the highest point from the garage level itself is closer to 40 feet above average grade. But again, when we talk about the specific mathematical relief we need, it's 42 feet 4 inches. And we got to do our best to make sure that when I ask for the relief and when motions are made, we use that magic number. So we are governed by section 316B of the zoning ordinance. This is the standard to be applied. I'll go through it step by step as quickly as I can. So the first question is it consistent with neighborhood character? And so this analysis here, I want to make sure that I'm clear. This isn't in no way supposed to be some sort of threat. If you don't give us what we want, we'll do something else. My clients have no intention of developing this property as anything but a single family. But it's important to note that this is 5 acres of R20 land. And I could head over to the planning board and with not a whole lot of difficulty, probably get a 9-lot subdivision through, which would be 18 dwelling units. And you could probably also get a 20-lot cluster development through, which would be about 40 units. However, although that may make sense in the R20 zone generally, this particular R20 zone out on Falling Point Road is really comprised of large estates. And my clients intend to keep it that way. In fact, they were one of several parties that were interested in purchasing the property, and the seller chose my clients over anybody else because their intentions were not to develop it to its maximized density. So these are some of the neighboring properties. You have 41 Folly Point Road, just under 10,000 square feet on their structure on about 1.5 acres. 30 Folly Point Road has almost 12,000 square feet on 6 acres. 29 Folly Point Road has just over 7,000 square feet on 2.8 acres. And 27 Folly Point Road has almost 6,500 square feet on just under 1 acre of land. 1 Folly Point Road, the proposed structure will be nearly 13,000 square feet on 5.18 acres. So this sits in with the neighborhood character, although it's not what you would typically find in the R20 zone throughout many other portions of the city. This particular R20 zone lends itself to these type of large estates. When you get past that, you have to make sure you can find that the height, and again, just that part in orange we looked at, can't be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views. I'm going to briefly go through. This is in your packet. These are real pictures taken last winter, and these are painstakingly calculated renderings of what the new structure will look like. And although we did 2 site visits, I think these are actually more instructional because the site visit was done with the foliage up, and when the foliage is up, as you know, you really can't see much of anything from neighboring properties. And this is just a superimposition of the existing structure, so you can see that yes, this portion is taller than what was there. But again, as far as obstructing views, I don't think you're going to find that happening. This is down on the entryway to Folly Point. You can barely see the difference. There's the old structure, so you know where you're even supposed to look. This is from 10 Folly Point Road, looking up. Again, there's the change. And there's the old one. This is from 12 Folly Point Road. So everyone who came to the site visit, we drove up this driveway and parked over here. And when the proposed house is built, that's the difference. Again, the height permit is only relating to this section in the rear. And that's the existing house again. This is from 25 Folly Point Road, so we are north of the structure looking south. This is again northeast of the structure, looking southwest from 27 Folly Point Road. This is one of the closer property lines. This is that little brook that is at the division line of 1236 Washington Street. That's to the southeast, looking northwest. And that's the difference. And this is an interesting set of slides because you can actually see that the width of the building is narrowing at this location, although it is getting taller. This is from Washington Street. Another one from further down Washington Street. Further down Washington Street, still looking northwest at this point. And so if you can find that there's no obstruction of views leading to a substantial detriment to the neighborhood, you have to make sure there's no overshadowing of other properties. This is the subject property, that's the existing house, but as I mentioned, the proposed house is sitting on the existing footprint for the most part, and the nearest houses are hundreds of feet away. So even if this was, clear flat land, this structure would not throw shadows onto neighboring properties. But you also have to remember that this house is surrounded by dense tree lines, and so even if, again, even if you're concerned that there would be some sort of shadow at the dead of winter stretching off the property, these trees are what's going to overshadow any neighboring property long before the tower section. Again, that tower section will be located approximately here on the site, right smack dab in the middle, pretty much the furthest from the neighboring properties and the least likely place to throw a shadow. So then the last one is you have to make sure you can find that there'll be no impairment of utilities or other adverse impacts. There's going to be no additional traffic as a result of keeping this a single family. And in fact, this is going to likely reduce resource consumption due to the green design being employed. So to go back over quickly, there's no overshadowing, there's no obstructive views, we're not impairing utilities, and we are in keeping with the character of this specific neighborhood. So that being said, I believe all standards for the requested permit have been met. I would ask that you would grant such relief. I thank you for your time. I obviously will remain here in case you have any questions, but for now I will end my slideshow and return the screen.
All right, Joel, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? Alrighty, seeing none. Is there anybody that would like to speak in opposition? So I'm going to restate that if you are calling in on a telephone, you can press *9 to speak. And if you are watching or listening in on a device or a laptop, you can press, there's a raise hand button to be acknowledged to speak. It'll show that you have a question and I will call on you. In opposition, seeing none. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are none.
Do we have any councilor questions? All righty, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and call for the committee report, please. Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Counselor. Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council grant to Barry Goldman and Margaret Franklin a special council permit SCP 2020-004 for the property located at Folly Point Road, number 1, Assessors Map 146, Lot 28, zoned R20, pursuant to Gloucester Zoning Ordinance Section 3.1.6b, for building height and access of 35 feet, for a home to be 42 feet 4 inches, for total height increase of 7 feet 4 inches over 35 feet. This permit is made on the basis of plans and elevations dated March 17, 2020, submitted to the city clerk on March 30, 2020, and August 19, 2020, entitled Permit Site Plan 1 Folly Point Road for Barry Goldman and Margaret Franklin. Subject to new information and or debate that results from this public hearing, this special council permit is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other councilor discussion?
Counselor.
Counselor Gilman?
I would like to amend the motion coming out of subcommittee report by adding and inserting before the paragraph that begins with, "This permit is made on the basis of plans and elevations. This building height is consistent with neighborhood character and will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, overshadowing of other properties, impairment of utilities, or other adverse impacts." And I so move.
Second.
All righty, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All righty, seeing none, I will make a roll call vote on the amendment only. Counselor Gilman?
Yes.
Counselor Holmgren?
Yes.
Counselor LeBlanc? Yes. Counselor McCarthy?
Yes.
Counselor Memhard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
Yes.
Counselor Peck?
Yes.
And Counselor Cox?
Yes.
All right, the amendment passes on a roll call vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Back to the main motion. Counselor Gilman, is there anything else?
No, I have my narrative if we're ready for that.
Yeah, we're in councilor discussion right now, so
Okay, great.
absolutely.
So we had 2 site visits. One was in August, and it was the first site visit that we had with social distancing. And we made sure that all of the abutters were noticed, and they, I believe about 5 or 6 attended. And then we had a second site visit on September 9th, 2020, because we had a small technicality where the balloon that was showing the height was slightly lower. I believe it was 6 feet than what it should have been. So Attorney Favazza brought that to our attention, and we all felt that we should go back and visit the property again. I am proud to say that all counselors went to the site in either the first or the second site visit. And to add to that, we had a rigorous conversation about this ordinance in front of us, zoning ordinance on 3.1.6B at our most recent September 16th, 2020 meeting. I think some of the highlights that we discussed were mentioned in Attorney Favazza's presentation. And what I'd like to do is, prior to asking permission to lead the discussion, I wanted to just repeat to counselors that in order to approve this application, the City Council must find that the increase of the allowable height beyond 35 feet is both, number 1, is consistent with neighborhood character, and number 2, is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, overshadowing of other properties, impairment of utilities, or other adverse impacts. In other words, we must find both 1 and 2 in order to approve this application. We don't have to go into every element of number 2, but it's important that we bring as many of these up. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, if I may lead this discussion with the counselors and then turn it back to you for the roll call, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay. So counselors, I just ask, we don't want to, do a straw vote or straw poll, but I just like to engage in a rigorous conversation about why or why not you feel that 3.1.6B is addressed in this proposal and that you're comfortable with it. So would anyone like to start?
Councilor Gilman?
Yep.
I understand your points here, but I think this is councilor discussion, and I think that, we understand what's in front of us this evening.
Okay.
So I think that, we should be able to move forward with the vote without having to, I'm sure everybody understands the subsections that were listed here, and will take in consideration. I know we've been in the meeting, we still got another public hearing after this, and I don't want to drag this out any longer than it has to be. And I understand without disrespect to you, but I think that we should be able to take a vote at this point and state why we're doing it at the time of vote. Do you follow me?
Right, but I was just hoping to have a general discussion about the rigorous criteria that's in front of us before we do that vote.
Okay, no, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can just kind of move it along. I don't
Okay.
want to cut anybody short, but I know we got another one of these before us. We still got
I understand.
95 people on the call waiting for the next one, so.
I understand.
Proceed, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So who would like to start?
Why don't we start off with your subcommittee and we'll go from subcommittee to subcommittee. How's that?
Okay, great. Counselor Pat, Counselor Holgram. Counselor Holgram.
I'm in favor. The applicant has done their work. The cupola is below the tree line, and it's fairly cut and dried from my perspective.
Thank you. Counselor Pat?
Yes, again, the applicant has made a good presentation to us. We had site visits and abutters were invited. We did have an abutter that came and asked some questions. They were all answered. And I don't see any problems with this. And I think it meets all the criteria, and I'll be supporting the vote.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Memard.
I'd just like to say that I appreciate the effort that has gone into this. It's a lovely neighborhood. The parcel is a 5-acre parcel. It's heavily wooded, and it's clear to me that the requested higher structure does not impose in any way on the surrounding properties or dominate the landscape unduly. And so that it seems to me that this project is clearly in keeping with the character of this particular neighborhood. And I would support this project.
Great, thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Councilor Cox?
I will be supporting this tonight based on the site visit and the input from the residents surrounding it. I think it meets both criterias.
Great, thank you. Anyone else want to speak?
John?
Councilor Nolan? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe that this does meet the criteria of not overshadowing, which I take very seriously. It fits the neighborhood well, and the work that was done in committee has been outstanding, and I will be supporting this.
Great, thank you. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes, after the site visit, I've been down there a couple times. I know the area well. They were all large estates. This is a large estate. So I think it fits in with the character of the neighborhood. I don't see any issues with overshadowing, obstructed views. I am going to support this. It's a very small area of the house that's asking for the height variance. So I'm going
Great.
to support.
Thank you. And anyone else want to speak? Councilor LeBlanc, thank you.
I'm going to support this also tonight. I think it's consistent with what's already there. The house that's there is a pretty large house on a very large lot. There won't be any shadowing. You could barely, even when we walked through, I couldn't see any other houses from when we did the site visit. Any other houses or basically anything from the site. I could see a little bit of Rockport, but that's not part of Gloucester. We're not dealing with that. So I think this fits the criteria, and I just want to thank the Planning and Development Committee and Chairman Gilman for conducting a very thorough site visit, and we appreciate the whole Planning and Development for vetting this tonight. So I will support this evening.
Great, thank you. So I think I'm the last one that wants to speak, and then we're ready for the roll. Oh, Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. I attended the site visit, and as has already been said, I think this addition is in keeping with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I will just be the last to speak. One of the things that I thought worked really well was the questioning from all of the folks that were on the site visit. And Attorney Favaza did a good job answering all those questions when we went back to our meeting on the 16th of September. So I felt really comfortable with that and with the process. So, so that's it. So we're ready for the roll call. So thank you, Counselor.
All righty. And also, Attorney Favazza, thank you for stepping up and noting an error last time and bringing it back for another site visit. That was very thoughtful. All right, so I will call the roll call. Councilor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc, yes. Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor Pat.
Yes.
Councilor Cox.
Yes.
Motion passes for the City Council special permit on a roll call vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you
All righty.
very much.
Thank you, guys. Madam Clerk, next order of business, please.
Next order of business is public hearing 2020-009, special city council permit 2020-001, Wingersheet Road, number 105, map 261, lot 31, Gloucester zoning ordinance, sections 1.8.3, standard to be applied, and section 3.1.6, parentheses B, building heights in excess of 35 feet in the R20 low medium density residential district.
Ready? I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if there's anybody that would like to speak in favor.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. So who's speaking?
Attorney
Is that-
Wilhelmina Sheedy.
Okay, hey Wilhelmina. So I'm going to say the same thing I said to Attorney Favazza. You'll get 15 minutes. Opposition will get 15 minutes if they wish to, and then we'll have 3 minutes each for the attendees that would like to speak in favor and opposition. So go right ahead.
And will we have a rebuttal, Mr. President?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Attorney Wilhelmina Sheedy. Also, we would like to have a presentation and do a screen share as well.
We can see you.
Okay, we're Wilhelmina Sheedy, 76 Main Street, Rockport, appearing on behalf of Lawrence Costa, who is seeking a special permit under section 3.1.6B of the zoning ordinance for a height exception to rebuild an existing residential dwelling at 105 Wingersheet Road. Also appearing this evening for Mr. Costa is the architect, Robert Gulla, who will address the views, the site conditions, and the design of the structure, as well as the sun study or the shadow study that was completed. Also, consultant David Calkins, who submitted a study indicating the height of the properties on Wingersheet Road to the mean high water mark, and attorney Mark Bobrowski, who will give the rebuttal. Also, Nanine Costa is here and available to answer any questions. The applicant, Larry Costa, is a Gloucester native, and he's a graduate of Gloucester High School, and he has family here. He appeared before this council 3 years ago in March of 2017 on the same application where Planning and Development recommended and the full council approved this project. And they issued a special permit to build a home in excess of 35 feet. The decision was then appealed by 2 abutters, and the Superior Court found that a special permit decision under 3.1.6B must contain the written findings that the increase in the allowable height is 1, consistent with neighborhood character, and 2, will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, overshadowing of other properties, impairment of utilities, or other adverse impacts. The jurisdiction of this council applies only to the 9.5 feet that exceed the allowable 30-foot height that is permitted under the zoning ordinance. The remainder of the building, in terms of size, setbacks, and lot coverage, is controlled by other requirements in the ordinance, and this home will conform to all of those requirements. The ordinance is clear. The question is whether the 9.5 feet on the top of this proposed house is consistent with neighborhood character, a neighborhood in which all new homes which are built or any existing home that is improved by more than 50% of the building value located in a flood zone must meet FEMA regulations and be built above the flood elevation. The other analysis by this council is whether the 9.5 feet on top of this proposed home is substantially detrimental to this particular neighborhood because the 9.5 feet will obstruct or block views, or because the 9.5 feet overshadows other properties, or because the 9.5 feet will cause an impairment of utilities or have other adverse impacts. We will present the evidence tonight that the 9.5 feet is consistent with the neighborhood character. It does not obstruct views. It does not overshadow other properties, and it does not impair utilities or cause other adverse impacts. This neighborhood begins at the guardhouse and stretches to the end of Wingersheek Road beyond the castle. The homeowners are members of the Wingersheek Improvement Association, which is a homeowners association who pay annual dues for the guard as well as snow plowing and street repair. This is a neighborhood similar to Eastern Point and Annisquam, where there is essentially one entry in and one exit out. There is a mixture of traditional and contemporary homes of varying sizes, from small cottages to large homes, castles, and contemporaries, and like this project, classic New England shingle-style homes. The neighborhood is mainly located in the flood zone, where environmental regulations now require that any home is built or substantially renovated must be on pilings. Therefore, the height of the new dwelling is consistent with this particular neighborhood's character. There are now several homes in this neighborhood that the City Council has given permission to exceed 35 feet. For example, 25 Wingersheek Road and 132 Wingersheek Road, both were given special permits to exceed 35 feet. When we look at whether this proposed home is consistent with the neighborhood character and not substantially detrimental to it, we must look at the entire neighborhood and not just the abutting properties to 105 Wingersheek. Many original homeowners in this neighborhood were fortunate to be able to build their homes before these fairly recent regulations went into effect. However, new construction and significant repairs require existing structures to be built on pilings. But each project will need to meet the criteria set forth in 3.1.6. And so there is an oversight mechanism in the Gloucester zoning ordinance. Just briefly on the zoning, this area is zoned R20 and it requires 20,000 square feet of land. 105 Wingersheek has 90,000, about 2 acres of land on the property. Zoning requires 80 feet of frontage, and there is 200 feet of frontage here. 100 feet of lot width is required, and there's 200 feet here. As for yard dimensions, there's a 30-foot front yard, and there would be 232 feet for the front yard. 20-foot side yard, and we are proposing 25 feet. 30-foot rear yard, and we are proposing 66 feet. 30-foot building height, and we are proposing 39 feet 6 inches, and 25% lot coverage. As you can see on the right-hand side, what 25% lot coverage would entail. And the proposed structure is only 7.5% of the lot coverage. The land at Wingersheek, 105 Wingersheek, is more than 4 times the size and twice the frontage required under the zoning ordinance. And it contains, as I said, approximately 2 acres of land. Also, this oversized lot could potentially be divided into 2 separate lots. It has enough frontage and area, with homes encompassing up to 25% of the lot coverage on each of those lots. That would equate to 50% lot coverage, whereas we are proposing only 7.5%. The applicant feels that a subdivision of the property would be more detrimental, not only to the neighborhood with twice as many cars, driveways, septic systems, and the like, but it would also be more detrimental to this environment in this conservation area. The proposed design of the home is situated across the lot so that a future subdivision could not occur. In addition, this home was designed to lessen any potential impact on the abutters' views, with the wings facing back instead of directly along the property line. This preserves the current northeasterly sight line of the Archers at 103 Wingersheek Road and the southwesterly sight line of the Kensies at 111 Wingersheek Road, the immediate butters to the property. In addition, Mr. Costa has asked that this home be designed with geothermal solar and green initiatives and numerous considerations for the environment, including planting of 13,000 square feet of dune grasses and elevated boardwalk to the beach at great cost in order to protect the vegetation along the beach from human traffic. The proposed structure will meet all dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance except for building heights, and this is due to the FEMA regulations, which require the building be raised to a point that is 9.5 feet above the average grade. If we go to page 11 of the PowerPoint, it's a little more explicit on page 11. showing on the left-hand side, you can see from the average grade up to the top of the roof, it's 39.6 feet. You see on the very left. And to the right of that, you see the house itself is 30 feet tall, the standard allowable height. But to the right of that, you see that you have to start at 9.5 feet or 9.5 feet, 9 feet, 6 inches, add the 30 feet to that. So essentially the 9 feet, 6 inches on the top is the roof line, is what we're looking at. So it's a 30-foot high house on 9-foot, 6-inch pilings, which becomes the roof area. It doesn't matter how large or how small this house is. Based on the elevation of this particular lot, it would be required to be raised 9.5 feet. And also the property is located in sort of a bowl in the middle of it, and a good portion of the proposed house would be situated in that bowl. We did have a shadow study that was prepared by McHenry Architecture that Mr. Gullo will explain in more detail. And the 9.5-foot height exception will not cause overshadowing of the other properties. Mr. Costa has received all remaining approvals for the proposed home, including the engineering department relative to grading and drainage, the Board of Health for the septic system design, and an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. All of these city departments have issued extensions to their approvals that remain current and in place. This home must be built on 9.5-foot pilings. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a special permit for the resulting increase in allowable height of 9.5 feet, which, as I mentioned, is essentially the roof over the building. So instead of having a 30-foot high home with a flat roof, the proposed roof line would be in keeping with the area. It is designed to fit the character of the neighborhood. Instead of a flat bunker-like building, this would be a traditional looking home. And I'll just briefly touch on the section 1.8.3 of the Gloucester zoning ordinance. The project is consistent with the neighborhood and the social community needs, and that it will not obstruct any abutters' views or cause overshadowing. There will be no effect on traffic flow or safety, as the building will be replacing an existing single-family home with the same number of bedrooms. The proposal will not impact utilities and other public services, as there already is city water, and the Board of Health has approved the septic design. The proposed house will be in keeping with the neighborhood character and social structure. The applicant has worked with the Conservation Commission in siting the house and received an order of conditions, and the additional height will not affect the environment. And the construction of this residence will add to the tax base and provide tax revenue and permitting fees. I'm going to turn this over now to Rob Gullo so he can address certain other aspects of the proposal. Rob?
Yep. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, councilors. I'll keep it as brief as I can. Just a brief description of elevation. I wanted to get, there's a lot of confusion I've been hearing out there. We use terms for elevation, which describes a level of plane that can vary in height. And we also are using mean high water, which is a similar mechanism, but it is fixed. So anything above sea level obviously is a fixed dimension. So 105 Winger Chic sits low in a bowl, which I think we all saw on the site visit and Mina brought up. Also, please note every house on the beach, if it was removed tomorrow by a storm, houses would be rebuilt on the first floor, be at the same elevation as 105 Winger Chic, which would be 22.5. So sometime down the road, as all these houses roll over and get fixed through the FEMA, everybody's going to be kind of in the same place. So it's not by choice 105 Winger Chic is so high, it's to abide by the FEMA flood laws. Again, as Attorney Sheedy said, this is an issue being driven by FEMA and not our clients. We designed a 3-foot high, 30-foot high building that was pushed up by 9.5 feet by the FEMA regs. This is an actual total elevation of 39.5 feet. Not 52 feet plus, which has been being reported for some reason. I don't know if people understand the difference between average grade and sea level, but again, 39.5 is what we're asking, less so than the previous project. When you're standing in front of the finished house, it will be 39.5 feet tall, not 52. We have a shadow study we'll go through in a minute. At the site visit, we had taken, in the spring of this year with city councilors and neighbors, we put some poles on the existing cottage to indicate the by right height of the proposed height. I believe it was the Lindquist House at 101 who were kind enough to allow us to enter their home up into their second floor living space to look at the slot view that we were concerned about, which is up on the screen right now. After a short period of time of standing there, two of the counselors astutely observed, if you looked at the poles that were on the existing cottage and carried it to the pole that is in the middle of that picture, they basically, the commissioners, counselors themselves made the connection and said, a by right view here is a by right construction is going to obliterate this view already. So the additional 9.5 feet of additional attic is what we're talking about here, attic, has no effect. Again, to be clear, we are discussing an attic. Everything below the height by right could be built tomorrow as as we meet all other dimensional requirements. This project could have a flat roof and in lieu of a unheated attic. I think it would be hard pressed for anyone to suggest that a flat roof on this building would be in more keeping with the neighborhood than the one we are proposing. But I'm open to hear other opinions on that. That being said, if we want to shift over now, David, to these shadow studies, I don't know if the chair or the counselors have had a chance to look at these, but if we start with the first slide, moving down, this is just the cover page. We're basically showing the shadows that are being created by 105 Winger Chic. And if you look at this first slide on the far left at 10 a.m. in a spring equinox, it tickles the side of the house on 103 Winger Chic. Otherwise, there are no other impacts on these three slides showing it not impacting the people to the left or to the right. If we move to the next slide, you can see here as well. Now you look at, this is a summer solstice. We are looking at it at the first slide on the left is 9 a.m. It is pulled away from 103, and it is obviously not hitting the others, 111, not touching there. And then if you go through all the other slides from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., nothing there. If we move on to the fall equinox, you can see we're tickling again over it, which makes sense. You basically have the same sun angle, tickling over 103, I believe that is. And then we're not even going near 111. Same across slide to slide. So the last slide, if we have it here, this is the only one. This is a winter solstice. This is showing more overshadow, slight overshadowing, I would say, tickling the corner, the same corner of 101. And then again, this is one slot period in time, an hour maybe, and the rest are completely clear. So I think that covers everything I wanted to say, unless there were any questions.
All right, we're gonna hold off on councilor questions, but you guys are at 16 and a half minutes.
Okay.
Just to give you a heads up. Okay, great.
I can be real brief, Councilor LeBlanc, if that's all right.
Sure.
My name's David Calkins, Back Channel Consulting. We were tasked with just doing an elevation study of Coffin Beach to really illustrate how the elevations and the relationship are on the beach. And so, as you've heard tonight, it gets a little confusing and complex with elevation, height in relation to FEMA, as well as it relates to topography. So what we did real quick is on this study, we kept it simple. We used the high water mark using local tide charts. 2 separate occasions, we went to the beach at high tide using a Nikon NC60S, which is a clinometer hypsometer. Basically simplified further, it's a tripod mounted sophisticated rangefinder. We then shot high tide in front of each house. We shot the house for distance and then the tallest roof peak for elevation, triangulated that with the slope. And what you're looking at is general elevation above high tide. This is no relation to any certain property or the topography. This is a constant high tide watermark and general elevation. What this graph, in my opinion, does very well is it illustrates two things. One is starting from one Winger Chic to the end down by the castles. It shows sort of the flow of elevations and how the houses all line up along the beach. Second is it shows that the proposed building would be the 5th tallest building on the beach. And within 3 feet of that, there's another handful. So by what the project is being judged upon being consistent with the neighborhood, it would be my opinion that it would be consistent because there's already buildings taller than that. Lastly, what's not shown on here, just for simplistic reasons, is if we were to impose the FEMA impact on this, not changing any of the houses, but simply requiring them to start at the 19-foot elevation as in FEMA Zone 6, all of these elevations would then go up, becoming more consistent with what the proposed building is. As I'm sure you're aware, this conversation is not going to be unique to Mr. Costa's proposal. It's going to be more prevalent as houses are improved along the beach and development happens, which really begs to say it's consistent now, and it probably becomes even more consistent as the beach, as we continue down this path. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? All righty. Attorney Sheedy, can I ask you to stop? There we go. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor? All right. We've got several people on the line here that are raising their hands. I had a quick conversation with our city clerk earlier this afternoon, and we had 75 plus communications for this proposal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow you to talk.
President,
Yes.
it's 73 communications.
Okay, 73 communications.
Yes.
So what I'm going to try to do is, I know we've got 96 people in attendance, and if everybody wants to speak 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, we'll be here for 4 hours. So I'm going to ask everybody to speak very briefly if possible, and just state whether you're in favor or opposition. If you have a stake in the game where you're a direct abutter, definitely speak up, but let's try to keep the in favor or in opposition as quickly as possible to get your point across. So I'm going to call on the first one at the top as Jack Favaza. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Name and address for the record.
Jack Favaza, 3 Doan Road. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Peter Favaza, and Nancy Favaza, all of 3 Doan Road, and we are all in favor of the project.
All righty, Jack. Thank you very much. All righty, we're going to go to Jim Alvarez. Jim, can you hear me?
I can. Jim Alvarez, 7 Aileen Terrace in Gloucester. I think this project is definitely in keeping with the seaside look of the Cape Ann and Gloucester in particular, and it certainly will help the tax base of the city. So I am completely in favor of this project.
Thank you, Jim. All righty, let me move this right along. We have Marcia O'Brien. Marcia, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm speaking in favor of this. I live at 19 Stanwood Point, Gloucester, Mass, lifelong resident. The project is a great project for our city. It will generate significant tax revenue for our city, replacing an older cottage, perhaps significant enough to fund another teacher or a firefighter. And as we all know, we need taxes and revenue. Also, as you've heard, Larry is a native. He was born in Gloucester. It's his hometown. His family have been lifelong residents for generations. He went to Gloucester School, ROTC, graduated, went on to Norwich University, graduated, then he volunteered for the military. And he's come back to his hometown. He and his wife, Nanine, are wonderful people, and they're just fabulous assets to our community. They're generous with their time. They're generous with their friendships. They're generous to our community. And this project, as you heard, meets all the requirements, and I am asking you to please support this, and I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. All righty, next we have a caller. The last 4 digits are 2852. Caller, can you hear me? Hello, caller? 2852, the last 4 digits of your phone number, caller? All right, I'm going to ask to unmute. And what I'm going to do is I'll leave that person up there for a few minutes and we'll circle back. Next, we have John Nicastro. John, can you hear me? John? All right, we'll do the same thing with John.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Name and address for the record, please.
John Nicastro, 1 Tolman Ave in Gloucester. Now, I know I'm miles away from Wingasheek, but I spent a lot of time there because my mother ran the beach concession for 15 years back in the 60s. I'm going to throw a little humor in here. I remember telling my father, they're selling house lots on the private side of Wingasheek, $10,000. And my father says, who's stupid enough to pay $10,000 for sand? Knowing what they go for now. But anyway, I'm in favor of the project. If it wasn't for the FEMA regulations, we wouldn't even be sitting here right now. The neighbors need to keep in mind that if this isn't passed, Mr. Costa could subdivide that land and put probably 3 houses in there. It's over 2 acres. Is that what they like to see? 3 houses instead of 1 Nantucket style? I think people got to really think about what's best for that spot. And I think the Costa plan is good for that spot. And I've been on the private side of Wingasheek a lot. I'm a 30-year firefighter. I worked out of the Conker Street station for many years. So I spent a lot of time down there at fires or medical emergencies. And some of those houses blow my mind. I mean, 132, it looks like come out of Star Wars. It doesn't fit in down there. And I believe another one, number 41, looks like a square box. I mean, who approves square boxes? The Costa plan, I think it's the best you guys could do for that spot. So thank you, and thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you, John. All righty, I'm going to circle back. Oh, actually, we're going to have Kasaria. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. Kasaya?
No, it's Kasha Davis. And
I'm sorry, Kasha.
we're 91 Wingasheek, and we'd like to oppose this, please. We strenuously object that this permit would be in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Let's see here. We have Erin Nelson. Erin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm speaking on behalf of 132 Wingasheek Road. I'm here with Douglas Drain, and we spend lots of time on the magical beach and care about the community and believe that the zoning regulations should be respected and should mandate the law. So we propose that the special permit for 105 Wingasheek is outside of zoning regulations, and we vote no on the special permit. Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Erin. All right, we'll move right along to Frank. Frank, can you hear me? Nope. Did I get Frank? Oh, I'm sorry, Lois. Lois Linsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Lois Cooperstein Linsky, 3 Rio Drive, Gloucester. I'd like to support this. The Costas are great people. The house is beautiful. It's perfect for the neighborhood. And as someone spoke earlier, with the FEMA regulations, as we know, more and more storms are going to be coming, and all the houses in that neighborhood are going to have to be rebuilt and rebuilt up. So you might as well start with a beautiful house. I'm in support of this.
Thank you, Lois. All righty, we'll get to Frank. Frank, can you hear me? Hello, Frank. Frank Kinzel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Frank. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Frank Kinsey, 111 Wingersheek Drive, 111 Wingersheek Road. We are a direct abutter of the project to the west, and we object to this project on several bases. First, as a preliminary matter, we have gotten no notice from the city of Gloucester regarding this meeting today. We believe that's a violation of Massachusetts law. As a direct abutter, we're an interested party, and we believe that Massachusetts law requires that you provide notice to us. I hope you all had a chance to read those 73 letters that have been submitted. The last time I looked at them, they were all 100% opposed to this project. Included in those 73 letters were letters from residents in the neighborhood. I know you've heard supporting people today, every one of which that I've heard so far does not live in the neighborhood. 52% of the people who live in the neighborhood, who live on Wingersheek Road in the Upper Beach, sent you a letter opposing this project, more than half. I think it's an extraordinary thing that over half the people would speak out on any topic, but to have them unanimous in their opposition for the project, I think is something you need to take into account. The current house at Wingersheek Road at 105 is 1,348 square feet. The new project is 12,800 square feet with their decks and 10,300 square feet without their decks. And then on top of that, there's an attic with dormers and high ceilings that appears built with a plan for future occupancy. It's 9 foot, it's 10 foot high. This proposed house is not consistent with the neighborhood character. It's more than twice the size of any other house in the neighborhood, and 3 times the size if you were to include the 3rd floor, and almost 10 times the average size of other houses in the neighborhood. The proposed house will definitely interfere with our views of sunrise and block nearly all views to the east of our house. We currently have morning views from our bedrooms of sunrise over the dunes as well as beach activity to the east, and those views would be completely eliminated by this structure. The only views we would have to the east would be of a massive 50-foot high structure. The proposed structure will overshadow our house and property. I know you've seen a sun study, which we just saw, that tickled our house, supposedly. I wouldn't consider that tickling our house. And I don't think your ordinance is designed to only look at sun at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's take the first one, which is the equinox. 6:44 a.m. is sunrise. The sun study that you showed what happened at 9 o'clock a.m. So what happens between 6:44 a.m. and 9 o'clock a.m.? Our house would be immersed in shadows. We would not be able to see the sunrise. We wouldn't be able to see the sun hit our property until after 9 o'clock in the morning. On the summer solstice of June 21st, the earliest time shown was 9 a.m. when there was apparently no overshadowing. However, again, sunrise on June 21st is at 5 o'clock in the morning. So between 5 o'clock, in the 4 hours between 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock, there would be significant overshadowing, but your study that was shown specifically excluded that time period. On the winter solstice, there was almost complete overshadowing of our bedrooms and our front deck, which is on the seaside beachfront patio at 10 o'clock in the morning. It is interesting, of course, that they use 10 o'clock for the winter solstice time, because obviously at 9 o'clock, there would have been even more overshadowing virtually over the entire property, which is the time that they use for the other 3 time periods that they looked at. So there definitely is overshadowing if you consider the sun as being overshadowing. But there's another definition of overshadowing. Overshadowing means to appear more prominent and important than something else. And in that sense, I go back to Councilor Meinert's question with respect to the last property. Does this property dominate the landscape? Yes, this would be a property which dominates the landscape. And with respect to the last property that you considered, he said that doesn't dominate the landscape because there are many other houses like that. There's no house like that in Wingersheek Beach right now. There's no 12,800 square foot house on that beach. The largest, as I pointed out, is less than half that size.
Frank,
in addition to those issues,
Frank, I don't mean to cut you short. We're at 4 minutes. I usually give about 3 miness. So if you want to wrap it up.
Okay. I also want to talk about some very specific adverse impacts of that house to our house. First of all, the house that is shaped in a V. The V points into the northeast, which is where our worst storms come from. Those of us in Gloucester know that. In the wintertime, we're going to get 60 miles an hour winds hitting that V-shaped force of wall, 100-foot long wall, 40-foot high, and it's going to deflect all of that wind into our house, directly into my bedrooms. It's going to dump snow in my house. It's going to dump sand in my house. It's going to sandblast the house. It's probably going to blow the roof off and the roof shingles. Look at the design of the house and think about what happens. Think about whether you'd like to have a massive 100-foot by 40-foot deflector placed at a 45-degree angle to your house by the property next door. The next point is the ramp. There's an alleged garage in that house with a ramp. The ramp is in the 20-foot setback. The ramp is an illegal structure. It should never have been approved. Look at the pictures again of that, the drawings again of that house, and look where that ramp is on the garage. But in addition, it's a completely unrealistic ramp. There's an elevation change of 9 feet, and they're only showing a 9-foot ramp.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. Kinsey, I apologize. We're not doing this permit review on the ramp or on the garage or anything like that. And I think you're probably over 5 minutes by now. So I apologize for interrupting, but thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Holmgren. And Frank, I understand your concerns. We let the proposed go over for a few minutes. I didn't have a problem letting you go over just a little bit. But we've got another 16 people trying to get in. We understand your concerns, and we're at a little over 5.5 minutes. So I appreciate
Steve, I appreciate that. I have detailed all this in a letter to the councilors. I would encourage the councilors to read the letter and incorporate all of it, because you have not reached the bottom of the list of objections that we have to this house.
I completely understand, Frank. We've gotten 73 communications and we've read every single one of them. And I tried to respond to as many as I possibly could. We appreciate it, Frank. But we have a little bit of time at the end. We'll circle back to you, bud. All righty?
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Counselor, before we get started,
yes.
Can you please ask everybody to mute? There's a lot of whispering and other noise.
That was his wife on the line whispering to him.
There's other people that are not muted.
Okay, can I ask everybody to mute, please? All right, so I'm gonna go back to caller right here. Caller, last 4 digits of your number, 2852. You've been on the line for a little bit. You were one of the first people I've called. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to ask you to unmute again. I've clicked the button and I'm going to proceed to the next person. Robert, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
can you hear
me, Steve?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I've got 2 people. Robert, can you hold on 1 second, please? All right,
I'm here
yes.
now.
Caller, yes.
Yeah, listen, I want to support Larry and Nanine. I think they're doing a great job over there.
Could I get your name and address for the record first, please?
My name is Joe Amicone at 82 Hesperus Ave. And I think they're doing a great job over there, and I'm going to support them. And obviously, the tax money coming in would be fantastic for us.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Robert, back to you.
Hi, Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. So Robert Stevenson, 153 Winger Chic. So this isn't a question of the owner's character, which is continually brought up here. You can't justify the size of this thing because of FEMA regulations. Build a single story then. You're not required to raise to a certain height. And secondly, for tax revenue, is that even influenced by the height? Marcia earlier called other houses cottages, and that's exactly what they are. The goal of this is to define whether or not it would dominate the landscape, and I don't think anyone could argue that it wouldn't dominate it. Yes, perhaps it's tasteful in isolation in Nantucket or wherever people said earlier, but if you look at it in this location, it just is completely incongruous. Lastly, the final thing I want to point out is this is all within half a mile of a protected wildlife area. This piping plover nesting area. There's just thousands of them left. And the goal of this should be to disrupt the environment as little as possible. You're cherry picking information about this and the shadow casting, just looking at people's houses, but this is something that's irreversible. You're picking tax revenue over the environment. And that's all. Thank you for listening. I'm opposed.
Thank you, Robert. All right, let me note that. All right, next we have Sue and Frank Kinsey. Sue or Frank, can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear you. You are unmuted though.
Counselor, I think we already talked to Frank,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
Frank, it might be his wife too. or
Yes,
something.
at
Oh,
quite some length.
all right. So we'll move right along. Sarah's hand up, lower hand. Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Tom Mantle.
Yes.
My wife Ann and I reside at 1037 Washington Street in Gloucester. But I am also the trustee for a family property located at 79 Wingersheek Road. And I'm speaking on behalf of my siblings and also on behalf of any of my daily relatives who also own properties on the beach at various places. There are 6 family properties on the beach. Our great-grandfather first bought a property at 67 Wingersheek Road in 1931 for $750. And I've been coming to this beach for 65 plus years. If my veteran status has any weight with the council, then I'm a graduate of West Point. I'm a retired Reserve Army officer of 26 years longstanding, and I am president of my West Point class of 1971. All that probably is irrelevant. However, a couple of things. One, I would agree with Mr. Kinsey's calling out of the deficiencies in the shadow and overshadowing study based on the time of the summer solstice, which is 4 hours prior to the time listed in the shadow study presented by the applicants. 2, several people have raised the tax issue, the increase to the tax base of the city of Gloucester, which the council is understandably interested in. As a consideration in your deliberations, I would like to point out that the increase in the tax revenues incurred by this, received by the city of Gloucester will not only fall upon the applicant, it will also fall on all of the residents of the beach for whom the assessor will increase the evaluations in correspondence to the increase to the proposed taxes on this structure, which will essentially be the largest dominant structure on the beach in terms of tax revenues. Other than that, and I would like to ask the council to consider whether this is an appropriate decision to be able to take at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. So you're in opposition?
Yes, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
I am firmly in opposition.
Thank you. All righty, moving right along, we have Susan Humphreys Salop. I'm sorry. Hold on, Susan. We've got a Zoom alert that you have an older version, so I'm going to promote you to a panelist. Susan, can you hear me? Nope, there you are, Susan. Hold on, you need to unmute yourself.
Got it. Sorry, I started the video too. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Great. My name is Susan Humphrey Salop at 89 Wingersheek Road, and I oppose this project. My family was actually one of the first families on Wingersheek Beach. My great-grandfather bought a piece of land, uses life savings, for $500 during the Great Depression, a bit earlier than Tom. So his daughter, my great aunt with polio, could rehabilitate at the beach. And since then, 5 generations of my family have enjoyed Wingersheek Beach, including my father, Donald Humphreys, who is a very proud graduate of Gloucester High School. I'm very concerned with the overdevelopment of Wingersheek Beach, culminating with the latest 105 Wingersheek Road project. As was detailed by Mr. Frank Kinsey, the proposed house is not consistent with the neighborhood character and will overshadow and block views of nearby houses. This proposal will also...
Oh, Susan, we lost you. All right, we're going to give her another second to see if she can get back on.
For taking the time today to listen to myself and other neighbors. Thank you.
All right, Susan, hold on one second. So you're in opposition because we lost you for a few seconds there.
Got it. Yes, I'm in opposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All righty, moving right along. We're going to go to Diane or Mark Thompson. Diane or Mark, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, Mark.
Hi, thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Mark Thompson. I am in support of Larry and Nanine Costa's plans. I've seen the plan, as you all have, and I'm confident, knowing them and seeing other work that they've done to a number of other beautiful homes, that they will in fact build a beautiful home on Coffin's Beach that will be tasteful and that will be fitting for the special place that Coffin's and Wingershik truly is. I'm from Gloucester, went to Gloucester High School. I grew up on the Annisquam River. I know the area quite well. We've owned in Gloucester and Lanesville. We've rented on Wingershik Beach for a number of years, and most recently owned 19 Wingershik Road for 3 years, and recently sold that property, and certainly would look forward to returning to Coffins. So in short, I support the building plans and appreciate the opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So you are in, okay, hold on one second, try to get you back off. And we're gonna go to Haley McNeil Janess. Haley, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and address
Okay.
for the record, please.
Haley Jennis, 103 Wingershik Beach Road. As a third-generation direct abutting neighbor at 103 Wingershik Beach Road, we are extremely opposed about the height and overshadowing of the home. The overshadowing, as shown on the slides we just saw this evening, would be extreme and it would obstruct all views west for 103 Wingershik Beach Road. Saying the shadow is simply tickling our home is a very light way to say a large shadow several hours per day. Needless to say, tickling is overshadowing. The proposed home does not fit within the character of the neighborhood whatsoever. Also, are both homeowners from the Costa family or representatives of the Costa family proposing this home on the panel this evening?
Yes, they are here. They're allowed to be because they're the applicant.
Okay, and are they voting?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it'll just be the city council that'll be voting tonight.
Great, appreciate it.
All right, Haley.
I'm in opposition.
Thank you very much. All righty, we're gonna move right along. We're gonna go to Ken Kaplan. Ken, can you hear me? Oh, hold on one second. Let me get you. Ken, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ken Kaplan. I live at 73 Wingershik Road. I've lived here for around 40 years. I'm in opposition. I'm opposed to the granting of the special permit. My basis for that today is a couple-fold. One is the expert opinion of the applicant regarding the height increase in excess of 35 feet states the special permit by City Council will only issue if the increase in allowable height is consistent with neighborhood character. The study by David Calkins showing the heights of the buildings along Wingershik Road measure them from high water. In calculating heights, the study disregards the existing topography of the home sites. The measurements in the study also do not take into account the average elevation of a building site as it is written in Gloucester's zoning code from the time it was first adopted. The heights of the neighborhood's home have always been governed by these zoning regulations for the time they were first enacted, and this has formed the landscape, which is the physical expression of our neighborhood today. Allowing for a home which will increase the allowable height by 1/3 in height will be detrimental to long-developed neighborhood character, and I urge you to oppose it. In addition, there is no hardship shown by this applicant that, for example, with the roof line that he's proposing, that could be done, he could manage the same roof line in another manner, which would allow us for him to meet the zoning code as written, as many other homes on the beach have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, we have Ernie Herman. Ernie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Name and address, I have actually 3 addresses, number 139, number 141, and number 10. But I will bring up 139 and 141 specifically because 139 is the castle at the end. It is the highest point that the gentleman was talking about elevations on. The elevation calculation, similar to what Ken talked about, is very misleading. He is talking sea level and not topography, like Ken said. So also the other misleading thing is to point out that the castle is 65, using the, by the way, the 4 houses that are talked about as being so high, I own 2 of them. They're on ground that is 20 to 25 feet higher than where the proposed house is. So of course they are higher. Also, the castle is a point 6 inches round that is up at the 65 feet. It is not a ridge line of over 100 feet on a house that is going to be 9.5 feet higher than the proposed maximum. The other thing, and the discussion about the 30 feet of the house that is necessary, we just renovated number 141, which is one of the other houses talked about there. We did a complete gut renovation. We stayed to the zoning ordinances that are spelled out in the section on the Gloucester zoning ordinances of height. We were able to do that with shed dormers and really the architect created a very beautiful house. And it is 2 stories. And really the subject house here does not need to be 30 feet. The pitch of the roof does not need to be what it is. I think Ken Kaplan referred to something there. The architect could have used shed dormers, we've done 5 houses in Gloucester over the last 2 years. So kind of misleading. The other thing is there was a point brought up about number 132 Wingersheik Road as being, it was an exception over the 35 feet. That house, which hopefully my neighbor will talk about, is only a see-through railing that went above the 35 feet. So I think there's some misleading numbers that are being quoted on the heights of the character. And then in the end, and I know we're short on time, 99 addresses 99 through 125 on the exact example that was submitted at today's meeting and earlier, all of those houses, the maximum height around the houses right near the proposed site are 37 feet above sea level. There is no need, 37 feet needs to jump to 50 feet above sea level. So in the end, at the end of the day, in summary, this would just not be consistent with neighborhood character at all. It is actually the opposite of the case you guys just had right before this, where the house was very consistent with neighborhood character. And for all of those reasons, I am in opposition.
Thank you, Ernie. We appreciate it. Hold on 1 second. Next, we have Anne-Marie Lindquist. Anne-Marie, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Anne-Marie Lindquist of 101A and B Wingersheik Road. And I am in a butter to 105 Wingersheik Road, 2 houses over. As you know, I've been here through thick and thin for 3.5 years together with the Archer family at every public hearing and planning and development committee meeting where this matter has been discussed and much more. Today, I'm not here alone. I'm here with my neighbors. Look at all of them and read their letters, 73 letters on record in opposition to this proposal, many of them in great detail. The neighbors are here to tell you that this proposal would obstruct views, including mine, overshadow properties, diminish property values, and irreparably harm the character of the neighborhood as well as the beach environment. When you became a city councilor, you did so to protect and defend this city that we all love, including its precious natural resources and unique character. And you vowed to be accountable to the public and enforce city ordinances. Tonight, there's only one way that you can vote and uphold your vow to serve the city and its people. Be the public servant you promised to be. Deny the special permit for 105 Wingersheik Road. Thank you.
Anne-Marie, you're in opposition, obviously.
Counselor?
Hold on 1 second, Bill. Yes.
Yes, I'd like to move that we extend the closing time of our meeting from 11 o'clock until such time that we need to stay active. And I so move.
All right,
Second.
before, we still have a few more minutes, but we'll wait a
Second.
little, that's fine.
I
All right, so
believe we can only do it in half-hour increments.
yeah,
Okay, so I
11:30.
you think 11:30? Okay, 11:30 is okay.
okay. So it's been moved and seconded. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilor Gilman,
Yes.
Council Holmgren,
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc, yes. Councilor McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor Pat,
Yes.
Councilor Cox.
Yes.
Motion passes to continue the meeting till 11:30. Passes on a roll call vote. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. All right, so let's see here. Trying to work this. We have Kathleen Herman. Kathleen, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
My husband just spoke. We own 139, 141, 10 Winger Chic, and 1 Harbor Road. First of all, I don't know the Costas. I haven't met them yet, but there's such a lack of civility in our country today, and they seem like very nice people. And when we talk about having, people have a right to do what they want with their property. And so when we come together for something like this, it's really hard. So, it's unfortunate. My reason, and I don't oppose the Costas. I don't oppose their right to develop their property. My concern is that we do have a thing in place to prevent building at a certain height, and I feel that if we give an exception to that, we're opening a door. And when we set a precedent like that, it's very easy to go against that again and again. And I think it's not so much this one particular instance, but I think it's the next time and the next time and the next time. And I think in terms of the fact that this beautiful beach we have is 1 in a million, I think that's what the door is opening here, it to be the next time and the next time and the next time. And so my opposition is not to people being able to do what they want to their property, but my concern that this beautiful beach that we've all discovered, and my husband and I discovered it in the last 8 or 9 years, and have bought all these different houses because we love it so much. It's to what'll happen if we take these regulations that have been set for good reason, and we start exempting people from them. And what's going to be the good reason to exempt, and how far it's going to go, and then what's going to happen to this beautiful beach. And so I do oppose it on those grounds, but I don't oppose individuals or their rights to develop their property. I oppose giving a special permit in this case because I don't believe it's warranted. I would have also liked to have seen the presentation be a little more transparent in line with the one previous. I felt that was a wonderful presentation in terms of how it was presented. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Brenda, can you hear me?
Hi, Brenda
Brenda.
Malloy, 43 Rocky Neck Ave. Our zoning regulations are in place for a reason. I think that when we give a special permit for something like this, it does open the door, like the previous caller said, to set a precedent. And, they talk about neighborhood character and the size of the other buildings. I think it's very disingenuous that they talked about the height of the castles when the castles are built up on a little bit of a hill. So, they didn't present in an honest and truthful manner, which I find pretty reprehensible. And I think it's not in character with the neighborhood at all. This isn't a popularity contest. It's about maintaining the character of our city and what matters. And there's going to be a whole lot of properties along the waterfront in our city that are gonna have to be built up on 9.5-foot pilings. And I think that if they all go forward wanting to have an extra 9.5 feet in height, because of that, our city's gonna lose its character pretty quick. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have Laurel. Laurel, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Mike and Laurel Galasso, 8 Pebble Path, Gloucester.
Thank you.
We
Go ahead.
oppose this construction. Oh. Can you hear me? Yep. We oppose it. 9.5 feet is too excessive for a special permit under these circumstances, in our opinion. Certainly a different architectural technique could have been used and a different construction process. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Sarah. Sarah, can you hear me?
I can.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Sarah Mantle Rossetti. I reside at 3 Wentworth Drive in Beverly, but I'm a summer resident at 79 Wingersheik Road. And I too am in opposition for this. I'd like to correct the record by saying that the neighborhood that we're talking about doesn't start at the gatehouse. It starts at the cobblestones. That's where the Upper Beach starts. That's where this house is being proposed. It overshadows the neighborhood. The majority of houses on that beach, with few exceptions that have been redone, have been there for a very long time and have observed the zoning limits. The decision to put things on pylons are on houses that have to be rebuilt, not on the footprint. Our house, for example, has a full basement. So when we come to the zoning commission or the planning commission and ask to go up 40 feet, even though we don't have to be on the pylons, can we get an exception also? I agree. People should have a right to do what they do, but it has to be in keeping with the neighborhood. And it's not about tax revenue. It's about keeping the character. And there is no reason a house this size, this house, this height has to be built on this beach. So I am in opposition.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, up next, now I know we still have quite a few people here, and I appreciate everybody being efficient on your time management, and we appreciate that. So we're going to move right along, and we have Joe and Ronnie Tagline. I'm sorry if I butcher your name, but Joe and Ronnie, can you hear me?
So it's Joe and Romy. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Okay. We have 2 addresses, Joe and Romy Taglienti. We have 2 addresses, 93 Wingersheik Road and also 6 Sleepy Hollow Road. Our family has been residents of the Coffins Beach community for 5 decades. We oppose the construction of this house. The ordinance is the ordinance. It should be obeyed. There's no need to be provided a special permit. That's the end of the story.
All right, but thank you. I appreciate that. All right, next we have Steve DeFilippo. Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm at 33-2 Penny Lane. It's the road right across from Wingersheik. When you come down Wingersheik before the castles, you take that left, and that's Penny Lane. We actually, my wife and I, Pam, we actually have built 2 houses on Wingersheik Beach in the last 20 years. One was at 87R, and then 33-2 Penny. We're almost finished rebuilding it. It's the house that burned down. And when we built our houses, there was a set of rules that we followed. And I don't understand, why do we have rules if we're not going to follow them? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, when I had our designers design our house, we got the rules out and we followed the rules, because I believe in rules. I think, our world is about rules, and you just can't come in and just break the rules, and it's just not fair. I mean, there's a reason our beach is what it is. It's because we all follow the rules, and if we just start breaking the rules, then it's gonna look like some other communities and some other towns that don't look like our town. And I think this is a big mistake. It's 2 acres it's not enough land for that size house. They need a lot more acreage. I mean, you might think 2 acres is a lot, not for that size house. I think it should be, 8 acres to build that size house. And, it's just not right. It's not fair. Look, all these people who are favor, they're not in the neighborhood. everyone who's against it is on Wingershik Road. We're all around that house. And I just don't understand how they get on the phone here and talk about that they're in favor of it. I'm sure the Costas are nice. I might have even met them over the years. I don't know, but they're probably really nice people. But that's really not really matter at this point. It's about the rules. And I think your job, you gave an oath to follow the rules. And I don't think it's really fair that you can just suddenly, you know what, we're going to change the rules tonight, and I think you really have to think about that. And I really appreciate your service. I know this COVID I know it's very difficult. And I just want to thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, Nancy Gwynn, can you hear me, Nancy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Nancy Archer Gwynn, 103 Wingershik Road, next door to the house that you're talking about at 105. And I strongly oppose this. I'm sure the Costas are very nice people, but that's not the point. And we ultimately will be next door neighbors. It's easy for the other Gloucester residents who are not in the neighborhood to say, go ahead, because it has no effect on them whatsoever. A special permit should not be used as a tool for Mr. Costa to maximize his property value to the detriment of the pre-existing and surrounding property values. This is exactly the type of substantial detriment the height ordinance language was written to guard against. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I highly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, up next, we have Dennis. Dennis, can you hear me? Dennis McQuirk?
Yeah.
Name and address for the record, please.
Dennis McGurk, 283 Concord Street. In listening to the earlier discussion about the height limitation, common sense prevailed. It didn't offend anyone. There weren't any objections by neighbors or anyone else. And it was in keeping enough with the neighborhood. This is a classic example of what's going on in Gloucester with the overbuilding. Developers, builders put out selective or misleading facts. A lot of times we're seeing no notice, proper notice to the abutters. You need to work on that. The tax argument is a specialist one. It really doesn't have anything to do with the zoning. And the ignoring of the regulations and the ordinances. This is what the city has done time and again to try to tangle us up and confuse people and blame it on FEMA. You've got an ordinance there for a reason. 9.5 feet, that's a part of your house. It's what it is. You can't build your house as high as you used to. And the last thing I'll comment on is the character of the neighborhood is critical. If you read your comprehensive plans and your zoning ordinances, it says keep in character with the neighborhood. You got 73 plus people, most of them neighbors, who are objecting to this. I'm not a neighbor, but I object to this because this is what I'm seeing going on around town. Special permits are destroying the city. And you've got an obligation. The regulations are written for a reason. You know, we don't want the Hamptons out here on Coffin's Beach. We want to keep the cottages as they are. And the cottages, the average size, they're down 1,000, 2,000 square feet. There are only, I think, 3 of them over 4,000 square feet. And you're looking at 11 to 12,000 square feet. Not even close. Thank you very much. I do object.
Thank you, Dennis. Up next, we have Antonio Bertoni. Antonio, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Oh, yes. Name and address for the record, please.
Alexander Drain and Antonio Bertone. We live at 132 Wingershik Road. Good evening, Chairman and Councilors. We want to start by just saying thank you so much for your time. We so appreciate, we've been listening now since 6 o'clock, as you guys obviously have been, and you bring enormous intention to your role. I've been on all night with my husband and our 2 children who are 13 and 15 and up way past their bedtime, watching this process unfold. Also appreciate the counselors who took time out of their busy lives to speak with us, including over the weekend. You guys bring a lot of ferocity to what you're doing to protect this city, and we're grateful to you for it. So we have owned our house for 11 years. We rented on Wingershik for years before that. Multiple friends and family did before that. My sister-in-law actually had her first kiss on this beach. I'm sure many people did. We actually own the house that was referred to as Star Wars. And I want to name clearly that we did get a variance, a height variance, a small height variance, but we worked with our neighbors really, really closely to get that. We follow the process, much like the Hermans referenced the One Folly Road development, the house that was the case before ours, where there was a lot of collaboration in how people work together. And I will say personally, like I'm not a huge fan of 12,000 feet homes, but I don't even have to vote based on that. This is based on the zoning regulations and what neighbors are saying they feel comfortably for. So we're grateful to you guys. Thank you so much. And we strongly oppose the special permit.
Thank you. Up next, we have Rachel. Rachel, can you hear me?
Good evening. Hi, this is David Godbout and Rachel Bachner.
Name and address for the record, please.
We currently live at 168 Bergen Street in Brooklyn, New York. Thank you all for devoting so much time to such an important discussion. We have been visiting the Coffins Beach and Wingershik area for over 40 years. We have rented and spent as much time as we possibly can on the beach. It's become a very special place for us and for our family and for our children. It is, I think, clear to all, it's a very, very special place physically, and a lot of people have incredible memories. I happen to be a real estate developer, so I'm generally supportive of builders' rights and folks' ability to develop their property. But I think in this context, the zoning is clear. And I think one of the important tasks of zoning and adhering to these rules is to keep properties in context. And we've heard it said a number of different ways tonight, but I think what is proposed would be overwhelming to the neighborhood physically. And as a result, we think it's very important for people to show restraint and to protect what has made the place so special for so many decades for so many people. So thank you for allowing us to speak. We would strenuously oppose this proposal.
Great. Thank you very much. Up next, Neil Ayer. You there, Neil? Hello, Neil. All right. I will circle back to Neil. Ronald, can you hear me? Hello, Ronald.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Ronald McNeil, representing Kathleen Archer McNeil, 103 Wingershik Beach. I'm opposed to the plan. One thing I would like to know, if Mr. Cosper is in attendance on the screen, if he would identify himself. There are two David Calkins. But thank you. Thank you. The pictures and drawings are beautiful, but the height and the detriment to the 103 property will be significant. And we are entirely opposed to the design. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ronald. All right, I'm gonna try Neil Ayer again. Neil, can you hear me? All right, I'm gonna move along to Adam Klein. Adam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
I'm at 23 Wingershik Road. My dad bought this house with a lot of stress as a young physician in 1967. And he bought it because of the charm and beauty and character of the beach. And I share the concerns of all my Wingershik Beach neighbors that this is out of character and that the excess beyond the zoning regulations is just too much. So I join my neighbors in opposing this variance.
Thank you, Adam. Up next, we have Kathy Kaplan. Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Name and address for the record, please.
Kathy Kaplan, 73 Wingersheek Road. I've lived here for about 38 years. Our kids grew up here. Our daughter bought the house next door. She and her family are now at 77. This has become a really tight, wonderful neighborhood that we respect the nature that we have here. It's just such a gift. This house does not need to be this big. There's no need for this special permit. There's no hardship involved. It would be a huge, it doesn't feel really family-like. And since that's my view of the beach, it's my grandkids playing on the beach, that's neighborhood character to me, as well as the actual buildings. This is a huge thing. There's no need, and I oppose it.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have James. James, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
name and address for the record, please.
James Hand, 36 Rocky Neck Avenue. I live on the other side of Cape Ann, but I follow things, and the zoning ordinance and the efforts of you boards that make these decisions. And so just like to say that the main thing you have to consider tonight is the character of the neighborhood issue, and you've heard about that. The other thing I just wanted to touch on was this idea that landowners in a federal flood zone ought to have extra privileges because they have to put their dwellings on pilings. And there's nothing in the ordinance that deals with that. And therefore, I don't think that's even a purview for you counselors to even consider. I think the summary judgment of October 2018 by Judge Tabbitt touched on that sort of thing. And so also about the federal flood zone, by allowing things like this and saying, well, they've really got to put their house on pilings, they ought to be allowed to have this. In future, I think maybe that's been allowed before, but I think it's time to not have that be an issue and to let builders know that that's not really going to fly. Because especially when you get to other areas of Gloucester like Annisquam and Rocky Neck, as soon as you start applying that sort of thing, you're going to run into a real hornet's nest, as some people have alleged. Anyway, just one last thing. An enormous mega mansion was built in the dunes of Truro, Massachusetts, next door to the Edward Hopper House and Studio. It was about an 11 or 12,000 square foot house on the Massachusetts Bay side of Cape Cod in the dunes. And it was approved by the town. And since then, all the town boards and the entire community regrets having allowed that to happen. So I think it's clear for you to go forward and vote. And thank you.
Thank you, James. All right, next we have Georgia Winthrop. Georgina.
Hi there. Thank you, Steve. My name is Georgina Winthrop of 153 Wingersheek Road. First of all, thank you, counselors, for your time and attention. We've been watching all evening and really appreciate the commitment you're showing to our town. I'd like to echo what many of my neighbors have said regarding the fact that this house would most certainly detract from the character of our neighborhood. Additionally, as others have noted, the rules are the rules. The zoning ordinance is clear. It's in place for a reason. Others have followed that rule, and I see no need in this instance for a special permit to be granted. So I am opposed. Thank you all for your time.
Oh, thank you, Georgina. Nancy Wagner, can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy Wagner, 1820 Hermosa Street, Cortez, Colorado.
Go ahead.
I'm a lifelong resident of 113 Wingersheek Road, and while my permanent address is here in the Four Corners region of Southwest Colorado, it's where the high desert meets the mountains, many people would consider this the epitome of locales with the beauty and diversity of the outdoor activities it offers. But I grew up on Wingersheek Beach, And it is there that I return every summer to rejuvenate my mind, my soul, and my body. The character of Wingersheek is part of me. If the proposed development at 105 Wingersheek Road is allowed to move forward, it will overshadow properties, it will obstruct views, and it will change the neighborhood character irreversibly. It will damage it. Zoning laws are created for a reason, and an individual or family that wants to join an established community such as Wingersheek should respect the character and abide by the law. I'm asking you to deny the special permit for 105 Wingersheek Road, and I am in opposition.
Thank you, Nancy. Up next, we have Kelsey. Kelsey, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Name and address
Can
for
you
the
hear me?
record, please. Yes, we can.
My name is Kelsey Archer Merriam, and I am at 103 Wingersheek Road.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for your time. We're all going on 4+ hours. So I really thank all of you counselors for being here and dedicating your night tonight. I'm a direct abutter at 103 Wingersheek, and I'm in strong opposition of this special permit. I'd like to second the thoughts of those before me. I don't oppose the character of the Costas. I don't know them. These zoning laws, I do know, are in place for a reason. Myself and 4 generations of my family have had the extreme honor and privilege to own a home and act as stewards of the landscape and the environment there. The proposed structure would more than tickle, but completely overshadow, obstruct, and overwhelm. This proposed mansion is completely out of character for this neighborhood of beach cottages. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Next, we have Joan. Joan, can you hear me? I think we already had Joan talking earlier. Joan, did you speak?
No, this is Joan.
Okay. Did you speak
Hi.
earlier? I'm sorry.
Just at the very beginning, nothing about this.
Okay. Yeah,
I just
name and-
wanted you to know I was here. So
Yeah.
anyway, my name is Joan Archer, and I am a direct abutter at 103 Wingersheek Road. My parents bought this cottage in 1961, and all these decades later, my family is still enjoying this cottage. We've just spent our 59th summer there. I strongly oppose this special permit request. There is, for, extra height, there's absolutely no need for this. There's no hardship for this request. And what it would entail would be it would significantly obstruct views, especially the beautiful sunsets on the west, and it would not be at all consistent with the neighborhood character. Yeah, there are a few larger homes, but to put something that's 2 to 3 times larger than the largest home down there will really upset the kind of the dignity of the environment of the neighborhood. I'm saddened to hear people bring up the tax revenue issue. A few more dollars, tax dollars, really doesn't counter the expense that an established neighborhood would have to pay for that. Our properties would be clearly diminished, the property values would plummet. And so for all those reasons, we'd like to welcome the Costas as our neighbors, but I think we just have to come to some mutual respect for one another and abide by the zoning laws. As people have said, they're there for a purpose. If you start playing around with them, it's just down the slippery slope, and you never know where that's going to end. So please, I implore you to do the right thing and deny this request and keep our neighborhood, our lovely beachside community intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Up next, we have Steve. Steve, can you hear me? Hello, Steve. All right, I'll leave Steve there for a minute. I'll move right along to the next person.
Point of order.
Unmute.
Council President.
Hold on one second.
Um,
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, just looking at the time, we need to then make another motion to continue past 11:30 if someone's going to do that.
Go right ahead, Barry.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we extend for another 30 minutes till the midnight hour.
Second.
So move second.
And moved and seconded. Okay, real quick.
Counselor,
Yes.
just real quick on this, there's 6 more people with their hands up. Can we cut it off after
mean?
that? I mean, this is getting
Yeah,
to be,
we're getting toward the end.
all right, well,
All right, we got people. So we got a motion, we got a second. Let's vote first. Councilor Cox.
Me.
Co-
Sorry.
Councilor Cox? I'm just
Yes.
gonna go. Councilor Gilman?
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren?
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc? Yes. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor Pat?
Yes.
Motion passes to extend it for another half an hour. All right, so we got Steve. Steve, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Steve Warhover at 117 Wingersheek Road. We've lived on Wingersheek for over 30 years, and I've worked in Gloucester for over 30 years. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can.
I'm sorry. I wanted to speak because we did a very similar thing a number of years ago. We bought a cottage, we tore it down, and we built a nice, beautiful home. And we're up on pilings. We obeyed all FEMA laws, but we never considered a variance or an exception to the regulations. We just never even consider it because really for 2 reasons. One is we didn't want to do anything to vary from the character of the neighborhood, or the beach. We just didn't want to be inconsistent with any of that. And 2 is we didn't want to alienate all our neighbors that would have to live with, we would have to live with, for the rest of our life. So I guess it's just, why does this project justify an exemption to the current regulations? I don't understand, so I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We have another caller, EVEG. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Eve?
Yeah, that's Eve Grissinger.
Okay, Eve G. I get it. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Eve Grissinger. I'm a member of the resident family at 113 Wingersheek Road, though I currently live at 110 Power Street in Brooklyn, New York. I'm also a relative of Tom Mantle, who spoke earlier, and Nancy Wagner. And as Tom said, we have family all along Coffin's Beach, and I'm lucky to be in the 5th generation of people residing at 113. I've grown up on this beach, so it's very important to me. First, I want to say thank you to the counselors for hearing us all out. I know there are a lot of people in our neighborhood with opinions on this, and I appreciate your attention. Steve, you responded personally to my own letter on Sunday, and I appreciate it. I'm in opposition to this permit. I urge you to deny it. I agree with so many of the points in opposition that my neighbors and people in the community have brought up so far, so I won't take up too much additional time reiterating what has already been said. I detailed many of my views in my letter as well, so thank you for reading it. A few additional things I just want to note. We're direct neighbors to the Kinseys. They're at 111, and so we're really just one house over from 105. I know from our own small repairs that we've done that we've needed to inform our neighbors 2 doors over as to that work, which included 105. We have heard no official word on any of these hearings or permits or anything in the last 3 years, so I'm grateful to Ms. Lindquist and the other neighbors who have gotten organized and spread the word, because it seems like that's something that really should have been brought not only to the abutting neighbors, but to at least the neighbors who are in direct view of the home. I want to also stress the urgency of the point that was brought up about the protected species and environment, specifically the plover population. They nest on the beach very close to the line of the dune. A few this year nested almost directly in front of our home, and we were lucky enough to see them hatch and run around the beach afterwards. So I know the applicant has mentioned their desire to protect the ecology, which I appreciate, but the shadow study even itself seemed to indicate that the shadow created by this structure would reach into the nesting areas, and if the construction doesn't hurt the plovers, then the shadows could. And bottom line, along the lines of what many of my neighbors have said, is that the precedent that this would set is very dangerous. One of the things that I've always admired about the town of Gloucester as a whole is how hard it's worked to keep its character, not developed for the sake of it. And I know it's becoming a harder fight as years move on, but I think we need to keep fighting. I have a lot of time left at Wingersheek, and I'd hate to see it turn into a fight for who can beat the zoning laws and raise their structure to the highest. So I'm in strong opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. All right, so I'm going to ask everybody, if you have sent a letter in opposition, I'm going to see if you can just please limit your time. We've been on this Zoom for, going on 6 hours now. Most of us have got to go to work in the morning, so please limit your time. It'd be great if you could just say I'm in favor and I'm opposed. I'm not going to let you not speak, but if you have sent in a letter, we just keep getting more people. We were down to 6 people, now we're back up to 13. So please just say whether you're in opposition or you're in favor, and keep it real brief, please. I'm asking you nicely. I don't know what else to do. Some of us gotta I'm asking nicely. That's all.
Counselor?
Mr. Emmanuel, yes, Council Gilman.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to give us an option to consider. Under Appendix A, Rule 25, Rules of Procedure, Special Permit Procedures, under Council Action Number 5, Item G says, for a complex or controversial case, the council at the close of the hearing may or may not be ready to make a decision. If the decision is already clear, the council may pass a motion instructing a specific official or employee to prepare a document. If the decision is not clear, the council will defer action to its next meeting, but no additional information will be received or considered in addition to the testimony and information obtained during the course of the public hearing and constituting the record of same. So that's an option that we have. If we want to close the hearing at midnight, like our motion says, per this Appendix A, we could hold off on the discussion, the committee report discussion and the vote. So I'm just throwing that out. I don't want to get into a long discussion about it, but it's just an option for councilors to consider.
All right, thank you. Mr. Emmanuel.
Counselor?
Councilor Cox.
I'm also at 14% on my battery. I started at 100% and I am nowhere near an outlet. I'd have to move to a different room.
All right, I'm going to try to wrap. I'm going to ask everybody very nicely if we could try to wrap this up as soon as possible. So if you've sent the letter in opposition or in favor, it's been noted. Mr. Emmanuel, please try to keep it brief, please.
My name is Reverend Richard Emmanuel. I live in East Gloucester, 153, 149 East Main Street. I'm addressing the other adverse impacts. Today is an important day because it represents the second equinox of the planet. This has to deal with the rising oceans. Information was given yesterday that unprecedented ice melt took
Mr. President, Mr. President, this is about the roof height.
Yes, yes. Mr. Emmanuel, can you keep it to the on subject, please?
Look.
Mr. Emmanuel.
I have information to give you.
Okay, but this has nothing to do.
This way.
Mr. Emmanuel, this has nothing to do.
The earlier hearing that was dealt with protecting the city's treatment plant is a perfect example
Mr. Emmanuel, we're not talking about the treatment
that this
plant.
city has had in the past and continues to have this day. The assertion that there was no knowledge in the 1970s that there would be problems with the sewage.
Point of order, Mr. Emmanuel.
On wetlands.
Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm sorry, Mr. Emmanuel, but you are out of line and you are not sticking to the special council permit. This is for a height exception on Wingersheek Beach. It's not about the equinox and it's not about the water treatment plant we're talking about. I'm sorry. Deborah, can you hear me? Deborah Roussos, can you hear me? All right. I'll come back to you, Deborah.
Hello.
Oh, Deborah, there we go.
Yes.
Name and address
Hi.
for the record, please.
Deborah Daly Russos, 119 Winger Chic Road. In opposition, as is my family, 123 Winger Chic Road. Just following your instructions, we all wrote letters and put us down for opposed. Please don't be taken in by the FEMA spin and blaming FEMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it. Linda, up next. Linda Lyons, can you hear me? Hello, Linda. All righty, I'll see if I can come back to Linda. I have two initials, CK. If CK, if you can hear me, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Catherine Ryan. I'm at 17 High Rock in Gloucester. And I'm calling in opposition related to the height and going around with the special permit. I do have conservation questions that I didn't see in the packet. And I wanted to ask if Robert Gula is the conservation chair, is the architect. I think it's an important part of it. And if he's the architect and he's the chair of the conservation department, then I'd like to see the conservation reports. Thank you.
All righty, once again, this is about the height exception. All right, I'm gonna try Linda. Linda, can you hear me? Linda Lyons? I'm gonna ask her to unmute.
Mute.
Oh,
Hi.
Linda.
Hi, Steve. I'm
Hi.
here.
Name and address for the record, please.
I'm at 54 Essex Street in Hamilton, but I am a family member of 147 Wingashiek Road. And I would like to say 105 Wingashiek Road is a single family home. It was built in a scale and in harmony to homes being built at that time. It is one of the Upper Beach community properties in a private and quiet beach community, a special location. What makes it special? The scarcity. The Upper Beach community of Wingashiek Road is considered a luxury location and is totally unique in so many ways from beaches found all throughout the North Shore and South Shore. It's private, it's quiet, I'm trying to be fast. Remote nature, has stretches of clean white sand, unobstructed natural vistas, grand natural seascapes of the river and bay area, tasteful classic homes on private landscapes, amazing sunsets, and then the 41-acre greenbelt conservation property home to fox, deer, and the endangered shorebirds such as the plovers mentioned. This building plan is grand and out of scale. If this construction proceeds, one would have to imagine it would open the door to many of its kind, constructed in the near and not too distant future. The area would begin to resemble the busy and overpopulated public beach areas of Cape Cod. Allowing this grand spectacle home in this quiet beach community would dominate the landscape, and it is a huge mistake. It would introduce a new period of change, including pollution, crowds, noise, fences, no trespassing, outdoor restrooms, concessions, parking lots, and parking attendants. All these changes could and would replace the single family focus, the peace and quiet. I oppose this, and I hope you vote it down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Up next, we have Linda McCarrison. Hi, Linda, how are you? Name and address for the record, please.
Linda McCarrison, 16 Quarry Street. Couple of things that have been themes. First of all, FEMA is a federal agency and does not dictate local zoning ordinances. FEMA requires only the elevation of the first floor in flood areas. FEMA does not require, cannot grant special permits for heights created by building in a flood zone. So FEMA is not to blame for anything. My neighbor, now neighbor, Sam Avola on Washington Street, proposed building a 39.5-foot duplex on stilts a couple of years ago. And we came to loggerheads, the neighborhood, and he came to loggerheads about that. And eventually it turned out that he decided to go forward with building his place above the flood zone to 29.5 feet. And he has a handsome house. He doesn't have a flat roof. He has the kind of roof that many old sea captains with 3 stories have. It can be done. It has been done. And Mr. Costa's proposal is in the same category as Sam Avola's was. And the neighbors in that case got together to say that as he had that 40-foot duplex planned, it was inappropriate for the neighborhood. And just to remind us, in case we need it, that Justice Tabi asserted at the end of his decision that we have to consider whether Gloucester's proposed construction is substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views or overshadowing of other properties. The word overshadow in its most limited sense means to cast a shadow over, as in your shadow studies. But it also means to cover or obscure. It means to overspread as if with some influence, or to tower over so as to cast its shadow over, to rise above, to cast into shade, to diminish the apparent eminence or importance of. And one of the letter writers made a reference to the book and movie, The Great Gatsby. And I looked up a few words about it online. The brewer who built Gatsby's house and wanted the area residents to put thatched roofs on their cottages wanted them to do that so he could feel like the lord of the manor with his own little village of peasantry to rule. Their refusal shows that they might work for the rich, but they had enough pride to refuse to be ruled by them. Thank you. I oppose.
You're muted, Steve.
President, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Up next, we have Lori. Can you hear me, Lori? Lori Langdren. All right, I'm gonna leave her there. I'm gonna go to Ford.
Hello?
Oh, yes, Lori. Lori, there's a massive reverb coming out of your computer or whatever you're on right now.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what I'm on. I don't know why it's doing that, but I'll be quick.
All right.
My name is Lori Landrigan. I live at 59 Wingersheek Road. And I'm echoing what my neighbors have said. I am opposed to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Up next, we have Ford. Ford, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Ford Wegner, 329 Island Reef, Henderson, Nevada. I am a summer resident of 113 Wingersheek, just a couple houses down. I'll keep this short. Strongly oppose the request for the special permit. It is against neighborhood character. It will obstruct views. The zoning laws were created for a reason, and I'd just ask you guys to uphold those laws.
All right, Ford.
I'm opposed.
Thank you, bud. Susie Grinsner. Susie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Susie Grissinger, 1000 Crestwood Road, Englewood, Florida. I am also a summer resident of 113 Wingersheek Road, have been all my life. I just agree with everybody else in opposition. It's out of character, the height, the overwhelmingness of it, the obstruction of views, everything, and I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Next, we have Paul. Paul, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, name and address for the record, please.
Paul Overy, 3 Rio Drive.
Go ahead.
So clearly a lot of Wingersheek residents and family members have gotten together to oppose this. Their talking points are all basically the same thing. They complain about the dominance of the house and that it doesn't fit in the neighborhood, but they make it seem like it would overshadow the entire length of the beach. Coffin Beach is a beautiful area. I've been there many times myself. It's beautiful. They would have you just, think that this one house is going to cause pollution, noise, dead plovers, everything else. In reality, they could be building a big ugly box that would be totally within zoning and would probably cause just as much tickling of the neighbor house and the same issues that they're complaining about now anyhow. So I'm in support. Thanks.
All righty, Paul, thank you very much. Neil Ayer?
Speaking.
Yes, sir. Name and address for the record.
Yeah, 54 Essex Street, Hamilton. I represent 147, 149 Wingersheek and the two other owners of the LLC that owns that house. Strongly oppose. I want to thank you for being so patient. I would have been screaming on the end of the phone by now. I support everything that everyone else has said. I don't think you really need altitude studies and shade studies to see that this is just obviously out of place. There's no need for it. There's no hardship, and I urge you to reject this. Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Neil. Fred, can you hear me? Fred Daly. All right, I'll come back to Fred. Irv, can you hear me? Hello, Irv. Hello, Fred. Oh, Irv.
Yes.
Yep, there you go. Name and address for the record, please.
Christine and Irvin Falk, 22 Penny Lane. We live off of Wingersheek Road. We have lived here since 1983, built a year-round house here in 1999, have 2.9 acres and did follow all the rules. And we oppose it. You will set a precedent for this to continue along the beach. You say yes to one for a huge height variance, it's going to come back and haunt us all. We are opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more time with Fred. Fred Daly, can you hear me? All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Attorney Sheedy, do you have a rebuttal?
Yes, Mr. President. Attorney Mark Bobrowski is going to be handling the rebuttal, and he wrote a memorandum to the council, and that's been submitted, and he's going to be following up on the comments from the public.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking the council for this opportunity and for acknowledging that the neighborhood is somewhat stirred up about this. I respect your pride of neighborhood, but I think that this application can fit within the neighborhood character, and I'll describe that in a second. I'd like to ask David to put up slide 11, and I see that he has. So first and foremost, members of the council, this is about the height. It's not about the building. It's not about the footprint of the building. It's about the 9 foot 6 inches shown between the height by right and the proposed height. Your bylaw, or I'm sorry, your ordinance establishes that an increase in height may be had by special permit. That is the issue in front of you. So when you hear testimony from, for example, from the resident at 153 Wingersheek or the resident at 73 Wingersheek that the house is completely incongruous or that the house will have an impact on the environment, the footprint of the house is large. No, there's no doubt about that, but it's a stretch to say that it is the height increase that will have an impact on the environment. One person went so far as to suggest that the height increase would cast shadows on plover habitat, but the council asked Mr. Costa to do a plover study, and that is in fact not true. There is no impact on the plover habitat from what I'm told. So remember that with regard to this, the footprint here is as of right. Everything that you see below that 30-foot mark is something that can be constructed in complete compliance with Gloucester zoning ordinance. And Attorney Sheedy went through the various parameters in your dimensional controls all the way from area down to lot coverage. He could divide his lot into 2 lots, and he could cover 50% of it by having each of the lots with 25% of the coverage. So that needs to be in the forefront, not the back of the mind, the forefront of the council as they enter into the decision-making phase of this. There are rules to follow for this special permit for the increase in height. A number of your commentators this evening suggested that somehow Mr. Costa was seeking to break the rules or make up his own rules But that's not the case at all. And I'm sure you know that section 3.1.6 subsection B allows for a special permit to increase height. There is no hardship requirement in section 3.1.6B, although many of your audience members mentioned that this evening. That's a variance. That's governed by an entirely different statute, Chapter 48, Section 10. This is Chapter 48, Section 9, governing special permits. What are the rules? The rules are pretty straightforward. Under Section 3.1.B, the applicant must show that the increase in allowable height will be consistent with neighborhood character, that it will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, and that it will not be detrimental to the neighborhood because of overshadowing or other properties. So let me just go through each of those three things. Does the height itself, not the building, but the height, violate neighborhood character? Mr. Calkins put up a chart in which he showed that there are 4 structures, some of them castles, that are taller than what we're talking about here this evening. But even if you eliminate the castle on the hill, there is a fair amount of consistency between the height that he showed on his chart and the other buildings in the neighborhood. Does the height obstruct views? David, if you would put up the photograph of the window picture of the pole, that would be useful. This is a house taken from one of the neighbors, the immediate neighbors, a party in interest, as you look towards the to the sea. And the pole is probably 33 feet tall. The consensus we have on our end is that they're 40 feet, 7 feet in the ground. So that would be 33 feet tall. And the house is at 30 feet would come to within 3 feet of the top of the pole. So the house as of right is going to obstruct views. There's no doubt about that. If you don't want houses this size in this neighborhood, you have ample authority under your zoning ordinance to rethink that dimensional table as it applies. But that is not what we have in front of us this evening. The house as of right will be only just a bit shorter than that telephone pole. So it is not the additional height that obstructs views, it's the house as of right that will itself obstruct views. And then the third prong of that test is whether or not the height will cause overshadowing. I heard someone just within the last few minutes indicate that overshadowing was something that impacted, obviously, shadows as they impacted the neighborhood. But in fact, what we have here, I'm looking for my ZBA memo. What we have here is, I'm sorry, my council memo. What we have here is a situation in which the land court has ruled on this fairly recently. So I want to read you what the land court had to say with regard to the issue of overshadowing. Overshadowing doesn't mean that if there's a shadow, the permit should be denied. It means that there has to be a substantial detriment as a result of the shadow. In Courtway Trust versus Planning Board of Edgartown, the land court judge Rubin reviewed a claim that shadows caused by a new Stop and Shop would interfere with neighboring land, and the court rejected the argument. The study was based upon a 3-dimensional modeling, as we did in this case, to evaluate the proposed project's potential to cast shadows on abutters. There was, according to the affidavit of the professional, only a de minimis amount of additional shadow on the trust property beyond existing shadow levels. If there's shadow impacts, the 2 closest neighbors here were covered by it. No one else will receive any shadow impact. And I would suggest that, like the Edgartown case, the shadow impacts here are de minimis. I would also note that the only professional in the room who testified with regard to overshadowing was Mr. Gullah, who was professionally qualified to supervise and to conduct a shadow study. Everyone else was providing you with guesswork as to what the consequences would be. That's an important point because in any judicial measurement of the board's decision, expert testimony is crucial. So the ordinance provides an opportunity to increase the height. There are other aspects in R20 uses that can also receive a special permit. This is an option that most ordinances and bylaws in Massachusetts allow. Uses that are not absolutely allowed because they are so innocuous as to be favored, or uses that are prohibited because they're so feared as to be not wanted, are in the middle, joined by special permit uses, which is a discretionary device that allows the board to make a fairly debatable decision about whether or not this meets the standards imposed by the bylaw. I'll leave it there. There's been a long evening's work, and I'll ask for the board to consider this application favorably. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All righty. Thank you, Mark. All right, we're at 11:57, folks. I'm in favor of getting through this. I know it's been a long night. I don't have any opposition of moving forward for another half hour to get this meeting over with.
I move
but
for another half an hour until 12:30.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Councilor Gilman? You're on mute.
Sorry. I was going to suggest that we move to continue after the public hearing ends so we can make sure that we have a rigorous debate. But if it's the will of the committee, I'm happy to
already
go
got a-
until 12:30.
We've already got a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. So we can't have two motions on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Councilor Gilman?
Sure.
Councilor Holmgren?
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc? Yes. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes.
Councilor Memhard?
Yep.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor Pett?
Yes.
And Councilor Cox?
Yes.
All right, well, we're on for another half an hour. All right, so we've got the we've got the favor in favor, we've got the opposition, we've got the rebuttal. Madam Clerk, do we have any communications?
Yes, we had 73 communications submitted to the city clerk's office in opposition of this special city council permit. And all of you have received those communications plus an Excel spreadsheet with the names and addresses that will be put into the record tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any councilor questions? All right, seeing none. Looks like everybody's done their homework. I've got a couple quick questions. What is the actual square footage of the house? Anybody can
Am I
answer
on?
that? Yes.
The actual square footage of living space is, I believe, slightly higher than 10,200 square feet.
So what is the actual square footage of the entire building? Not the livable space, the entire building.
I have not done the decks, to be honest with you, so I'm not sure. I would guess someone had mentioned earlier, probably measured it out, that it was closer to 11,000.
Okay. And so what would the nearest size of that house on that Wingershik area, what would the next, I don't know if you have the answer for this, but what would be the next size below that for the neighborhood?
Below that would probably be either one of the larger structures to the north or near the castles or on Two Penny Lane. But I don't know their exact sizes.
Okay. Council Holmgren?
I mean, one Wingershik, I believe, is a large structure as well.
Okay. Council Holmgren?
Mr. Calkins, would you mind showing us your chart again with regard to the elevations above sea level?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me
And
pull it up.
if you wouldn't mind clarifying, just kind of explaining it again a little bit more slowly. I apologize for asking that, but I just need to make sure that I really clearly understood where you were coming from.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. Because we were low on time, I sort of had to rush through it. So the confusion stems from elevation and height in regards to the different topography of each lot, which, as we know, differs from house to house. So what this illustrates, and it's key to understand that it illustrates elevation above sea level. So what we were able to do is give a consistent measure by which elevations could be judged from, being the high water mark. So as we go down the beach, each elevation is the top of the roof line in relation to the high water mark. Now, one gentleman brought up that everyone knows in planning, everything is from relative grade or average grade. We have no way to show that without trespassing. So what we did is an apples to apples. If you were in a boat, say, looking back at Coffin's Beach, this is what the horizon would look like. This is all judged off of high tide, what the general elevations are on the beach. Okay, so one gentleman who owns the castle, they are up higher. That's why you see 65 feet. But again, we're talking about an illustration showing how the elevations look across the entire beach. Does that make sense?
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, David. Any other councilor questions? Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Counselor. So I'm just going to go back for a second to our meeting on February 19th, 2020, because I needed clarification. I think it's important. So Mr. Geller, who is on the CONCOM, appropriately recused himself from serving on the CONCOM in terms of this particular matter. So that was appreciated. We discussed that. My question is on the WPA form, the Wetlands Protection Act form, in terms of it being a 3-year expiration date. And specifically, we had discussed in our meeting that the square footage of the dune erosion was, or was 6,000. Let me make sure I get this right. Under item B, findings, coastal dunes, which 3 years ago said the square footage was 6,844 feet and the mitigation footage was 13,690. We questioned that erosion in terms of the longevity of that document. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Attorney Sheedy, that that there was a 3-year lifespan for that document and you were still in compliance to that 3 years. Actually, I think Chip Payson is still on the call. So maybe I could ask Chip to explain.
Well, if I could, I'd like to interject here because I think Adrian Lennon, who is the conservation agent, has already addressed this, that the project is located above the dunes so that there was no impact on the shifting of the dunes, that the original order of conditions survived and was not affected by any exception. And I believe she said she spoke to you about that directly.
Yeah, I was just looking for, I guess I was looking for Chip to just weigh in to explain that because I've had other people that have brought that up. So Chip, would you mind just explaining that?
Counselor, I don't have information in front of me such to explain it. However, I do recall something consistent with what Attorney Sheehy said, that there were concerns raised, but that those concerns were alleviated.
Okay. That's fair. Thank you. Answers my question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Any other councilor questions? All right. Seeing none, I am going to close the public hearing and call for the committee report. Councilor Gilman.
On a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor Holgram, the Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call, 2 in favor, Holgram and Pett, 1 opposed, Gilman, to recommend that the City Council grant to Lawrence Costa through owners William Hathaway, Craig Hawley, and Virginia Raylan, manager of 1928 Coffin's Beach Cottage, LLC, for the property located at Wingashiek Road, number 105, Assessors Map 261, Lot 31, Zoned R20, pursuant to Section 3.1.6B of the Gloucester zoning ordinance for a building height in excess of 35 feet for a total of 4 feet 6 inches over 35 feet for a special council permit 2020-001. This building height is consistent with the neighborhood character and will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of obstruction of views, overshadowing of other properties, impairment of utilities, and/or adverse impacts. This permit is made on the basis of the plans and elevations dated February 22nd, 2017 by Robert Guller Architecture, R.A., Gloucester, Mass., submitted to the City Council on January 22nd, 2020. Subject to new information and/or discussion that results from the public hearing, this special council permit is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of this ordinance pursuant to the governing zoning ordinance. Further, consistent with the emergency COVID-19 Mass House number 4598 approved on April 3rd, 2020, this special council permit public hearing will be continued to the first hearing date of the council following the termination of the state of emergency or to a date otherwise prescribed by law, whichever is later, provided that the public hearing date is not later than 45 days from the termination of the state of emergency, and I so move.
All right, but hold on one second. Before we get a second, Councilor Gilman, in the second paragraph, the last line, you said it was submitted to the City Council on 1/22/2020. Was it the City Council or the City Clerk? Second paragraph, last sentence.
Second paragraph. Did I say City Council?
You said City Council. It says City Clerk.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I just
I'll
want to make
amend
note.
the motion to say City Clerk. I meant to say City Clerk.
All right, so it's corrected now. So do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Is there any other councilor discussion?
Wait.
Councilor Gilman.
Amend the motion.
Yeah, so I need to do, so one of the things I want to make sure we do, because it is late, I want to make sure that we do our rigorous discussion of this.
Okay.
And if we're not able to do that, I would suggest that we not continue this tonight. So
No,
I
think we
don't want to
should.
hurry this conversation. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I want to make sure that we give this its due respect.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep. So I think if we're going to do the discussion, I think we start at the top of the order with Councilor Cox. And we'll go
Okay.
right through.
But I do have a committee report. Okay, and then and we don't want to do a straw poll, so we want to discuss the rigorous criteria. So
hold on a second, Val. Council President,
Yes.
do we need to vote for the amended motion?
I think Val corrected it before. I know Jen seconded it real quick, but came under the wire. But I think Val corrected. I think, just to be safe, why don't we just amend it just to be safe?
I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay.
We
Yeah.
we need to do this thoroughly.
I'm just going to make sure we do it right. So Val, you want to make the amendment to correct the verbiage?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. You can just make the amendment to strike.
I'd like to amend the motion to replace City Council with City Clerk on the third paragraph of the motion.
Second.
All right, on the amendment, any discussion?
No,
Seeing none.
fired.
Councilor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren,
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc, yes. Councilor McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard,
Yep.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor Pat,
Yes.
Councilor Cox.
Yes.
Motion passes to amend the verbiage on a motion on a roll call vote with 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Back to the main motion, Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Counselor. So I'm going to be very brief in the committee report. We all know that the property is R20 zoning district. The matter that was before the committee on February 5th, special council permit application was signed off by the building inspector and the planning director on January 22nd, 2020. Our committee had an extensive site visit at the property in February, pre-COVID. We were happy that the property was staked, that there were poles in place, and that we're able to view the property from two homes, abutters, the Archer's home and the Lindquist home. Again, on February 19th, it came back to P&D, and several matters that came up to the applicant were asked to research. And we confirmed that architect Bob Guller had recused himself appropriately from the Concom vote, of which he chairs. And also, we discussed the importance of a shadow study, which was taken forward based on our request, which we appreciated. And then the inquiry, so those were the things that were basically discussed there. At our February 19th and April 8th P&D meetings, we had rigorous conversations leading to our vote. And in the motion, we also stated that it was subject to any new information and discussions that resulted from the hearing, which we've gone through tonight. So that's kind of the summary. And before we begin the conversation, I just want to once again review that in order to approve the application, the City Council must find that the increase of the allowable height beyond 35 feet is both consistent with neighborhood character and 2, is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood because of A, obstruction of views, B, overshadowing of other properties, C, impairment of utilities, or D, other adverse impacts. In other words, we must find that both 1 and 2 comply in order to approve the application. So that's my narrative. And
all right, Councilor Gilman, before, I think that at this point, we just had the other public hearing for something similar. I think during the vote that you state whether you're going to vote yes and why, and if you're going to vote no, you should also explain why, rather than polling everybody, because we do end up in a straw poll at one point during this discussion. So if there's no opposition, we'll go to the vote, and as you take your vote, you can explain.
I hear you, Counselor, but I just think that we need to have a conversation, a discussion about what's in front of us.
Counselor, I understand, but the last public hearing we had ended up turning into a straw poll. At one point in the meeting, we ended up, and we're trying not to get this into a straw poll. So I think that we just had the public hearing. I think that if we go through and you explain your vote and why you voted that way, we can move along with this rather than polling everybody again, because I do think it will turn into a straw poll.
I agree with Councilor LeBlanc.
Yeah, so we have a motion, we have a second.
Okay.
So I'm gonna call for the roll call vote. Councilor Gilman.
Okay. So I'm going to vote no for the following reasons. I believe that the shadows do cast shadowing at 111 Wingashiek Road, the Kinsey's, 103 Wingashiek Road, the Kinsey's house, map 261, lot 33. From the morning sun coming from the public side of Wingashiek Beach, cutting over the northeastern wing of the proposed structure. I am not in agreement with the applicant's view that this project is consistent with neighborhood characters. My feeling is 11,000 square foot house is not consistent with the neighborhood character. There are parts of this that I really appreciated, but my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Holmgren.
This was a very tough decision for me. I have spent a long time thinking about it. I have read the case, the appeal. I've read the minutes from the meeting in 2017. I appreciate the Costa's efforts to try to accommodate neighborhood requests. But at the end of the day, I am also going to vote no. And the crux of the matter for me is the elevation chart, because while we're looking at elevations above sea level and we're looking at 50 feet and trying to compare heights of different homes, down the beach, we're not accounting the topography of the beach, if I'm interpreting that chart correctly. And that combined with the abutters' objections to the height of the roof just pushes it over the edge for me. So that is my vote. It's a no.
Thank you, Councilor Holmgren. Councilor LeBlanc. I'm just going to echo my fellow councilors before me. I think the size and character of this dwelling is not characteristic with the neighborhood. You know, I heard Rob say tickle, the overshadowing is going to tickle. Well, overshadowing's overshadowing, you know, I hate to say it, but, you know, and it's what it's going to cause to their living is unforeseen. I can't say whether it's going to impact or not impact the tickling of the overshadowing. So I am going to vote no on this special permit. Councilor McCarthy.
A lot was said tonight about us upholding the zoning. That's not what we're here for. We're here for a special permit. The applicant asked us to grant an exception. I went to the site visit. I actually walked the beach this morning to get another look at the property. I don't believe it's that the size of the house in the 9.5 feet over the 30 feet, I think, is not keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And I believe, as Councilor LeBlanc just said, the applicant's own charts showed that it did shadow the neighboring house. So for those two reasons, those are the criteria that we are allowed to grant it, and I don't think they met that, and I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Memhard.
Unmute myself. Thank you. The proposed height exemption requested for 105 Wingersheek Road will, I believe, result in a structure that's significantly out of character and is inconsistent with the seasonal and year-round homes and cottages of the settled beachside area. The requested extra height, combined with the large footprint and the scale of the building, would result in a structure that's totally unique to the surrounding neighborhood, so that if built, the structure would prominently and adversely dominate the entire area, including overshadowing abutters and obstructing views and vistas of the dunes, the open expanse of the sky and the beach and the ocean. And this would be, in fact, inconsistent and detrimental to the unique natural resource and residential character of Wingersheek and Coffins Beach. And I cannot support this as proposed.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Nolan.
I don't think this fits the neighborhood character. I do believe that the obstructs views, it will overshadow, but definitely it's not consistent with the neighborhood. I understand some of the compromises that we're trying to make, but I am not supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor O'Hara.
I attended the site visit in February and the previous site visit and have looked at the neighborhood. I do not believe that this structure will fit the character of the neighborhood. I believe that the additional height will impact views as well as the overshadowing. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Pat.
I have some conflicts here in my mind and looking at everything. I think the applicant has gone beyond what is required in trying to preserve the views of the abutters, both at the Archers and Lindquist down at 103 and 101, and the Kinseys at 111 in the design of the house. I think much of what they have done is done specifically to meet the requirements that are required for us to approve it. At the same time, I also wonder if this permit is denied and the applicant comes in with a design, as some people have said, a square box that will be in other dimensions and everything else that may impact the abutters even more. I'm concerned about that. But because of the opposition from all the members of the neighborhood, in the sense that whether you consider the neighborhood from once you enter the gates at the private section, or whether you're just talking about the upper part of Wingersheek Road or whatever it is, the neighbors don't feel that it's part of, in character with the neighborhood. And even though I believe they have done the proper thing, that's why we have zoning regulation, and that's why they have a special permit to ask for relief from that requirement. At the end of the day, I have to vote no.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cox.
I'm speaking to you from the floor now because that was the closest outlet that I could find.
There you go.
I am not going to support this. I don't believe it's consistent with the neighborhood, and due to the other issues such as foreshadowing and some of the other things this evening, I wouldn't feel, with the opposition and everything, I just wouldn't feel right approving this. So based on that, I'm going to say no.
Thank you, Councilor. So motion fails on a roll call vote of 0 in favor, 9 opposed. So thank you, councilors. Thank you, everybody in attendance tonight. It was a long meeting. We appreciate everybody, Rob and everyone, the Costas team. Thank you for staying up so late with us tonight and getting this through. We appreciate everybody. I am not going to entertain any councilors' requests to the mayor. You can email them tomorrow morning if anybody has any councilors' requests. I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Been moved.
Second.
And seconded. Councilor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilor Holmgren.
Yes, great job,
Council-
everybody. Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc. Yes. Councilor McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Thank you all. Good night.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, great job, Steve.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor Pat.
Yes.
Councilor Cox.
Yes.
All right. Good
Good
job,
night, everyone.
everybody. Good night. Well, good morning.